looking at the enemy army 6 kilometers away. Drade stared at the front expressionlessly and gave the order, "Forward." 30,000 troops, 36 square formations. All officers heard the order and commanded the troops to move forward slowly. The strong command the troops without the help of external objects to issue orders. As long as you reach the golden stage and learn the special combat skills 1 person, 1,000 voices, you can accurately pass the order to every officer. However, this kind of combat skills, except for families with a foundation, ordinary people, even if they know the learning content, without special resources to assist, is completely impossible to get started. On the other side, Sinos had just finished gathering and saw the other side slowly advancing towards him. He took a deep breath and decisively issued an order. "Forward." Behind him was a low-level swordsman of Seoul, who was specifically responsible for protecting the heir of the Zurich family. At the same time, 16 priests of the god of war raised their scepters, closed their eyes, and gave war encouragement to the front-line troops to boost morale. The 10 square formations at the front of the formation, with nearly 10,000 soldiers, gradually became bloodthirsty. The extra distractions in their hearts disappeared. There were only weapons in their hands and only enemies in their eyes. Drade was very clear about the other commander's thoughts. Use these miscellaneous soldiers to consume the physical strength of his own army and buy rest time for the army behind him. However, he also used the gathered army to consume the opponent's strength. "Shoot!" Drade gave orders again, and thousands of archers began to throw feather arrows into the air. Dense feather arrows flew towards the enemy's army. Formation: the weak soldiers were shot on the spot, and those who survived were all strong. At the same time, the 4 magic cannons on the left and right wings fired, and 4 energy bombs with terrifying power hit the middle army formation of the enemy army. Hundreds of people turned into blood mist, and a terrifying tunnel formed on the ground. Under the constraints of the officers, the soldiers could only continue to move forward, even if they were afraid in their hearts. Sinos watched and clenched his fists. "I didn't expect the other side to bring all the magic cannons to the battlefield. This time I really admitted defeat. However, they are not easy to mess with." Then Sinos gave an order, ordering the soldiers of the first-line phalanx to charge at the other side and disrupt the other side's layout. Tens of thousands of people attacked forward like a tidal wave. Under the encouragement of war, these soldiers forgot their fear and pain and only had the enemy in front of them in their hearts. "Stand up the shield and fight." The 8,000 soldiers on the first line received the order and began to move. The first row of soldiers stuck their shields into the soil, burning the few fighting spirits in their bodies, supporting the iron shields, and welcoming the first round of attacks. The soldiers standing behind the shields tightly grasped their weapons and stared at the attacking troops of the other side. Although their comrades were shot through the leather armor by the enemy's crossbows from time to time, they could not move at all. If they moved without permission, they would be executed by the officers at the first time, without any room for negotiation. Flesh and blood collided. Hundreds of Northern Army soldiers broke the spikes formed by the spears with their flesh and blood, and the remaining soldiers jumped into the square formation with the corpses of their comrades as a path. In less than a moment, the formation was in chaos, and 8,000 soldiers fought with more than 10,000 enemy troops. Both sides were the armies of the Principality of Borderland. They fought to the death for the position of the Grand Duke, and the real main combat troops had not yet entered the field. Thanks to the encouragement of the war, the 8,000 soldiers gradually couldn't hold on, and some soldiers fled, but were soon killed by the second-line army. Sinos watched the annoying magic cannons continue to bombard and destroy his own army formation. In just 1 hour, hundreds of energy balls fell into his own army formation. In addition to other Northern Army soldiers, more than 500 expeditionary soldiers died under the muzzle of the magic cannon. "Really rich, hundreds of intermediate magic crystals. I just enjoyed it." Sinos gritted his teeth, looked at all this angrily, and wished he could eat the other party. You have to know that the dead were all his direct troops. The troops he had worked hard for decades and saved money to build. And they were the guarantee of his power in the family. The knights attack the left and right wings and destroy the magic cannon. As a last resort, Sinos could only give orders. The 2,000-man knights on the flanks of the army received the order, and under the order of the captain, they slapped their horses and went around. Seeing this, Dryde directly ordered the magic cannon to stop shelling and retreat, while commanding 2 battalions from the 2nd and 6th battalions to fight the enemy and destroy the enemy's mobile forces. The 4 captains of the left and right wings received orders to command the troops to change and meet the enemy knights hundreds of meters away from the formation. Unlike the 3rd Battalion, which was specially strengthened by Angus, the captains of the other 2 battalion-level troops were only high-level silver forces, which belonged to the normal level of the Eagle Territory's standing army. As for the 2 knights, there was no gold level either, otherwise Dryde would not let his direct troops fight the enemy. The enemy's formation is tight, and the soldiers are fearless. It's not easy to fight. On the left wing, the leader of the knights looked at the enemy 2 kilometers away, and his mind fell into the valley. Only 200 knights under his command were his father's subordinates, and the remaining 800 people were under the command of different nobles. The tacit understanding between them was not very good. Conical formation, gather towards me. On the battlefield, he had no time to think, and could only use the simplest and crudest way to attack the enemy. Seeing the enemy change the formation, 4 earth elemental mages belonging to the 3rd Battalion of the 2nd Battalion worked together to cast spells, forming a 1-meter-high, 800-meter-long earth wall. The arrow was on the string and had to be shot. The leader of the knights showed his high-level silver strength, condensed his fighting spirit, and gathered it on the knights' spears, ready to break it with force. The same was true for hundreds of knights outside the cone formation. Although there was a gap in strength, they all took the leader of the knights as a benchmark to clear the obstacles on the road ahead. The earth wall formed by the 4 earth mages was destroyed, and hundreds of knights were exhausted. In the constant formation change, they were replaced by the inner knights in the outer position. The 4 earth mages drained their magic power and formed 2 more earth walls to block the opponent. Seeing this, the captains of the 3rd and 4th battalions of the 2nd Battalion waved their hands to help the mages down and prepare to meet the opponent's first wave of attack. Among the thousands of knights of the knights, half of the knights had only 30% of their fighting spirit in their bodies, and they had been exhausted before they met the enemy. On the left wing of the army, the knights pierced into the formation of the 3rd Battalion like a sharp knife. More than a dozen soldiers were thrown into the air by the huge force. Without a strong knight leading the charge, the well-trained infantry would not suffer many casualties. The other soldiers fought back against the knights in the way they practiced. As time passed, more and more knights were killed, and some elite soldiers died. More than an hour later, only more than 300 of the 1,000 knights of the knights escaped alive. The remaining more than 600, along with their mounts, were buried here. During the day, I spent 30 gold coins and learned it from an adventurer. Kyle answered truthfully. It's so detailed, I'm afraid someone deliberately spread it. I bet 1 gold coin this must be the news from her relatives. Wylan touched his chin and said with interest. Seeing this, Kyle silently took out a gold coin, put it on the low table, and pushed it in front of Wylan. Haha, since you have admitted defeat, I won't be polite. Seeing the glittering gold coin, Wylan accepted it very unceremoniously. Tomorrow morning, you go to the clerk and reimburse the cost of this intelligence according to 300 gold coins. Yes, Kyle nodded and continued to play chess. At 4 o'clock in the morning, a white-winged crow flew to the Sinos army camp. Sir, intelligence. The officer entered the tent and reported to Sinos. Looking at the paper ball in his hand, Sinos was a little suspicious. It couldn't be news from Bay City. Should he deal with the relevant people and pretend that nothing happened? The officer who delivered the letter suddenly felt a chill, and this feeling disappeared until the commander read the letter. The expeditionary force of the Kingdom of Ilya is approaching the province of Nandishalan. The commander of the army, His Excellency Medjas, ordered our army to immediately go to Bayou City to garrison and defend the expeditionary force of the Kingdom of Ilya that continues to move north. Notify them to move the camp immediately and go to Bayou City. At the same time, Order the 8th Battalion to cover the rear to prevent the enemy from attacking." "Yes, Lord Sinos." The officer bowed and saluted, left the tent, and issued an order. Looking at the letter in his hand, Sinos's mouth curled up slightly, and he was in a very good mood. This was really a perfect excuse. On the other hand, Dredd learned that the enemy had retreated, but he did not order a pursuit. His goal was to make Bayi City have no reinforcements available. The process was not important, but the result was important. If the other party left on their own initiative, he did not need to order a pursuit to avoid being ambushed. 2 days later, until Sinos withdrew from Kris province and turned to the northwest, Delayed ordered the army to return to Bayi City. On October 13, 9726 of the glorious calendar, more than 20,000 delayed soldiers returned to the outside of Bayi City, which meant that the sniping of the reinforcements was successful. In the central tent, Wylin hosted a banquet for the officers of the out-of-town combat troops and the soldiers with outstanding performance, and rewarded them with money and warrior breathing methods on the spot to boost morale. Anyway, they were all things looted from Hoi City. He copied a copy and rewarded it to these soldiers from the bottom to gather morale, and he himself did not lose anything. With the end of this banquet, the morale of the 80,000 troops outside Bayi City was greatly boosted. Everyone wiped their weapons and looked forward to receiving rewards from the commander when attacking the city. A good warrior breathing method is enough to be passed down from generation to generation so that your descendants can win at the starting line, cross the class, and even become a well-known noble. In contrast, people in Bayi City were restless. Except for the 10,000 troops under Helois who were ready for battle, the morale of the remaining 20,000 noble troops of the Principality of Braham was low. As the news was blocked, some nobles had different ideas. Time passed slowly. Under the command of Dredd, they surrounded but did not attack, waiting for the right time. As for the battle in Bayi City, the command seemed to have selectively forgotten it. From the 3 directions of Kris Province, Erd Province, and Nanshi Camp, 600,000 troops were gathered to attack Borderland Province, attacking the city and the stronghold, approaching step by step, causing the expeditionary force of the Bashio Kingdom and the Borderland Northern Army to retreat step by step and retreat to the vicinity of the capital. As the news from the battlefield came, Wylin would share it with the Borderland nobles under his command as soon as possible to unite the people. Slowly, time came to mid-December, and Bayi City was besieged for more than 2.5 months. During this period, Dredd was not idle either, constantly training his 65,000 noble troops to improve their combat effectiveness. There was an experienced general who trained his subordinates, and the nobles of the Principality of Borderland were eager to have him. Most of the nobles took the initiative to send their rewards to Wylin's military tent to express their gratitude. For these riches, Wylin directly asked Kyle to give them all to Dredd and let him distribute them without interfering. The city was thriving outside, but the city was bleak. Helois wasted her time every day with countless troubles, dealing with the disputes between the noble armies, preventing the surprise attacks of the army outside the city, and anxiously waiting for news from the outside world. She had been out of contact with the outside world for more than 2 months. She sent more than one group of people out of the city, but she could always see corpses placed outside the city the next day, as if telling herself to give up struggling and surrender as soon as possible. As the proud daughter of the Zirik family, she had never suffered such anger. From childhood to adulthood, Helois had never experienced such a situation. Recalling her mother's advice to stay in the family and not join the expeditionary force, but because of her willfulness, she wanted to prove herself. Things went against her will. War is not so easy to fight. She now deeply understands it. If her mother had not sent her a general to assist in the command, Bayi City would probably be in chaos now. "Novia, do you think we can defend Bayi City?" Helois turned her head and looked at her guards. Her tone was very low. "My lord, in times of danger, I can only guarantee that you will leave Bayi City safely." Novia lowered her head and replied. In her opinion, it was impossible to defend Bayi City. The initiative was in the hands of the other party, and the defenders in the city could only passively defend. "Sir, 3 barons are plotting and are suspected of collaborating with the enemy. A spy entered the room, put several letters on the desk, and then stepped aside. Heloise read the contents and handed them to her guard Novia expressionlessly. "Let someone deal with it." "Yes," Novia nodded in response. "In the past 2.5 months, this kind of thing has happened no less than 5 or 6 times, all of which are small nobles plotting." Heloise knew very well that it was those earls who were pushing behind the scenes, testing her step by step. In order to stabilize the morale of the army in the city, she could only discover it once and let someone deal with it once. For these nobles, she could not kill them directly, but could only detain them in prison. Otherwise, the 20,000 noble army would definitely be in chaos. In the 2 months she spent in Baya City, Heloise grew a lot. But the price was that she was very disgusted with politics and hated these intrigues. With the 3 barons being detained, another turmoil was extinguished in the bud. Outside Baya City, Dread and other generals gathered in Wyland's tent, sitting around the fire, eating barbecue and discussing official business. "Sir, the province of Kris has fallen into our hands, and parts of the province of Nandishalan have also been occupied by the expeditionary army. From now on, Baya City has truly become meat on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered at any time." Dread put the barbecue into his mouth and said to Wyland, "Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix." "During the day, I spent 30 gold coins and learned it from an adventurer," Kyle answered truthfully. "It's so detailed, I'm afraid someone deliberately spread it. I bet 1 gold coin this must be the news from her relatives." Wyland touched his chin and said with interest. Seeing this, Kyle silently took out a gold coin, put it on the low table, and pushed it in front of Wyland. "Haha, since you have admitted defeat, I won't be polite." Seeing the glittering gold coin, Wyland accepted it very unceremoniously. "Tomorrow morning, you go to the clerk and reimburse the cost of this intelligence according to 300 gold coins." "Yes," Kyle nodded and continued to play chess. At 4 o'clock in the morning, a white-winged crow flew to the Sino's army camp. "Sir, intelligence." The officer entered the tent and reported to Sino's. Looking at the paper ball in his hand, Sino's was a little suspicious. It couldn't be news from Baya City. Should he deal with the relevant people and pretend that nothing happened? The officer who delivered the letter suddenly felt a chill, and this feeling disappeared until the commander read the letter. "The expeditionary force of the Kingdom of Ilya is approaching the province of Nandishalan. The commander of the army, His Excellency Medjes, ordered our army to immediately go to Baya City to garrison and defend the expeditionary force of the Kingdom of Ilya that continues to move north. Notify them to move the camp immediately and go to Baya City. At the same time, order the 8th Battalion to cover the rear to prevent the enemy from attacking." "Yes, Lord Sinos." The officer bowed and saluted, left the tent, and issued an order. Looking at the letter in his hand, Sinos's mouth curled up slightly, and he was in a very good mood. This was really a perfect excuse. On the other hand, Dread learned that the enemy had retreated, but he did not order a pursuit. His goal was to make Baya City have no reinforcements available. The process was not important, but the result was important. If the other party left on their own initiative, he did not need to order a pursuit to avoid being ambushed. 2 days later, until Sinos withdrew from Kris province and turned to the northwest, Delayed ordered the army to return to Baya City. On October 13, 9726 of the glorious calendar, more than 20,000 delayed soldiers returned to the outside of Baya City, which meant that the sniping of the reinforcements was successful. In the central tent, Wyland hosted a banquet for the officers of the out-of-town combat troops and the soldiers with outstanding performance, and rewarded them with money and warrior-breathing methods on the spot to boost morale. Anyway, they were all things looted from Hoi City. He copied a copy and rewarded it to these soldiers from the bottom to gather morale, and he himself did not lose anything. With the end of this banquet, the morale of the 80,000 troops outside Baya City was greatly boosted. Everyone wiped their weapons and looked forward to receiving rewards from the commander when attacking the city. A good warrior breathing method is enough to be passed down from generation to generation so that your descendants can win at the starting line, cross the class, and even become a well-known noble. In contrast, people in Bayi City were restless. Except for the 10,000 troops under Helois who were ready for battle, the morale of the remaining 20,000 noble troops of the Principality of Braham was low. As the news was blocked, some nobles had different ideas. Time passed slowly. Under the command of Dread, they surrounded but did not attack, waiting for the right time. As for the battle in Bayi City, the command seemed to have selectively forgotten it. From the three directions of Kris Province, Erd Province, and Nanshi Camp, 600,000 troops were gathered to attack Borderland Province, attacking the city and the stronghold, approaching step by step, causing the expeditionary force of the Bashio Kingdom and the Borderland Northern Army to retreat step by step and retreat to the vicinity of the capital. As the news from the battlefield came, Wylan would share it with the Borderland nobles under his command as soon as possible to unite the people. Slowly, time came to mid-December. Bayi City was besieged for more than 2.5 months. During this period, Dread was not idle either, constantly training his 65,000 noble troops to improve their combat effectiveness. There was an experienced general who trained his subordinates, and the nobles of the Principality of Borderland were eager to have him. Most of the nobles took the initiative to send their rewards to Wylan's military tent to express their gratitude. For these riches, Wylan directly asked Kyle to give them all to Dread and let him distribute them without interfering. The city was thriving outside, but the city was bleak. Helois wasted her time every day with countless troubles, dealing with the disputes between the noble armies, preventing the surprise attacks of the army outside the city, and anxiously waiting for news from the outside world. She had been out of contact with the outside world for more than 2 months. She sent more than one group of people out of the city, but she could always see corpses placed outside the city the next day, as if telling herself to give up struggling and surrender as soon as possible. As the proud daughter of the Zirik family, she had never suffered such anger. From childhood to adulthood, Helois had never experienced such a situation. Recalling her mother's advice to stay in the family and not join the expeditionary force, but because of her willfulness, she wanted to prove herself. Things went against her will. War is not so easy to fight. She now deeply understands it. If her mother had not sent her a general to assist in the command, Bayi City would probably be in chaos now. Novia, do you think we can defend Bayi City? Helois turned her head and looked at her guards. Her tone was very low. My lord, in times of danger, I can only guarantee that you will leave Bayi City safely. Novia lowered her head and replied. In her opinion, it was impossible to defend Bayi City. The initiative was in the hands of the other party, and the defenders in the city could only passively defend. Sir, 3 barons are plotting and are suspected of collaborating with the enemy. A spy entered the room, put several letters on the desk, and then stepped aside. Helois read the contents and handed them to her guard Novia expressionlessly. Let someone deal with it. Yes, Novia nodded in response. In the past 2.5 months, this kind of thing has happened no less than 5 or 6 times, all of which are small nobles plotting. Helois knew very well that it was those earls who were pushing behind the scenes, testing her step by step. In order to stabilize the morale of the army in the city, she could only discover it once and let someone deal with it once. For these nobles, she could not kill them directly, but could only detain them in prison. Otherwise, the 20,000 noble army would definitely be in chaos. In the 2 months she spent in Bayi City, Helois grew a lot, but the price was that she was very disgusted with politics and hated these intrigues. With the 3 barons being detained, another turmoil was extinguished in the bud. Outside Bayi City, Dread and other generals gathered in Wylan's tent, sitting around the fire, eating barbecue and discussing official business. Sir, Kris Province has completely fallen into our hands, and parts of Nandishalan Province have also been occupied by the expeditionary army. From now on, Bayi City has truly become meat on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered at any time. Dread put the barbecue into his mouth and said to Wylan, My general, when are you going to take action? Wylan asked while looking at the roasted meat on the wooden stick. Dread did not hesitate and gave the answer directly. On the first day of next year, we will attack from 3 directions, east, west, and south. I, Lord Migos, and Endek will each be responsible for 1 wall. In addition, my subordinates will tell the nobles in the city about this time and the recent surrounding situation. I believe they will make the right choice. Isn't there an ambush in the north? Wylan asked curiously. Sir, our goal is to occupy Bayi City, not to cause the other party to resist to the death. As long as we achieve our goal and let the other party leave, our army's casualties can also be reduced. Then follow the general's wishes. Wylan said, then looked at the other person and warned, General Endek, after the city is broken, you will lead the 2nd Battalion to the Bayi Palace complex and blockade the surrounding areas. Don't keep people close. Yes, Endek nodded. As the attack date was determined, the troops blocking the city slowly began to move. During the past few months of blockade, the siege equipment has been completed. There are various magic circles carved by magic craftsmen on it. The materials used in key places are also extremely strong. It is even more difficult for the city wall defenders to destroy these things. Bayi City's magical defense canopy has a more powerful ability than Hoi City, which is enough to withstand damage from the outside by soul-level experts. It also suppresses soul-level extraordinary beings within the covered area, preventing them from exerting their full potential. Strength, so the army could only conduct a strong attack from the ground and seize the city wall. At the end of December, the atmosphere in Bayi City became increasingly weird. In the name of a banquet, the 3 earls of the Duke of Borderland met again to discuss countermeasures. On the ground, the stand-ins of the 3 earls took the place of themselves, talking to each other and sending signals to the outside world. There is a dark room located 30 meters underground. The surrounding magic circle is lit, isolating the inside and outside, forming a secret space. The 3 of them were wearing black robes, sitting on a round table, and fell into silence while watching the message from the army outside the city. The message given to me from outside the city is very clear. Let us not resist tenaciously. As an internal response, this should be the meaning. A man in black robe looked at the sentence on the paper. Those who understand current affairs are heroes, and explained to the 2. After hearing this, the man in black robe on the left said, important places in Bayi City are defended by Helois's army, including the Mage Tower, Bayi Palace Complex, the City Lord's Palace, and the Granary. There are no more than 4 places in Bayi City. Thousands of people, the fighting power is obvious to all. With our army, we cannot shake these 4 places. What I want is to wait for the army outside the city to attack and let our people take advantage of the chaos to defect and help them break the city. The man in black on the right thought for a while and replied, this method won't work. A month ago, Helois had intended to mix her army with ours to defend the city and at the same time install supervisors in our army. The most important thing is that the magic cannon operators are all loyal to her. If we take advantage of the chaos and defect, no matter what the outcome, we will definitely die first. After the 2 listened, the 3 of them fell silent. They didn't have to go up to the walls to fight, but they were inside the city. If that woman was desperate and fired into the city with their strength, it would be questionable whether they could block a few magic energy cannons or even an energy ball. Who would have thought that the strength of the Bahio Kingdom's expeditionary force was lower than we expected? If we had favored the 3rd prince at that time, we might not have faced this dilemma. You are right, but the eldest prince, His Highness Kaya, had the upper hand at that time. The 3rd prince, His Highness Alan, retreated to the southern region. The central region fell directly into the hands of His Highness Kaya. If we do not fall to His Highness Kaya, we may die inexplicably. In the territory, people who are close to each other will succeed us in the title, the man in black said, his tone full of helplessness. The man in black on the left said with difficulty, the leader is the heir of the Eagle Count of the Kingdom of Ilia. When he attacked Fire Leaf City, Ikaran paid the fine and pardoned his crime. The family was able to retain the right to rule the territory. It has also been preserved, and we can reproduce it. Have you ever thought that our territory has been captured? Now we are like homeless wild dogs, the man in black on the right said with a bitter smile. Wild dogs, such a vivid metaphor. The man in black in the middle had a bitter look on his face, and only they themselves knew what they were feeling. Then buy your life with money. We are all sensible people. I don't believe you don't have a few secret treasures. Who is the commander outside the city? Everyone knows that his father is a high-ranking member of the expeditionary force. He is offering our wealth to us. As long as the territory can be taken back, everything can be taken back. After some struggle, the other two finally decided to use money to buy their lives. However, when the opponent attacks the city, they must make some contributions, otherwise it will be difficult to get on the line with the opponent. On January 1, 9727 in the glorious calendar, the sun was shining brightly. Tens of thousands of troops from 3 directions gathered here, waiting for orders. In Bayi City, the city's copper bell rang, the Mage Tower was activated immediately, and a light blue sky enveloped the entire city. In the military camp, countless troops lined up and walked up the city wall, looking at the enemy troops outside the city with fear in their eyes. Heloise walked out of the city lord's mansion fully armed. Her red armor was very dazzling. She was surrounded by dozens of guards. She was followed by a soul-level female swordsman and walked towards the city wall. Climbing up the east city wall, looking at the enemy troops arrayed, my face was filled with frost. Sir, there are enemy troops in the west, south, and east, but there are no enemy troops in the north. This is a typical situation of being surrounded on 3 sides and missing one. It disrupts our morale and forces someone to hope that you will break through and give up Bayi City. A middle-aged general came to Heloise and reported to her loudly. The 3 earls standing not far away stopped and did not step forward. They originally came forward to advise the other party with this idea, but someone pointed it out, so it was useless. General Keene, I know all this. The city defense is handed over to you. If there are those who disobey orders and disrupt the order in the city, you don't need to report to me. Just put them out and kill them all. Yes, sir. Heloise's voice was not loud, but the nobles around her could hear it clearly. This was a glaring threat. Due to the female swordsman beside the other party, everyone lowered their heads and looked at the stone bricks on the ground, admiring the texture on them. Attack! Outside the east city wall, Drade gave an order, and 20,000 troops began to approach the city wall, preparing to attack the city. At the same time, Migos, who was in charge of the west wall, and Indek, who was in charge of the south wall, issued an attack order and began to attack the city. Due to the existence of the magic defense sky curtain, the siege army lost the ability to attack from a distance and could only attack from the ground. A large number of soldiers died under the attack of the magic cannon. Their limbs flew in the air, and their blood dyed the ground red. Under strict military orders, coupled with 3 months of rigorous training, even the noble army of the Southern Army can push the giant siege vehicles and continue to move forward despite huge casualties. Drade, Migos, and Indek did not take action. They were not sure where the soul-level female swordsman was. Compared with quickly taking Bayi City, Wyland's safety is more important, and they will not lose sight of the main goal. Outside the east city wall, 6 giant siege vehicles were finally built on the city wall at the cost of losing 3 and more than 2,000 deaths. The moment the long ladder was placed on the parapet, the magic array carved inside was directly activated, madly absorbing the energy of 3 intermediate magic crystals using petrified wood. In an instant, the 3 giant siege vehicles turned into hard stones, attached to the 20-meter-high east city wall, forming a hole. The upward passage opened, and a silver intermediate warrior held his weapon tightly, led his men, and climbed the city wall. The clash of swords and the scattered fighting spirits, the soldiers of both sides fought each other. Even the silver-level professionals could die at any time. On the right side of the tower, more than a dozen war priests continuously launched war encouragement to boost morale and make their soldiers fight more bravely. Next to the war priest, 3 silver warriors of the Temple of the God of War, each with a team of bronze warriors, were ready to guard their own priests, forming an important line of defense. Go kill them. A young noble looked at the abrupt crowd and led his soldiers to approach the other side. Heloise looked at the battlefield in front of her. The noble army was weak and retreating. Most of the people in the front were hers. Damn these bastards. My lord, why don't I go and kill them? The sole swordswoman Novia was also very angry. She had never seen such a shameless noble. No, wait until we get through this crisis, then we'll settle accounts with them. Helois gritted her teeth and said word by word, "If we kill the nobles now, their army will definitely collapse in the first place. Novia, go and destroy the 3 siege vehicles." "Yes, sir." Outside the city, Dredd felt the momentum of the other party, squinted his eyes, drew his knight's sword, and went to the east wall like the wind. Wylan looked at Dredd, who suddenly disappeared, stood up from his chair, and stared at the east wall intently. He didn't want to miss this good show. Outside the south and west walls, Migos and Indek sensed Dredd's movements and no longer hesitated. Migos went to Wylan's side to take over the guard work, and Indek joined the battlefield and began to break the city. Under the magic defense sky, the soul-level large-scale attack was severely weakened, but the ability to fight in close combat was not restricted. Killing these gold and silver was no different from cutting melons and vegetables. The female swordsman Novia resisted Dredd's sword and was forced to retreat more than 10 meters. Cracks appeared on her armor, and only the extraordinary long sword in her hand was not damaged. Looking at the masked man standing on the battlement, Novia felt unprecedented pressure. "Protect Lady Helois to retreat, I will resist him." More than 30 silver warriors received the order and quickly left the place with Helois. "Come on, let me see how strong you are." As soon as Dredd finished speaking, he appeared in front of Novia in an instant, and with a full-strength sword, the opponent fell off the wall, relying on the buffer of the building, and barely stopped. The armor on her body was shattered, revealing her graceful figure wrapped in iron. This was the first time she had seen such an evenly matched opponent since she grew to the soul level, and she felt unprecedented pressure in her heart. Dredd had no idea of sympathizing with women, and with his ultimate swordsmanship, he forced the opponent to retreat again and again. On the city wall, as Helois retreated, the swordswoman Novia was defeated by the opponent. Many nobles knew the situation and ordered people to kill the soldiers with magic cannons, and then knelt down to surrender. The direct army affiliated with Helois still refused to surrender in such a difficult situation, and fought to the death with the opponent, carrying out the glory of the Zurich family. In the city, the middle-aged general came to Helois, holding his broken arm. "General Keen, what are you doing?" Helois stepped forward to support the other party, without considering any noble etiquette. "Lord Helois, a soul-level warrior has entered the city. Bayi City has no hope of defending. The most important thing now is your safe evacuation." "General Keen, there is no time. I hope you can hand over the city lord's mansion, the magic tower, and the troops in several other places to me, and I will cover the rear." Hearing the other party's words, Helois was silent for a moment. Looking at the lost city wall, she said with difficulty, "As long as I live one day, General Keen, your family will not be in any danger." "Thank you, Lord Helois." The middle-aged general took out a blood-stained suicide letter from his arms and handed it to the other party. Then he took Helois's token and left the place. Afterwards, 300 guards escorted Helois out of Bayi City and headed north. There were enemy troops in the other 3 directions. Even if there was an ambush in the north, they had no choice but to gamble. Near the magic tower, Keen transferred all the remaining troops to defend here to buy time. At the same time, the female swordsman Novia saw that the mark she had placed on Helois had been removed, and she felt relieved. She stared at the masked man in front of her and began to think about how to escape. After more than a dozen moves, the female swordsman Novia took advantage of an opportunity and directly launched 1,000 wind slash. Countless wind blades formed instantly and attacked Dredd from all directions. Facing the opponent's fighting skills, Dredd became formal, released his fighting spirit, and blocked it with fire shield. The dust dispersed, and Dredd looked around. The opponent had left this place and crossed the northern wall. "It's an evenly matched opponent." Recalling the figure of the female swordsman Novia just now, Dredd missed his wife a little. The 3 walls of Bayi City were captured, Helois fled, the nobles surrendered, and the war gradually subsided. Outside the Mage Tower, Indek looked at Keen, who was nailed to the wall by him, saluted with the etiquette of a knight, and then cut off the opponent's head and asked the soldiers to bury the body. The head of the Golden Warrior can be 3 of the opponent's military exploits, so it must be taken down and preserved. Inside the Mage Tower, more than 30 mages surrendered very straightforwardly, without any intention of resistance. After shutting down the magic defense canopy, Endek did not make things difficult for these mages. He led the 2nd Battalion of more than 4,000 people to the Bayi Palace complex, took over the place, drove out the servants inside, blocked the surroundings, and completed the task assigned to him by Wylin. More than 2 hours later, Wylin entered the Bayi City Hall and met with the nobles who had rebelled. In a side room, Wylin looked at the 3 earls who had come to see him alone and said, "As far as I know, the territories of the 3 of you have been captured 2 months ago. What do you want to see me for now? Respected sir, the strength of your army, the bravery of your soldiers, and the wisdom of your methods have impressed the 3 of us." The leading earl bowed and saluted and said respectfully to Wylin, "Speak, what's the matter? Don't do these empty things." Although he loved to hear it, there were more important things to do now, and he didn't want to waste time here. The 3 of them looked at each other and said in unison, "We are willing to contribute our wealth and hope that you can help us redeem our territory. Join the Southern Army to pledge allegiance to His Highness Alan. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. How much money can you give?" Wylin asked directly without hiding it. When the 3 of them saw this, they looked at each other, and one of them stood up and replied, "Sir, each of our families is willing to give you property worth 5 million gold coins." Upon hearing this number, Varen tapped his fingers on the wooden table without saying a word. After a minute of stalemate, the other party hesitated and then said, "Property worth 7 million gold coins." "Not enough." Wylin looked at the 3 of them and said calmly, 9 million gold coins. "It's still not enough." Wylin stared at the 3 of them and continued, "Please give me an accurate figure and let us discuss it." Unable to figure out what the other party was thinking, the leader had no choice but to say this, asking Wylin to give a specific answer. "You have 2 conditions. One is to take back the territory and avoid becoming a wandering noble. The other is to be loyal to His Highness Alan and stand in line again. The first condition is that I ask for 5 million gold coins. As long as the money is received, I guarantee that you will get back the ownership of the territory within 3 months. The second condition is that I ask for 8 million gold coins, 80% of which will be given to the headquarters as your atonement, and the remaining 20% will be the cost of my father's hard work." The 3 of them looked at each other and quickly reached a consensus. Each family would receive 13 million gold coins, a total of 39 million gold coins, in exchange for Wylin's help in regaining the ownership of their territory, and in return for joining forces and being loyal to the 3rd Prince AI. Lund. After sending the 3 people away, Wylin couldn't wait to rush to the Bayi Palace complex. The surrounding area was tightly sealed by his direct troops, and no one was allowed to enter without the handwritten orders from himself, Dread, Migos, or Endek. Although other nobles were very curious, no one dared to inquire about the information due to the powerful combat capabilities of the Aix Legion's 15,000 troops. Regarding Bayi City, Wylin did not repeat the robbery in Hoi City. First, this place was directly under the Grand Duke, which is equivalent to the territory of the 3rd Prince, and no mess was allowed. Second, the rich nobles and wealthy businessmen in this place had he almost ran away. He couldn't get much money by searching, and his reputation was ruined. As for the 24 magic cannons on the city wall, they must be moved. These things cannot be left behind. In Palace No. 66, hundreds of soldiers from the Flag Guard squadron were holding shovels and digging with all their might. When Wylin stepped into this place, a deep pit of more than 20 meters had been formed, and everyone was still digging downwards. At the palace gate, Endek saw Wylin's arrival and stepped forward to salute. "My lord." "Endek, this matter is of great importance. Please stay here during this period." Yes, Endek nodded in response. "Sir, we dug up the stone slab. A silver warrior climbed up from the pit with the help of the rock wall and reported to Varen and Endek." "Oh, then first." "My lord, a letter from the Legion commander." Dread entered the palace and handed a letter to Varen. When I opened it, there was only a short sentence on the paper. "Don't move, wait until father comes." Seeing his father's incomprehensible words, Wylin handed it to several others to check. Sir, the Lord should be on his way here and ask you to wait for a while. Oh, okay, let's wait until my father comes. The treasure house is right there. It doesn't make any difference if you go in now or later. You can't escape anyway. His father's words were probably because he was afraid that he would encounter danger if he entered rashly, so he told him to wait until he arrived in Bay City. It just so happened that the three earls had something to ask for, so they asked their father to handle it. He only had to be responsible for collecting the money. Asking Derek to guard Palace No. 66. Varen took Kyle away from here and returned to the city lord's mansion to rest. In the next few days, Wylan took Kyle with him to search for talents in the city. Basically, anyone he liked could not escape his grasp. Junior magic craftsmen, druids who like to cultivate plants, officials who are good at managing internal affairs, architects, other types of mages and special talents, etc. 5 days later, Angus led 30,000 troops to Bay City. Father, you brought the entire legion here. Wylan asked in surprise when he saw Angus for the first time. Master Wylan, the Lord is now appointed as the acting governor of the Chris province. He is responsible for controlling the army here and in parts of the South Desarin province, guarding against the counterattack of the Bahio Kingdom's expeditionary army and protecting our army's smooth attack. The capital of Duke Bogonghen. Mag stepped forward and explained. I see it seems that you, father, have also been promoted. Okay, take me to see the entrance you found. Angus looked at Wylan with a smile on his face, his eyes eager to explore. Okay, father, please come with me. Wylan looked at Angus helplessly. It seemed that his father loved exploring. Due to family constraints, he had to stay in the Eagle territory. Should he tell his mother and elder brother and let his father stay in this position for a few more years? Ignoring what his son was planning in his mind, all he wanted to do now was go on an adventure and find the treasure. The process was so evocative. Entering Palace No. 66, the excavated soil has been cleared. Looking down in the 30-meter deep pit, a passage appeared in front of me. Angus jumped up and landed firmly on the ground, followed by several others, and jumped into the pit. Upon seeing this, Indek had someone close the palace door and personally guard the outside to prevent anyone from breaking in without permission. Yes, this is the architectural style of the Land of Chaos. The entrance is decorated with skulls and the exterior is painted with blood. However, after years of invasion, the color has dimmed a lot. Angus stepped forward and carefully observed the architectural style of the entrance and gave a positive evaluation. Father, the Land of Chaos is located in the eastern region of the Sapuna subcontinent. Why did the Pirate King build the treasure house here? Wylan asked with some doubts. Drad and Migos were also very confused and looked at Angus, hoping to get an answer. Angus looked at the three people and said slowly, according to, well, I don't know which book it is recorded in. After the 6 brothers of the Pirate King Burn Uesi were killed by the legend of the Moon God cult, he realized that he was going to die soon, so he activated the random teleportation and randomly teleported the 9 treasure houses owned by himself and his 6 brothers to various places in the Synapse subcontinent. After the death of the Pirate King, the entire subcontinent was swept by a treasure hunt. Even adventurers and nobles from other subcontinents heard about it and came to the Synapse subcontinent to look for the treasure houses left by the Pirate King. In the next 3,000 years, 3 treasure houses were discovered, and the remaining 6 treasure houses remain a mystery to this day, and no one knows where they are. After hearing this, Wylan was a little confused and said, Father, didn't anyone ask a prophet to prophecy? Dredd and Migos are also curious. Can't they get information about the treasure house using the personal belongings of Pirate King Burns as a medium? The next thing is the point. Angus looked at everyone's confused expressions and said with a smile, the 9 treasure houses shared by the Pirate King and his brothers are all demiplanes. Demiplane, is this such a big deal? Wylan looked at his father in surprise. He never thought that the Pirate King would use a demiplane as a treasure trove. It really made people envy and jealousy. The demiplane is attached to the existence of the world and belongs to one layer among countless dimensions. If the owner dies, the position will change all the time. Every place is possible, but every place is impossible. The demiplane without an owner can be found by chance. while the demiplane with an owner can only be entered through a medium. I see that's what you're saying. Varen raised his head and looked at his father and asked, "Father, do we have a demiplane in our family?" "It's a beautiful idea." Angus looked at his son, rolled his eyes at him, and continued, "I only know 3 ways to create a demiplane, and I learned it from the royal family's library. The first is natural birth. The only thing I know is that the world tree is guarded by the high elves of the world island. It blooms every 3,000 years, bears fruit after another 3,000 years, and finally falls naturally after 3,000 years to form a large demiplane. It is said that the area is 1% of the size of our kingdom. The second type is world-eating, devouring other worlds, and the scattered fragments will form planes and a half. Each time is a feast for the strong, with countless legendary strong men competing with each other. This situation is also called the reward of the world. It is recorded in the World Book in the Royal Library that the most recent one occurred in the Sea of Storms 3,000 years ago. The third is to shatter a plane world and use a special method to refine it into a demiplane. The specific situation is not described. However, this time, our family can finally own a half-plane. Even if the area is small, the meaning of ownership is different. I believe that thousands of years from now, it will be recorded in the family history books that the 6th Earl of Eagle, I, Angus. "Okay, father, let's go in and take a look first." Wylan couldn't help but remind him as he watched his father immersed in his own world. "Ahem, cough, let's go." After hearing his son's reminder, Angus realized that he seemed to have gotten carried away and had to restrain himself to maintain his father's dignity. After entering the gate, Wylan went straight to the left wall. Following the instructions of fate, he found the 13th stone and pressed it hard, but the stone did not move at all. I tried it a few more times, but got no response, as if I was working against myself. Suddenly, he remembered that there was something wrong with the treasure passage built by the Pirate King if he, a little golden transcendent, could push it. "Father, General Dread, General Migos, come and try this stone to see if it can be pushed." Upon seeing this, Varen had to give up and ask the 3 people for help. Angus was just about to walk down and explore when he heard Wylan's voice and came closer. Pushing the stone alone, there was some movement, but the strength was still not enough. Migos, Dread, work hard together. Angus turned to call the 2 of them, ready to work together to see if they could push the stone. Then the 3 of them worked together and the stone was pushed. The next moment, an elevator tunnel appeared 10 meters away from the 3 people. Angus was no longer surprised as to why Varen knew this information, but Migos and Dread were shocked. They didn't expect that this stone was actually a switch. "When we meet today, don't tell the 2 of you." Angus turned to look at Migos and Dread and warned them seriously. "Yes, my lord, the 2 men replied respectfully. The painting style in the lift tunnel is strange, with 4 skulls opening their mouths and looking at several people from the 4 corners. After waiting for the 4 people to enter, the stone door closed and a stone pillar rose in the middle. Seeing this, Angus stretched out his hand and pressed it, and the elevator began to activate. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes down, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, which makes the 4 people in the confined space feel disoriented and do not know east, west, south. 10 minutes later, the swing stopped and the stone door was opened again. Migos walked out first. Seeing that there was no danger, he signaled that the 3 of them could come out. A large hall came into view, and the surrounding area was very empty. There was only a 4-meter-high stone gate 100 meters to the left, which should be the exit of the formal passage above. A few people walked forward, and less than a kilometer away, they saw 2 10-meter-high gargoyle statues attached to the giant stone gate. Seen from a distance, the gargoyle has gray skin, a twisted face, a ferocious expression, and scarlet eyes. The body has deliberately exaggerated muscles and bones, giving it an ominous look. Wylan looked at this place and already had the result in his mind. These should be the 2 low-level stone ghosts whose souls were told to him by the guidance of fate. When Angus got within 100 meters of the gargoyles, the surroundings lit up. The 2 gargoyles woke up from their slumber, loosened their bodies, and made sounds that echoed in the sealed hall. Dread noticed the movement and stood in front of Angus, watching the 2 gargoyles warily. Migos picked up Varen and put it behind him, staring ahead with solemn eyes. In less than a minute, the two gargoyles came to life and landed 30 meters away from everyone. Their scarlet eyes stared at everyone, creating a great sense of oppression. For Angus, Dread, and Migos, this pressure had little effect. But for Wylan, if Migos hadn't protected him, he would probably have fallen to the ground. Howl! A larger gargoyle made a sound, and the hoarse voice echoed in everyone's ears. Hearing this, Angus' heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The treasure of the Pirate King was not so easy to get. Even if they took a trick to reach the final destination, this last barrier had to rely on their own strength. With his eyes, he signaled Migos to protect Wylan. Angus and Dread were ready to strike first. Taking advantage was the most important thing. The next moment, before the two of them took action, the smaller gargoyle said in a hoarse voice, "Command." When Angus and others heard this common language, they were still confused. To put it bluntly, they are just a group of thieves. How could they know the password? Just as the two were about to start, Wylan stood up from behind Migos, walked to his father with difficulty and said, "The glory of the Seven Kings." "The password is correct," the two gargoyles said at the same time, then retreated to the front of the stone gate, and their bodies turned into stone again. Two gems emerged from the gargoyles' bodies, entwined with each other in the air, and finally merged into the stone gate. Under the gaze of everyone, the stone door was opened, revealing a fantasy passage. "Let's go." The four people passed through the passage one after another and entered the demiplane. When Wylan opened his eyes, there was no glorious hall or glittering gold coins. Instead, there was a deserted place. He almost thought he had come to the wrong place. There are many unnamed plants around, and they all look half dead. It seems that the stone gate outside has blocked the connection between this demiplane and the outside world. It has not been opened for thousands of years. There is no external magic energy to replenish it. The internal magic energy is constantly being consumed, and finally it looks like this. Angus came to a large bare tree and touched the trunk with his hands. He could feel the vitality inside. This state should be a way for these higher plants to save their lives. However, he was a little confused. This demiplane had not been opened for 3,000 years, and the surrounding plants were actually alive and seemed to be living in harmony. You must know that the competition between plants is very cruel. In order to survive, they will 100% rob other plants of their nutrients. But here there is no such phenomenon. No matter the size of the plants, they are full of vitality, waiting for the day they wake up again. "Migos, you stay here and protect Varen, while Dread and I go take a look around." "Yes, Lord Angus," Migos said in a deep voice. Afterwards, Angus and Dread each chose a direction, flew into the air, and went to investigate this demiplane. After more than an hour, both of them returned to the entrance very excited. "Father, how is the situation?" Wylan stepped forward and asked with concern. "This demiplane covers more than 3,000 square kilometers and has more than 200 precious plants, all of which are alive. The most important thing is the mother tree of life located in the center of this demiplane." Angus was very excited and beaming. He explained to Wylan, "It is rumored that the Pirate King once attacked the Moon Elf Kingdom and took away a mother tree of life. I didn't expect this rumor to be true." After hearing this, Wylan suddenly realized and said, "This explains why the plants here live in harmony. It is all because of the mother tree of life that this place has been completely preserved." "He is indeed my son." Angus was very excited, but he was not as calm as before. "Tell me, whatever you want this time, as long as I can give it to you, I promise to get it for you." Seeing Angus's expression, Wylan couldn't help but said with some evil in his heart, "Father, if I ask you to get me a princess, you can do it." "This is a bit difficult. Several of His Majesty's daughters are married. It seems that he has several granddaughters. Give me a few years and I can help you get them." Angus thought carefully and gave the answer. "Hey, it doesn't matter if you're not a princess, but you have to have a personality like my mother." For some reason, the silver-haired girl suddenly appeared in Wylan's mind, and he didn't know where she was now. "You have a beautiful idea." Speaking of his wife, Angus was very proud. His old father had the foresight, but he just didn't know how to get the Duke of Moravia to marry his daughter to him. "I will try my best to help you find a virtuous, and capable fiancé. Then it's settled." Migos and Dread watched the exchange between father and son, making themselves temporarily deaf and blind. forgetting this secret exchange. During this period, I want to establish contact with this demiplane here. Angus touched Varen's head, turned to Migos and Dread, and said, "The affairs of Chris Province are let the three of you and Indek handle it first. Integrate the noble armies, and prepare for the attack by the Bahio Kingdom's expeditionary force and the northern army of the Principality of Borgen." Also, at this point, Angus glanced at Wylan and then added, "This guy recruits talents. You two should help him, but don't use excessive methods." "Yes, my lord, the two of them replied. Afterwards, Varen said goodbye to his father, left this place with Migos and Dread, and returned to the surface. Seeing the two people leaving, Angus did not take action, but was thinking about what gift to prepare for Syard. "I originally wanted to give a very small part of the treasure trove as a gift to the other party, but it is definitely not appropriate now." After much thought, Angus prepared to give Syard Silvis 3 golden apples as a gift. Since the golden apple tree was transplanted to the White Rock plantation, under the careful care of my fourth uncle, it has adapted to the new environment and started to bear fruit half a year ago. Only 12 can be produced in 10 years, which can greatly improve the cultivation talent. In Angus's view, this is already considered a great gift. Arriving outside the palace, Migos and Dread looked at the rainy weather and were in a good mood. In the next few decades, with this treasure house of plants, the Akers family will definitely increase in strength, and they and their family members will also benefit from the extra cultivation resources. Master Wylan, you can move freely during this period, and Indek will be by your side to protect you. Dread and I need to train the surrounding noble armies and coordinate other expeditionary forces in the Chris province. It's okay, you go ahead, I'm just going to take care of some things. It would take a long time for his old father to establish contact with the demiplane, so he had to complete what he promised to the 3 earls himself. But that's fine, just treat it like traveling to other places. The next day, Wylan selected a large brigade and the flag guard squadron of the 3rd Battalion, took Kyle and Indek and the 3 earls, and left Bayi City to go to Bayi territory, which is 120 kilometers away from here. Bayi territory is guarded by the 3rd Battalion of the Rodent Legion. The battalion commander is named Crick Rodent, a golden mid-level knight over 80 years old, a member of the Rodent family's collateral branch, and currently loyal to Sigrid Rodent, the 7th daughter of the Rodent Marquis. After listening to Kyle's report, Wylan roughly understood the basic situation of Bayi territory. The Rodent family, a Marquis family, has 3 branches, a typical strong trunk and weak branches. The earls of the 3 branches are all controlled by the main family, and the inheritance of the earl title is largely determined by the will of the main family. The inheritance method of the family title also conforms to the rules of the nobles in this world. The heirs fight each other, and the winner takes all. The loser either leaves the family to be self-reliant or is loyal to the heir and never betrays. In contrast, the title inheritance model of the X family is an outlier in the inheritance rules of the nobility of the Kingdom of Ilia. Because the family members are united and work together to face the outside world, they abide by the ancestral teachings of the first generation of Eagle Earl and implement them meticulously for more than 700 years. This model cannot be learned by other families. In Bayi City, Crick Rodent received an invitation from Varen to visit. He was a little confused, but he still ordered people to prepare and entertain him. 8 days ago, he had received the military order from the headquarters. Starting half a month ago, he had been under the command of Angus, the commander of the Aix Legion. 2 days later, Crick, along with a group of his subordinates and Confederate generals, waited at the gate of the city. Varen asked the troops to stop 100 meters away and led Indek and Kyle forward, bowing slightly and smiling. "This is your first visit, Sir Crick." "Don't mind." "Welcome, General Varen." Crick Rodent returned the greeting. "General, this is a very affectionate title. Please come in." At the invitation of Crick, Varen and his party entered Bayi City. In the evening, a banquet was held in the city lord's palace. Many generals of the Southern Army wore formal attires and attended the banquet to appear in front of the boss's son. For this communication, Wylan was very handy and got to know some nobles from the Southern Army who wanted to make progress. Many of them wanted to offer their wealth and only asked Wylan to speak a few more words for them in front of his father. Wylan righteously refused this corrupt behavior, but promised to help them put in a good word in front of his father. Therefore, Wylan's reputation rose rapidly in the hearts of the aristocratic children of the Southern Army in Bai City. The rumors coming out of Hoi City must be caused by traitors who want the Northern Army, a noble said to his friend in a medium voice. I also think so. How could a noble person like Mr. Wylan do such a thing that damages his reputation? It must be the slander of those traitors. These people should be sent to the stake and confess their sins to the goddess of life. Sin, the young nobleman echoed. Crick picked up a glass of wine and listened to everyone's conversation. He looked calm on the surface, but secretly he was surprised. Just as he thought, the direct descendants of the great nobles were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. With a few tricks, they could change the direction of the situation. By comparison, he found that the person he was loyal to, Sigrid Rodent, also had many similarities. No, you can't have such delusional thoughts. This is disrespectful to adults. Creek shook his head and threw these sinful thoughts out of his mind. After the banquet, Varen visited Creek alone. General Varen, please take a seat. Creek invited the other party to take a seat and asked the attendant to serve tea, and then went out to guard and not allow anyone to come in. Wylan picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said, Mr. Creek, I have a business to discuss with you. Please make it clear, General. Unknowingly, Creek had put himself in a lower position, serving the other party like a subordinate. Earl Bai begged me, hoping to take back the ownership of Bai territory. Wylan observed the change in his facial expression and said unhurriedly, there are also 2 other earls who border the Bai territory and are stationed there. The troops are all affiliated with the Rodent Corps and are all acquainted with you. For each territory they take back, they are willing to pay a ransom worth 3 million gold coins. I will only take 500,000 gold coins as an introduction fee, and the remaining 2.5 million gold coins will be given to you. General Wylan, what you said is true. When Creek heard the amount of money, he stood up suddenly and stared at Wylan with shining eyes. Of course, Lord Crick makes your choice. Wylan looked at him with a smile. Creek realized that he had lost his temper, sat down again, and said apologetically, I am willing to make this deal, but I hope you will not tell the garrison generals in the other 2 cities and let me negotiate with them. Of course, since I came to see the general, I naturally took a fancy to the general's character. Wylan opened his eyes and lied. Although he only got Creek's information halfway, it did not prevent him from flattering him. If a beggar had said this, Creek would have dismissed it, but as the heir of the Earl of Eagle, what he said was very useful to him. After chatting for a few more words, Wylan said goodbye and left. Creek personally sent him to the city lord's palace and waited until the other party was far away before returning to the city lord's palace. In the carriage, Varen told Kyle what happened, leaving him stunned. Lord, you took half of it, and the other party is so grateful. Isn't this a bit? Ha, this is a means. I believe that when Creek goes to negotiate with the other 2 people, he will also take part of it. Wellen looked at Kyle's expression and explained with a smile, go and knock on that if the 3 earls dare to talk nonsense, there must be a place for them at the front line. Yes, Kyle nodded and replied. Wylan always lamented that by seizing the power and relying on the mountains, under the general trend, just saying a few words can harvest countless wealth. I remember that when I left the Eagle territory to pioneer. My father only gave me wealth worth 300,000 gold coins, the family rules specified by the first generation of Earl Eagle. Favoring a child is like killing a child. A small amount of money and wealth can stimulate the children's desire to explore. Giving too much money and materials will make them lazy and unenterprising. Over the years, the Akers family has also had ancestors who failed to develop and lost their lives. As long as someone dies in the hands of monsters or natural disasters during their pioneering activities, the family will only send people to collect the bones and ignore them. If someone dies in a conspiracy, the family will do their best to avenge him. The most typical example is the Hacks family. Even though the other party is a marquis family, the X family has been hostile to the other party for hundreds of years in order to seek revenge. With this example in front of them, most families in the kingdom of Ilia will treat the pioneers of the X family with a friendly face and try to avoid conflicts. Even if there are misunderstandings, they will be resolved in the shortest time to avoid retaliation from the other party. Few years ago, with the curse mask incident as the trigger and the family behind the scenes as a pusher, the other party was finally overthrown. The whole family was placed under house arrest in the capital, and the foundation was dug up. If they want to revive in the future, it will be impossible unless the X family dies. In the next few days, Wyland took his close enemies to travel around Bay City. Cousin Creek, thank you for giving us brothers this opportunity to make a fortune. The two bald heads stood up and saluted Creek, their tone full of gratitude. No matter what we fight for, it's still status and wealth, Creek said kindly with a smile on his face. Seeing this, the older brother was very moved. I think 1 million gold coins is too much wealth. Why don't we just take 500? 000. Seeing this, Creek said hurriedly, that won't do. After all, this is your hard work fee. I have already taken 500,000 gold coins, which is enough. Or do you not intend to recognize me as your cousin? Hearing the change in the other party's tone, the two brothers saluted again and said, Cousin Creek, if you need us brothers in the future, just tell us directly. We will never refuse within our ability. Come on, drink, don't say such unfamiliar words. Creek was very happy and said kindly. The next day, just after dawn, Creek declined the two people's retention and went to another earldom. He did the same thing and gained money, wealth, and favors, and was in a good mood. As for whether Wyland would use the same method to deal with him, Creek was tactful and did not explore it. If there was money to be made, he would not pursue these unpleasant things. A few days later, the three earls took out the corresponding value of wealth from their hidden treasure houses and handed it to Wyland to complete this transaction. You three keep your promises, and I won't let you down. Wyland handed over 3 command documents from the headquarters, looked at the wealth not far away, and said with a smile. The three opened the document, which was an appointment letter, which recorded their new positions in the Southern Army. Next, they only needed to recruit enough troops, and they would be considered a member of the 3rd Prince's camp. Thank you for your help, sir. We are grateful. Okay, you can go to receive your own territory. I have already solved the local garrison general for you. Just go and receive it. Sir, we say goodbye. The 3 earls saluted again and turned to leave. This transaction consumed 1/10 of the wealth accumulated in the family's secret vault, but it was all worth it. Based on their latest judgment of the strength of the Ilia Kingdom Expeditionary Force, the 3rd Prince is most likely to inherit the position of the Grand Duke. Although they are all earls, the 3 of them are also quite different from the Hengens family of Count Ikalin of Fireleaf. If the territory of these 3 people is close to the sea, Wyland will at least triple or quadruple the price. Otherwise, it would be unworthy for him to write an official document to the headquarters in the name of his father. Kyle, take 7.5 million gold coins and send them to Creek. Indek, you take 15 million gold coins, exchange them for gold coins, and distribute them to the 15,000 soldiers who followed us to fight. Take an extra share for those who died in the battle. You will preside over it after you return. In addition, take another 10 million gold coins and send them to my father. Indek beat his chest and saluted, saying, Master Wyland, I thank you for your kindness on their behalf. This money is earned by everyone, and everyone has a share. Wyland waved his hand and said nonchalantly, looking at the young man in front of him, he really has the demeanor of a master. In other words, the rewards given to the army by the Earls of Eagle in the past generations are obvious to all, so that although the army led by the Eagle is not the most capable, it must be the most loyal. Even a soldier at the lowest level of the Eagle territory knows who he is loyal to. Wyland was very pleased with Indek's appreciation. How did his father get his title? It was earned by the Eagle Territory's army who dared to fight and sacrifice tens of thousands of lives. Back then, the war between the Kingdom of Ilia and the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. His father's title of the Destroyer of the Dwarf Bora Legion was earned by the death of 30,000 regular soldiers of the Eagle Territory, and the remaining 20,000 people were injured. That year, the X family had a total of 100,000 troops participating in the war, and the Eagle Earl's lineage sent 50,000 troops. Even with such a large loss, it did not change the Eagle territory's millions of people's determination to believe in the X family. A few days later, Wylan returned to Bay City with his men, teaching Kyle to practice while continuing to practice Two Flowers Bloom. On February 3, the battle to attack the capital of the Duke of Borderland officially began. It was also a battle that determined the early advantages of this dispute. Both sides invested their own troops, rather than cannon fodder formed by the nobles of the Duke of Borderland. In the southern part of the Nandeshalan province near Bay City, more and more expeditionary forces of the Kingdom of Bashio were mobilized to attack the province of Chris and ease the pressure on the battlefield of the capital of the Duke of Borderland. With the two experienced generals, Drade and Migos, several small raids were beaten back, making the opposing commander more cautious. When he learned that the other commander was Angus Shank Zirik, the commander in charge of controlling the northern army of the Nandeshalan province and the 100,000 expeditionary forces of the Kingdom of Bashio, the contemporary patriarch of the Zirik family and the Marquis of Zirik became very cautious. As for the reason for caution, it was the name of Angus, the god of war, which forced him to use his troops carefully to avoid falling into the trap set by the other side. "Father, please give me another army. I want to fight back to Bay City." Heloise stood up and looked at her father, saying coldly. Shank turned to look at his daughter. Since she abandoned the city and fled back to him last time, she no longer had the kind smile of the past and looked cold all day long. "Heloise, failure is not terrible. This time, follow your father and learn first," Shank Zirik comforted softly. "Father, I want revenge." Heloise clenched her fists, stared at her father, and said word by word. "No." Shank refused again. His tone was unquestionable, causing the other generals in the tent to lower their heads, not daring to look at the faces of the father and daughter. After a few minutes of stalemate, Shank turned to look at his other son and said coldly, "Zenos, hand over 1 battalion of your troops to Heloise." "Yes, yes, father." Zeno stood up and answered with his head down, clenching his fists and suppressing his anger. "Without my order, no troops may be mobilized without authorization." "Yes," everyone answered. Zenos looked at Heloise's back as she left, and his teeth were itching with hatred. He returned to his tent and smashed everything he could. But his anger still did not subside at all. That damn bitch just had a good mother and the Pradek family as a backer, so the damn old man was on her side, and the group of elders also let her go. Why didn't I get a little attention even though I worked so hard, just because my mother was only from a Count family? Just because that damned woman Heloise said she wanted revenge, that old man gave her half of his own troops. Why didn't he give his own troops to that damned woman? Zenos knelt on the ground, broke down and cried, not knowing why the world would treat him like this. On the other hand, Heloise took over the battalion from her brother, immediately dismissed all officers, drove them all out, and then took out 100 people from the 300 guards and took control of the troops in the shortest time. "Father," after 2 months, Angus finally came out of the underground treasure house. Looking at his father's rosy face, he must have completed the connection with the half-plane. "Father is in a good mood today. Let me check how you are practicing first." Angus's irritable heart has nowhere to go, picked up Wylan and went straight to the training ground. After a loving teaching, the energy that had nowhere to vent was released. Wylan lay on the ground, looking at the avatar that was beaten up and touched his face. Fortunately, his practice has improved, otherwise he would be beaten. Seeing his father stop, Wylan took back the avatar. In the hall of the city lord's mansion, Angus sat in the first seat, listening to the reports of Dredd and Migos. Wylan sat aside, eating cakes, drinking tea, and studying silently. "My lord, the war in the capital of Duke Borderland is at a stalemate, with no obvious progress. According to the intelligence sent back by Lord Simon, the Southern Army suffered 150,000 casualties in the 2-month siege battle. The Expeditionary Army was killed and 30,000 injured. Among them, 33 gold professionals died, more than 700 silver professionals died, and the noble army from the central province of Duke Borderland who defected halfway was basically exhausted. 6 earls died. There were more than 30 barons and viscounts under the Grand Duke. In total, more than 80 nobles in other categories died, leaving a large area of unowned land in the central region. Angus tapped the table with his fingers and said, "Our Highness Alan has started to take action. Otherwise, after winning the Grand Duke's throne, there will not be so much land to be distributed to so many generals who have followed him for many years." Hearing his father's words, Wyland's heart did not change, and he continued to eat melons. If he were in the position of the third prince, he would probably do more ruthlessly than him. Not only would he clear out all the nobles who defected halfway, but even those who were half-hearted would not be able to escape. They would all be cleared out in this war. "Sir, should we continue with our plan?" Migos looked at Angus and asked. "Continue. The primary purpose of this war is to push Simon up, seize the title of an earl, and allow the branch of the X family to grow in the Principality of Borderland." Angus did not hesitate at all and asked Migos to continue according to the plan. There is a huge gap between the earls of the Principality and the earls of the kingdom. In terms of land area, the Earl of the Kingdom of Ilia needs to have at least 25,000 square kilometers of land, a population of no less than 500,000, and a standing combat force of no less than 10,000. In contrast, an Earl of the Principality of Borderland only needs 3,000 square kilometers of land, and the population does not matter. As long as there is a qualified army, it doesn't matter whether you hire adventurers or borrow other people's troops to make up the number. Of course, taxes are indispensable, otherwise the title will also face the risk of being deprived. In other words, the Earl title of the Principality is not as good as the Viscount title of the kingdom, which is the consensus of all countries. In some principalities, some barons and viscounts will grant a knight title and a manor village to powerful professionals in exchange for the other party's military support. According to Wyland's understanding of the aristocratic system of neighboring countries, no matter what political system is implemented in the kingdom, there is one thing in common, that is, all noble titles in the country must be granted by the royal family, and the object of loyalty must be the king. Other nobles are not qualified to grant lower nobles. The implementation of this rule is on the one hand to ensure the combat effectiveness of the nobles, and on the other hand to strengthen the authority of the royal family. For the Principality, there is no such rule. The two levels of Marquis and Earl titles are granted by the Grand Duke. Baron and Viscount are granted by Earls and Marquises, and can also be granted by the Grand Duke. As for the lower level of Knight title, all nobles can grant it. If some families have strength, they will not enfeoff lower nobles. No one will do such foolish things as weakening themselves. If there is military support. Then Dredd continued to report. "My lord, the province of Chris currently has 200,000 troops of the Southern Army and 80,000 expeditionary troops, including 45,000 of the X-Corps, 12,000 of the 3 battalions of the Rodent Corps, more than 7,000 of the 2 battalions of the Simis Corps, 12,000 of the 3 battalions of the 6th Corps, and 4,000 of the 3 battalions of the 3rd Silver Knights. What is the specific strength of the 200,000 Southern Army?" Angus looked at Dredd and asked in a deep voice. Seeing this, Dredd replied helplessly. "According to my statistics, there are 35 gold professionals, 326 silver professionals, 328 bronze professionals, and more than 60,000 apprentices, of which 80% are low-level apprentices, and the remaining 130,000 are all ordinary people with no strength. This is the result of my training for 2 months. To put it bluntly, if I and Lord Migos join forces, with 10,000 standing troops led by eagles, we can slaughter all these southern troops." Angus has a deep understanding of Dredd's complaints. Compared with the Southern Army under the command of the headquarters, the Southern Army in Chris Province is really a group of cannon fodder. What are so many ordinary men doing? Are they just delivering food to the other side? 200,000 Southern troops are selected to extract the elite, with 5,000 people in a battalion and trained 12. The other troops are reorganized into 1,000-man teams and sent to the back to farm. In name, the combat sequence of the Southern Army is still maintained. This plan is the best for the current situation. A large part of this group of people were recruited from the southern province of the Principality of Borderland. Disbanding them on the spot would cause a series of public security problems. It would be better to make use of them and let them farm. In the next month, the border between Kris province and Nandeshalan province was peaceful. Shank Zirik was cautious and sent small troops to test the other side step by step. Angus struck hard and ate the bait released by the other side at a very fast speed. The two sides persisted for a while. When Delayed finished refining the 200,000 southern troops, it was time for Angus to show his power. The weather was getting warmer and warmer. Wylin took Kyle to search for talents everywhere in Kris province. As long as they were interested, they basically visited them, persuaded them with power and money, and basically no one did not cooperate. In addition, more than 20 young women who were capable, good-looking, strong, and willing to sacrifice themselves for the family were gathered. For the group of single dogs in the territory, he was really worried. In early April, Wylin returned to Bayi City. Returned to the military camp, put on his armor again, went to the front line, and prepared to counterattack the southern Deshelin province. In the camp outside Bayi City, 56 gold-level professionals stood on both sides of the big tent, looking forward, waiting for Angus to give orders. Wylin stood in the third position on the left, looking at the detailed map not far away, and then looked at his father, wondering how he was going to counterattack this time. There are more than 100,000 expeditionary forces of the Kingdom of Bashio and more than 200,000 troops of the Northern Army in the Nan Deshelin province, and they are still sending reinforcements in a steady stream, trying to use the province of Kris as a breakthrough. Point and attack the province of Borderland from the right wing. This time we need to eliminate part of the expeditionary forces of the Kingdom of Bashio, make them feel afraid, and destroy their confidence in going south. After explaining the specific reasons, Angus began to issue specific combat orders. At the beginning of the counterattack, several small troops harassed the surrounding areas of Nan Deshelin, consuming the active forces of the Kingdom of Bashio's expeditionary forces and forcing the other side to assemble. Angus led 100,000 troops to press forward from the front, seeking a frontal decisive battle to solve the problem once and for all. On the front battlefield, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, their Ilia kingdom has always won more than lost, which is their proud, glorious achievement. 3 days later, Wylin led the 3rd Battalion out of Bayi City, crossed the border between Kris province and Nan Deshelin province, and entered an unknown place. Dread flew into the air, took out the map, compared one by one, and finally determined their current location. My lord, according to the information provided by those adventurers, there is a northern military camp 20 kilometers west of here, with about 800 people, and the highest strength is a silver mid-level warrior. Then take them first. Wylin was a little eager to try and said to Dread, all troops listen to the order, the target is west, and move forward at full speed. Dread nodded and immediately gave the order. The 3rd Battalion now has only more than 700 people. Compared with the beginning of the war, more than 200 people have died in a foreign country. In less than an hour, they arrived at the outskirts of the town. This distance is not even a warm-up for them. A captain led his men to take the lead, displaying combat skills, destroying the gate and the wall directly, and killing dozens of Northern Army soldiers guarding the place. Gold warrior, a dozen silver warriors, more than 400 battle-hardened soldiers, 800 Northern Army troops, and a dilapidated castle were destroyed without causing any waves. Half an hour later, a dozen nobles were brought to Wylin and knelt on the ground. Who is the lord of this place? Several people looked at each other, and one of the men with higher status said, Respected sir, Baron Suck has resisted stubbornly and has been killed by your brave warriors. I am his younger brother Baker. In order to repay your losses, we are willing to offer 6,000 gold coins and pray for your forgiveness. Looking at this group of spineless people, Wylin was not interested. After getting the money, he led the army to the next place. It was not until all the people in the 3rd Battalion left that Baker and several other nobles got up from the ground. Alas! Unforeseen disaster, unforeseen disaster. Lord Baker, Lord Suck is dead. You have to shoulder the glory of the Messoon family. One person stepped forward and said, his tone was full of sorrow. In less than a year, their Messoon family has changed 2 barons, and it will be the 3rd one soon. When will this turmoil end? When he heard that he would inherit the baron title, Baker was so scared that he sat on the ground and pleaded with the people around him. My brother has descendants, I can't. Uncle, only you can shoulder this responsibility. 2 teenagers aged 11 or 12 knelt beside Baker and burst into tears. The once popular cake has become a hot potato. No one knows that the territory of their Messoon family will usher in another change. And a baron will be involved. When the Grand Duke was still alive, although their Messoon family was only a baronial family, they at least had a territory of more than 100 square kilometers, a castle, a town, 11 villages, 150 guards, a population of more than 6,000 people, and a treasury full of gold and silver coins, which was considered wealthy. However, since the unrest began, in less than a year, the town of Methuen has changed its flag 5 or 6 times. His father and eldest brother died in the war, and the wealth accumulated by 5 or 6 generations was forced to be used for atonement. Although the treasury was not empty enough to starve to death, it was no longer as full as before. Most of the population in the territory was lost, and no free people were left. This time another 6,000 gold coins were taken out, which really hurt his bones. After mutual shirking, Baker was finally put on the position of baron. Looking at the dilapidated castle, Baker didn't know when he would be beheaded, whether he would die at the hands of the Northern Army or the Southern Army. In half a month, Wylan led the 3rd Battalion, with the assistance of Drade, to wipe out 13 Northern Army garrisons and 3 Expeditionary Army garrisons, killing 1 gold warrior, 43 silver professionals, more than 500 bronze professionals, and more than 10,000 ordinary soldiers. I didn't expect that by clearing the garrison troops, I could also harvest the head of a gold warrior, which was really a great profit. Although it was Drade who killed him, as his nominal subordinate, the merit was naturally counted on his head. By a river, soldiers who had fought for several days took turns to take off their sticky armor and went into the river to wash the stains on their bodies. Wylan and Kyle leaned against a big tree, watching the clear river water being dyed blood red, silently praying to the goddess of life in their hearts, and then ignored it. My lord, this time we harvested a total of 30,000 gold coins, 110,000 silver coins, and other kinds of items, totaling 80,000 gold coins. It seems that this area has been repeatedly plundered several times, and there are not many valuable things left. Looking back on what I have seen and heard in the past 10 days, the poverty of the border area between Nandeshalan Province and Chris Province is beyond imagination. A large number of people have fled, and corpses eaten by wild beasts can be seen everywhere on the roadside. The dispute between the 2 kingdoms will eventually need the Principality of Bogonghen to pay for it. At this time, a sound came from a distance. Within Wylan's sight, a hill 5 or 6 kilometers away was directly flattened. The accompanying waves spread to the surroundings. Dredd stood in front of Wylan and slashed the void to eliminate the aftermath of the dispute. The soldiers who washed in the river immediately climbed ashore and quickly put on their clothes and armor. That seems to be Migos. Wylan turned his head and looked at Dredd, asking in shock. Yes, it is indeed the figure of Lord Migos. Dredd nodded and replied, looking at the distance vigilantly, the one who can fight him is probably a soul-level strongman with 3 soul rings. 3 soul rings, which means that Migos has integrated the 3 combat skills he has learned into his own soul, turning them into physical instincts, and can be used at will without releasing them in a specific way. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. A few minutes later, Migos chased the other party and left the place, leaving a mess in the distance. Although Dredd wanted to go forward to check the situation, Wylan's safety was very important. Now he was in the enemy-controlled area. If someone attacked him, he would be ashamed of the master's trust in him. Not long after, a blue falcon appeared in the sky, circled a few times, locked the traces of Wylan and his party, and quickly landed, standing on Dread's shoulder, and spit out the small wooden box in his stomach. Open the wooden box and take out the note. My lord, the master asked you to stop hunting the strongholds of the Northern Army and the expeditionary force and rush to the White Fish Plain. Dread lit the note and said to Wylan, I think the commander's combat intention has been successful in the past half-month. The main force of the Bashio Kingdom expeditionary force should be gathered on the White Fish Plain. Wylan was in a very good mood and said to the people around him, on the White Fish Plain, two major military groups and hundreds of thousands of troops confronted each other. In the past half-month, there has been no major war. There have been 13 small-scale battles, with 10 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, which greatly boosted morale. Many nobles of the Principality of Bogonghan are increasingly convinced of Angus, not only because of his strength, but also because of his command ability. An excellent commander can lead them to victory, and no one does not want such a person to be their boss. In contrast, in the expeditionary camp of the Kingdom of Bashio, Shabak Zirik was furious, which simply embarrassed him. He scolded his subordinates loudly, completely lacking the noble style of the past. Sinos was very happy to see the old man's loss of composure, but on the surface he had to pretend to be educated. Father, what should we do next? Heloise asked when she saw that Shabak's anger was slightly less. Pass the order down. If the other party calls for a fight again, we will ignore it and wait until Maidenko comes back. Yes, sir. Everyone took the order and withdrew one after another. Back to the tent, Sinos asked the guards to guard the door and not allow anyone to enter. Inside the tent, a young warrior looked at Sinos, immediately stood up, beat his chest and saluted, and took out a wooden box and put it on the low table. Master, this is the reward from the other party. Sinos opened the wooden box, which contained 3 white and red heart fruits. The purple light made Sinos very excited. He had never enjoyed this kind of treasure that could help the Golden Knight break through. In order to retaliate against the old man's partiality, he sold the news he heard by chance to the other side through his loyal subordinate. Now that they sent the reward, it means that the old man's plan has failed, which is really gratifying. Putting the 3 white and red heart fruits into the space ring of only 1 cubic meter, Sinos felt a sense of crisis. Master, the other party asked his subordinates to tell you that, as long as you have other news, you can go to trade at any time, and the reward is also very generous, the young warrior said respectfully. Known, how many years have you been with me? When the young warrior heard this, he understood something in his heart, but he did not blame Sinos. He bowed his head and replied, 6 years, master. Without you, my family would starve to death in the slums. 6 years, so many years have passed in a flash. Sinos looked at the other party, his eyes revealing reluctance, but in order to prevent the matter from being exposed, he had to do this. As long as I live one day, your family will no longer starve. Your 2 sons are talented, and I will also train them as confidants. He did not show up, and the other party did not know who he was, but the other party must know the appearance of his subordinates. This kind of thing cannot be discovered, otherwise he will die miserably. Thank you, master. After the young warrior finished speaking, he drew out the dagger without the slightest hesitation, stabbed towards his chest, pierced his heart. His body gradually became weak, knelt on the ground, and his eyes gradually lost their light. Sinos looked at the other party, silent for a long time, and finally picked up the other party, put him on the open ground, lit him with fire, and covered him with fighting spirit to prevent the smell from emitting. Half an hour later, Sinos found a wooden box, put the ashes in it, and put it into the space ring. He had dedicated something to himself, so he had to fulfill his promise, support his family, and bring him home. 2 days later, Medenko broke his arm and returned to the barracks alone, and in a very embarrassed state. As for the 10 high-level gold warriors he took out, none of them survived and all died. So far, the raiding team set up by Shank has gone bankrupt and dared not think about it anymore. In the following time, the armies of both sides continued to gather at the Whitefish Plain, and the date of this local decisive battle was getting closer and closer. In early May, it was a rainy day. On the Whitefish Plain, Angus led 130,000 troops to fight against Shank's 180,000 troops. On dozens of square kilometers of land, the two sides formed hundreds of thousand-man military formations and fought head-on. In the Central Army, Wylan, as the commander of the 6th to 9th military formations on the left wing, followed the commander's order and moved forward step by step. Hundreds of energy balls intertwined in the air and hit the camps of both sides. Most of them were blocked by the Golden Warriors, and a few were left in the army formation, causing hundreds of deaths. Compared with the panic in the Shank army, Angus's army moved forward in an orderly manner. After an unknown period of time, a thunderclap appeared in the sky, and the order for both sides to attack was issued. The front army of 20 army formations, more than 20,000 people, followed their superiors, ran and attacked the other side. Even if their compatriots fell under the feather arrows, they would not have any emotional fluctuations in their hearts, and only the enemy in front of them would be in their eyes. Hundreds of war priests prayed, and the war encouragement covered more than 40,000 people in the front army. With Shank's order, they began to move forward to fight. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, fighting spirit overflowed, and from time to time soldiers were thrown into the sky, turning into blood mist, adding a touch of blood color to the gloomy sky. Outside the army formation, it was the place where the knights of both sides competed. Fast movement speed and strong explosive power are the trump cards in the hands of the commanders of both sides, and they can often achieve unexpected combat intentions. Under the rain, the front army fought for more than 3 hours, and the blood accompanied by rain dyed the center of the white fish plain red. Letting the raindrops fall on the helmet, Wylan looked at the battlefield in front through the visor. This was the first time he had a direct experience of the two armies fighting head-on, fighting at all costs, and not retreating without military orders. Dozens of collapsed soldiers came towards the Central Army. Wylan watched this scene and ordered his subordinates to step forward and strangle the fleeing soldiers. In addition to being the second wave of troops to fight, the Central Army also served as the Front Army's supervisory team. After an unknown amount of time, Wylan heard the order to attack. This time Wylan did not ride the red phosphorus horse, but stood in front of the army, drew his knight's sword, and led his troops to attack. The Central Army of 30,000 people went up, stepping on blood and corpses, and fought with the enemy. Seeing this, Shank also sent his own Central Army of 50,000 people to continue the confrontation with the other side, to see whose army was more elite. After more than 4 hours, Wylan felt numb. He didn't know how many enemy soldiers died in his hands. 2 gold warriors wanted to attack him, but they were taken away by Dread with a sword. The 2 heads were naturally hung on his waist and became his trophies. As for the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, they had long been scattered to where they were. There were only more than 60 soldiers of the Flag Guard Squadron left by his side. This battle lasted from morning to evening. There were basically few people alive among the more than 20,000 front troops. They either died in the hands of the enemy or in the hands of their own people. Late at night, lightning flashed through the night sky, and both sides stopped fighting. The ground was softened by blood. Wylan moved his feet, helped up a silver warrior of the Flag Guard Squadron, and led other subordinates to slowly retreat. The moment the signal was raised, it meant a ceasefire, and no one continued to fight. More than 3 hours later, after a night, the dark clouds dispersed, the sun shone brightly, and the logistics personnel of both sides came on the field to carry the corpses, collect the bodies of their own soldiers, and cremate them to prevent them from becoming food for wild beasts and research materials for evil wizards. In the wounded camp, after hundreds of priests' treatment, those with minor injuries have recovered. Those with serious injuries have been saved by life potions and priests' treatment. More than 10,000 wounded soldiers who came down from the battlefield, except for more than a dozen unlucky ones who died on the way back to the camp. No other casualties. In contrast, in the expeditionary camp of the Kingdom of Bashio, the seriously injured soldiers had to commit suicide because of severe pain, and the rest lay flat on the ground, drinking magic potions with almost no healing effect, praying for the protection of the god of war. Except for a few fanatics who believed that death was a return to the kingdom of the god of war, most of the wounded soldiers hoped to survive. not only for themselves, but also for their relatives who were waiting for them to return home in the distance. On the third day after the war, everyone came to the Central Army tent. Looking around, there were fewer people than last time, and I couldn't help feeling a little sad. Under Angus' instruction, Migos began to report the casualties. In this battle, our army deployed 20,000 front troops, 30,000 central troops, 30,000 left-wing troops, and 30,000 right-wing troops, totaling 110,000 troops. In this battle, Earl Kane died, Earl Sulek died. The names of the 7 people he kept repeating were all gold professionals who fell in this battle. They were basically generals of the Principality of Borderland. Only one person belonged to the expeditionary force of the Kingdom of Ilya, a battalion commander of the Simmes Legion, and he had met him once. 836 silver warriors were killed. 126 silver knights were killed, and 16 other silver professionals were killed, totaling 978. 726 people were killed below the silver professional level, and 326 were missing, basically confirmed dead. In addition, 637 were injured, and except for the 16 deaths, most of them survived. This local war, a bloody battle for a day and a night, had casualties of nearly 30%. Everyone understood that many of the soldiers died at the hands of their own people, either killed by the aftermath of the battle between gold professionals, or killed by their comrades by mistake, or died at the hands of their own people while escaping. Due to the chaotic situation on the battlefield, it was impossible to count, and all were calculated according to the number of deaths. According to our statistics in this war, 13 gold professionals died, more than 300 silver professionals died, and more than 63,000 people below silver died. We paid a heavy price, but inflicted greater casualties on the enemy, stabilized our right wing and made the enemy feel scared, and took the initiative to retreat, not daring to have any ideas about Chris Province. Angus's few words dissipated the dark clouds in everyone's hearts. They fought with fewer people and caused twice as many casualties as themselves, proving their bravery. Whelan didn't have such emotions. In this battle, he killed a gold warrior with his own efforts, and with the help of Drade, he killed a gold low-level assassin and a gold mid-level ranger. Not counting other contributions, he can get 9 military exploits in this war alone. In addition, Keen, the general defending Bayi City, a gold mid-level warrior, has 3 military exploits. Clear the border area between the South Deshelin province and the Chris province, where the Bashio Kingdom Expeditionary Force and the Northern Army garrisoned strongholds, and killed a gold warrior, 3 military merits. So far, with the heads of gold professionals, he has already had 15 military merits. It only takes 30 military merits to be promoted to Viscount, and he has completed half of it. Of course, the help of the 3rd Battalion of the X-Corps and Drade is indispensable, otherwise it would be difficult to survive in the fierce battlefield, let alone gain military merits. Thinking of this, Whelan admired his ancestor a little. He climbed from a mere pioneer baron to the position of Eagle Earl in 100 years, single-handedly, and experienced countless lives and deaths, and many enemies became his merits. 5 days later, Shank led the remaining troops to withdraw from the Whitefish Plains and gave up the southern part of the South Deshelin province. For this area, Angus did not send people to take over, but stationed in the Whitefish Plains to hold it. For a time, the small nobles in the southern part of Nan Deshelin province were at a loss as to whether to side with the north or the south. The family that had already died out told them that being neutral would lead to death before anyone else. Before the battle in the capital was decided, Chris province and Nan Deshelin province would have a brief peace. In the next 2 months, Angus trained Whelan to improve his combat ability. In the previous battlefield, he always paid attention to his son. Needless to say, his combat ability was so bad that he wanted to beat him up. It was just right to take advantage of this period of time to train him well, so as not to lose his life on the battlefield in the future. The painful training brought Whelan obvious progress. After the guidance of his old father, not only did Flowers Blooming 2 progress very quickly, but he also got into the 2 combat skills 1 person, 1,000 voices, and restored to the original state. Next, He only needed to practice hard and master these 3 combat skills. On July 1, 9727 of the glorious calendar, more than a year had passed since the start of this war. In the evening in the tent, Wylan sat on the bed, waiting for the guidance of fate. There is an underwater teleportation array 60 kilometers north of Zishi town in the central coastal area of Kris Province, Bogonghan Principality. It can only be teleported by one person. The destination leads to a mysterious cave. Do not communicate with others in the cave, and do not take the initiative to accept anything, otherwise you will never come back. When you successfully come back, you will receive a mysterious reward. What does this mean, listening to this shocking information? Wylan decided to follow his inner thoughts and ignore it. Since I was promoted to the Golden Knight, the 3 times of destiny guidance brought me news. It is very difficult to use the resources behind this information. The underground world gold mine news, the premise is that I must occupy the underground world, at least a part of it, and there must be a strong person in charge, otherwise it is impossible to mine. The treasure house of the underground pirate king in Bai City, with my own strength, I can't even push the stone of the elevator. If it weren't for my father, Migos and Dread's joint efforts, I would have to wait for decades to get this underground treasure house. I have to have a certain strength. This time it is about the news of the mysterious cave. There is no more benefit, but according to his understanding, there must be. As for what it is, I don't know now. The description of danger appeared. For his own life, he chose to give up this confusing opportunity. The last time this happened was the news about the exchange students of Ash Magic Kingdom. There was no hint that time, only this news, which led him to give up the exploration. Maybe there is a son or daughter of destiny among the exchange students, but it doesn't mean anything to him. With so many exchange students, can you find out who is who? Lying on the bed, Wylan began to sleep soundly. The special training during the day exhausted him, a low-level gold knight. If he hadn't been waiting for the guidance of fate, he would have rested long ago. There was no war on the right wing. This peaceful time lasted for half a year, which also meant that the war between the 2 kingdoms around the capital lasted for 8 months. Under Angus' special training, Wylan was able to fight back and forth with the captain of the 3rd Battalion of the Aix Corps. This captain has been in the Gold Warrior stage for 10 years. Although he has been in the low-level gold due to his talent, his combat ability has been recognized by his father. Wylan was very satisfied to be able to tie with the opponent, and Angus was also satisfied. Finally, he didn't waste his time and energy. On the other hand, Kyle has grown into a high-level silver knight under the guidance of Dread, and all kinds of combat skills have been mastered. Perhaps for his own face, or out of love for talent, Angus rewarded Kyle with a red phosphorus horse. In the middle of November in the glorious year 9727, all the generals were invited to the central tent for a meeting. Wylan entered the tent, stood at his position, and observed the expressions of others, which was somewhat serious. Most people had a premonition that the short-lived peace was about to end, and war might start again. Angus entered the battle, sat down at the first seat, looked around, and after seeing that all the generals were present, he signaled Migos to start reading the military orders of the headquarters. On November 8, 9727 of the glorious calendar, under the command of Commander Cirid Silves, the capital of the Principality of Bogonghan was recaptured. More than 30,000 people from the Bashio Kingdom Expeditionary Force and 150,000 people from the Northern Army were captured, and 2 earls from the Bashio Kingdom were beheaded and 6 earls were captured. This was a great victory. The headquarters ordered that Angus be appointed as the acting governor of the Nan Deshelin province and the Kris province. Within 2 months, the Bashio Kingdom Expeditionary Force and the rebels from the Principality of Bogonghan in the 2 provinces must be eliminated. Everyone found that the headquarters had changed the name of the army formed by the eldest Prince Kaya. Before this, they were collectively called the Northern Army, but now they are called rebels. It seems that they have gained a great advantage in the battle of the capital, otherwise they would not have rashly changed the name of the enemy army. After waiting for Migos to finish reading, Angus began to speak. According to the reconnaissance report, the expeditionary force of the Kingdom of Bashio in the South Deshelin province has retreated to the provinces of Risqué and North Deshelen. Now in the South Deshelen province, there are only tens of thousands of rebels from the Principality of Borgonhen and nobles who need to be delisted. I order the 1st Battalion, the 2nd Battalion, the 4th Battalion of the X-Corps. Every time Angus said a number, a general stood up to listen to the order. Most of the troops went directly north and stationed in the northern part of the South Deshelen province. The expeditionary force of the Kingdom of Bascio was willing to give up control of the central and northern regions of the South Deshelen province. Angus would not rush to confront the other party. The other party gave him face, so he naturally would not refute the other party's face. As far as he knew, the war should be over soon, and the two sides began to negotiate slowly to redefine the division of interests between the two kingdoms in the Principality of Borgonhen. The best result is that the Kingdom of Ilia obtains the interests of the central and southern regions of the Principality of Borgonhen. The Kingdom of Bascio remains the same and continues to control the northern region of the Principality of Borgonhen. The worst result is the division, forming two principalities, with the eldest prince and the third prince ascending the throne of the Grand Duke at the same time. Under the care of his old father, Wylin got a good job of arresting rebellious nobles, and he could legitimately go to confiscate the property, but he had to hand over 60% of the harvest. A year ago in Hoy City, he only plundered the city and did not intend to attack the opponent's castle. Now with this order, there are no taboos. The day after the army set out, Wylin could not wait to lead more than 800 soldiers of the 3rd Battalion to the Nandeshalan province to start the journey of confiscation. In the last battle, the 3rd Battalion served as the central army, with more than 700 people participating in the battle, and more than 900 people died. Looking at his subordinates, Wylin said that he had to plunder more, otherwise everyone would get less money. After more than a year of military life, both Wylin and Kyle learned a lot. It would be better if Dredd could be kidnapped back. Unfortunately, this can only be thought about. As his father's guardian knight, he already has someone to be loyal to. There is no special reason. After his eldest brother takes over, he will serve as an assistant. The minister stayed with the new Earl of Eagle. The Chow Chow territory is the territory of the only Countess Chloe Chow among the 6 counts of the South German Sarin province. She is the 3rd daughter of the previous generation of Earl Chow. After a cruel struggle, she finally inherited the title of the Count. Countess Chloe's territory is close to the coast, and she has made a lot of money from maritime trade. She not only has a well-equipped standing army under her command, but also a navy of 3,000 people and more than 200 large and small ships. The entire territory is more than 13,000 square kilometers, of which 6,000 square kilometers are directly under the Earl of Chow Chow. The remaining more than 7,000 square kilometers have been entrusted with 6 viscounts, 23 barons and 89 knights. Territory. In a splendid castle, Countess Chloe was tugging at the letter in her hand, her heart sinking to the bottom. The situation changed so quickly that before she had time to react, the Bahio Kingdom's expeditionary force withdrew from the South Desarin province overnight. When Grand Duke Borgonhen was alive, she was a member of the neutral faction. After the words of the 5th prince, she switched to the camp of the eldest Prince Kaya. As the eldest prince expelled the 3rd prince from the royal capital, she was very grateful for her wise decision. After the Bahio Kingdom's expeditionary force entered the Principality of Borgonhen, she contributed her 2 daughters and retained a certain degree of autonomy in the northern army. She did not need to send troops to fight, but she needed to provide supplies. In Chloe's view, this matter is a sure profit deal. Haha, if you want to take away my title. I am not a lamb to be slaughtered. Chloe tore up the list of expulsions in her hand and handed over to her head maid. Master, a woman wearing a maid outfit came to the study, wearing glasses, putting her hands on her abdomen, bending forward slightly, and saluted Chloe. Lena, go down and mobilize all the troops in the territory, recruit adventurers, and notify my vassals. If you don't want to die, please do it for me. Yes, master. The head maid Lena lowered her head and replied. After the head maid left, Chloe summoned her own rose guard. There were 300 female swordsmen in total. including 3 mid-level silver swordsmen, 10 low-level silver-level swordsmen, and 287 high-level bronze swordsmen. They were her absolute. Even if they are asked to commit suicide now, their confidants will not hesitate at all. 30 years ago, she collected more than 2,000 baby girls, invested a lot of resources, used cruel methods, and used oaths to get these 300 people. In Chloe's eyes, nothing is as important as power. Children, if you die, you can be reborn. Husband, if you don't have it, you can find it again. 30 years ago, Chloe personally killed her 2 daughters and husband because they wanted to snatch her power. In order to prevent Chow Chow from losing, she needs to prepare a retreat in advance and send her wealth abroad. She doesn't trust anyone except her own Rose Guard as an executive candidate. As for why she didn't leave with her wealth in advance and go to the kingdom of Basio, it was because Chloe was unwilling to give up. Why did the third prince just say a word, and she had to give up her territory and the pine tree that she had been running for more than 60 years? Lion Collar. In the South Disarin province, no small nobles encountered along the way were spared, and they were all robbed by Wylan. For those who had a good attitude and voluntarily surrendered, Wylan allowed them to take away 1/10 of their property, go to the seaside, and leave the principality of Bogonghan by boat. Those with bad attitudes were immediately taken into custody, and all of them were imprisoned, handed over to the Southern Army, and escorted back to Beiyacheng to await processing. Along the way, Kyle put what he learned into practice. The surrendered nobles will definitely need escorts when they go to the seaside. They only need to pay a few gold coins to take away their loyal guards. If you have a guard, you need weapons. You only need a few gold coins to buy confiscated weapons. If there are enough people, food will be needed. The journey was long and required various forms of transportation, such as horse-drawn carriages and ox carts. Although most of the nobles surrendered voluntarily, they could not take away many gold coins. This was not because of the lack of wealth, but because the words of Kyle, a profiteer, were very convincing. Passing through more than 20 baron and viscount territories, the wealth in his hands expanded rapidly, but they were all valuable things, such as food, weapons, livestock, cloth, etc., all turned into shiny gold coins. Count Deo, you are a nobleman who knows the current affairs. Lord Varen is joking. I'm just ashamed of betraying His Highness Alan, and now I want to atone for my previous sins. A rich, middle-aged man said with a smile, not feeling sad at all about being expelled from the knighthood. Don't worry, I promise to keep what I say. As long as the nobles surrender, I will let them go unconditionally and take away 1/10 of the wealth. I will never break my promise. My lord, please take a step to speak, Count Dezhou said in a low voice to Varen with a smile on his face. The two came to the side and started talking quietly. Lord Wylan, I have 2 secret treasury, and I am willing to give you 1/3 of it as a gift. I hope you will turn a blind eye and let me take out the things. These things are not included in my wealth, and there is no account book, so there is no need to hand it in, right? Well, it's a bit difficult to handle. You know that my father is the acting governor of the 2 provinces, as his son. Count Deo was not angry and still said with a smile, I am willing to give half of it. The Count is a sensible person, so there is no problem. Thank you for your magnanimity, sir. Count Deo breathed a sigh of relief and thanked the other party. Mutual benefit, Wylan said with a smile, staring at the other person and feeling a little scared. Later, Kyle stepped forward to discuss business with the former Count Deo and earned most of his apparent wealth. Dread did not stop what was happening before him. The more wealth Master Wylan has left in his hands, the more gold coins everyone can get if they go back and divide the money, so why not do it? Although the Count of Dezhou is one of the 6 counts in the southern province of Ceylon, its territory is small, only more than 3,000 square kilometers, and there are not many nobles under its enfeoffment. All the troops were wiped out in the previous war, and there are only a few left. There are more than 1,000 people, more than half of whom are strong men who have been forcibly recruited within half a year, and are not of much use. Now he just wants to leave this place and go to other countries. With his own strength and talent, there is no problem whether he is a wealthy businessman or an official. Although it is not as good as a noble who holds the power of life and death, it is better than being liquidated and hanged by the king. much more. He probably won't come back from this place. If he doesn't take the things away now, will he leave them to those adventurers who are like rats? For the next 5 days, the 3rd Battalion did not leave Dayu City. On the one hand, they were stationed here, waiting for the investigators from the headquarters to investigate and inspect the property. And on the other hand, they were waiting for reinforcements. He got 2 locations from his father. One was Dayu territory, and the other was Songshi territory. According to the information he got, the countess who was crowned as Lady Rose was actively preparing for war, intending to use the army in her hands to resist the glorious trend. He couldn't bear to let his own troops take the lead, so he directly transferred 2 battalions of the Southern Army from the rear of Kris Province in the name of his father. Calculating the time, it will take 6 days to arrive in Dayu City. In his opinion, this Lady Rose was just a dying struggle, and she could attack Songshi territory at any time. At the beginning of December, the investigators from the headquarters received 60% of the wealth and set off back to the capital. As for the other rebellious nobles, except for those who resisted and were captured, they did not question the others who were released. On December 11, 10,000 troops of the Southern Army arrived at the city of Dayu. The man who led the army was an old acquaintance of Willing, born Willich. Looking at the other party's radiant face, I thought that I had been living a good life for more than a year. I have met your lord, and I have met General Dread. Born Willich dismounted from his horse, came to Varen, bowed and saluted and corrected his attitude. Long time no see, I see you look good. Wylan stepped forward to help him and said with a smile, what I have achieved today is inseparable from your help. Born Willich said to Willan in a humble tone, my cousin, Count Silico, hopes to invite you as a guest after the war. Today's achievements are all your own. I didn't do anything to help you. Varen joked with a smile. However, I accepted Count Silico's invitation. I will definitely pay him a visit before returning home. After Born Willich's army rested for 2 days, they followed Willan to the Chow Chow territory to wipe out the rebels. Half a month's respite allowed Countess Chloe's army to swell to 60,000 people, 2/3 of which were force soldiers, and only 20,000 people could fight. Chloe knows that no matter how many ordinary people there are, they are just cannon fodder, but she can no longer control so much. Only if she is the Count Chow Chow, the Chow Chow territory can be a real Chow Chow territory and a prosperous Chow Chow territory. Since he has been declared a rebel and is about to be expelled, why should he keep the territory and give it to others? Might as well destroy it yourself. Master, do you really want to do this? Lina, the head maid, hesitated and asked boldly. You want to betray me? Chloe turned her head, stared at her confidant, and said word by word. The head maid Lina did not lower her head this time, and looked at Chloe. Master, it is understandable to order the army to seize food, and it is understandable to burn the village. Why should the villagers be massacred? They are all your people. Oh, I'm telling you that you, the head maid, can't stay here. A strange voice sounded, and at some point, a man in black robe appeared in the study. Chloe looked at the other person and said expressionlessly, you don't have to worry about my affairs. What about the things I asked you to do? Everything is ready. As long as the army is in place, you can start the blood sacrifice. At that time, you will have 30 blood demons who are not afraid of death. Even if you face the high-level gold level, you will not lose at all. Chloe stared at the other party and asked in a deep voice, how to resist the soul level. The Chow Chow led everyone to a blood sacrifice. Even the legend can resist it. It's a pity that we don't have so much time. Such a blood sacrifice formation will take at least 5 years to deploy. We can only do this now. The man in black robe spread his hands. Kai said helplessly, Master, why are you doing this? The head maid looked at Chloe, who had been loyal to her for 26 years. And her heart was full of doubts. She didn't know why her master would cooperate with people from the cult. Chloe's figure flashed and appeared behind the head maid, stroking her hair and saying softly, there are not so many reasons because this is what I want. Without my Chow Chow collar, there is no meaning of existence. Lina, you are special to me, Chloe. Get some sleep, you'll be fine when you wake up. The next moment, the head maid Lina collapsed into Chloe's arms and fell asleep. Not long after, 2 rose swordsmen entered the study and took Lina to the beach. That afternoon, as Chloe's order was issued, 30,000 troops like mad dogs slaughtered the Chow Chow territory. No one outside the city, whether it was a village or a small town, could escape the fate of being bloodbathed. For this reason, this group of people are basically young men being recruited in the city, and the objects of competition are civilians outside the city. There is no order for this kind of order that can release desires without harming relatives and can also loot legally. People will resist. 3 days later, the bloody massacre ended. More than 100,000 people died, and the Chow Chow territory was shrouded in blood. 3 kilometers outside Chow Chow City, 30,000 executioners with blood on their hands returned here to drink and eat meat in the valley and explore the joy of killing. It only took 3 days for these strong men, who were forcibly recruited from the city, to look like this. On the hill, the men in black robes and Chloe stood side by side. Behind them were more than 100 cultists from the Blood God Order and 30 rose swordsmen. Chloe, blood sacrifice. There is actually one more thing missing. What is it? Chloe frowned and asked. Ha, you are the only one who is worse. Suddenly, a bloody tentacle appeared on the ground, and before Chloe could react, it penetrated directly into her body. The moment the man in black robe took action, more than 100 cultists from the Blood God Order launched a surprise attack and killed more than a dozen rose swordsmen. The remaining dozen people drew their swords and fought with the opponent. In less than a moment, more than 30 cultists were killed. The man in black robe looked at this scene, snorted coldly, stretched out his left hand, split into hundreds of bloody tentacles, penetrated the battlefield, and killed the fighting cultists and rose swordsmen together. The remaining 50 or so cultists looked at the priest's bloody tentacles and backed away in fear. A woman who is dazzled by power and desire only needs a little strategy. Even if you are called Lady Rose, you will still become a sacrifice to my God. Looking at Chloe, who was still alive, the man in black robe lifted his hood, revealing a face hidden in the darkness, a face that was very similar to Chloe's. My dear mother, I never thought you would be here today. Cassia, it's you. Chloe's eyes were very complicated, with resentment, love, and regret. Mother, you didn't expect that I'm still alive. Keshia stretched out his right hand and stroked his mother's face with resentment in his eyes. In fact, there is no blood demon, and there is no precondition such as massacre. All of this is what I lied to you, just to see you destroy your own territory with your own hands. How does it feel, my dear mother, to be played around by your own daughter? These are all what you taught me. Don't trust anyone. I didn't expect you to forget this. So the blood sacrifice is also fake. Chloe looked at her daughter and said with difficulty. Hearing this, Keshia laughed happily. No, this is true. Only this sentence is true. Are you surprised? That maid is your daughter, or my uncle's daughter. You treat her better than us. Mother, don't worry. She will soon accompany you after you go. Keshia's face became ferocious, full of resentment. I will tear her to pieces. No, let her suffer humiliation first and then. I can't wait any longer. What are you guys doing? You are not in your position yet. Yes, priest. More than 50 cultists trembled with fear and answered quickly. A few minutes later, Keshia looked at her mother's pale face and cast a spell to extend her life through the blood-colored tentacles. For her mother could not die now, at least not before the blood sacrifice was completed. Half an hour later, the altar emerged from the ground and appeared in the valley. At the same time, a blood-colored barrier enveloped the valley. Great blood god, you are the master of all things and the origin of all blood. Keshia knelt on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to pray to preside over the sacrifice. In the valley, a large number of soldiers began to melt, forming pools of blood and gathering at the altar. In the city of Songshi, everyone looked up at the sky, the blood-colored pillars that soared into the sky, and the evil god's breath that continued to spread around, and they fled from here and went out of the city. Whether it was nobles, civilians, or the army, there was only one idea now: to leave here, the farther the better. In the temple of the god of war, as the gray cardinal here, his heart sank directly to the bottom of the valley. The evil god priest has become powerful, and it is impossible to stop him. The most important thing now is to evacuate all the people in Songshi City. Otherwise, these tens of thousands of people may become sacrifices and be sacrificed. Haha, her mother, did you see it? Keshia stood up and looked at her mother with madness in her eyes. Her constantly improving strength made her feel unprecedented smoothness. The sacrifice of 30,000 people allowed her to rise from the low-level gold to the high-level gold. Ahem, come. Chloe looked at her daughter with a smile on her face. You are laughing, what right do you have to laugh? Keshia pinched Chloe's neck and said with a ferocious face, cry for me. Don't laugh, I want to see you regret it. You don't want to know who Lina is. Go kill her, kill your own daughter. You are talking nonsense, how could she be my daughter? Keshia loosened the strength in his hand, stepped back a few steps, staring at Chloe. My daughter died a long time ago, don't think about lying to me again. Ahem, who knows? After saying this, Chloe's pupils were dilated and gradually lost their breath. Looking at her mother's body, Keshia didn't know whether she was happy or sad. This was an emotion she had never had before. Priest, are you going to arrange someone to deal with the head maid? A cultist stepped forward and asked. The next moment, Keshia pinched the cultist's head and directly crushed it in front of others, and blood and flesh fragments were scattered all over the ground. Leave here. Sir, then. The blood-colored tentacle directly pierced the chest of the cultist who was speaking, scaring the others to retreat. With the previous experience, no one dared to object and followed Keshia to leave. Whether it was out of guilt, love, or hatred, Chloe's body was not damaged by her daughter. At the seaside, Keshia changed into a blood-colored long dress and boarded the ship. 2 rose swordsmen came forward and were about to ask, but they saw the other party take out the golden rose that only the master could have, and they stopped immediately. Take me to see Lina. Keshia looked at the nearest rose swordsman and said lightly, Please follow me, sir. Following the rose swordsman, Keshia came to the room where the head maid Lina was resting. Looking at Lina lying flat on the bed, Keshia walked to the bedside and looked at her appearance carefully. The hand that turned into a tentacle turned back into a human hand. Caressing her face, he recalled his mother's words before she died. Who knows? Looking at the other person sleeping, he seemed to see himself in his 20s. Finally, Keshia gave up the idea of killing the other person, left the room, and came to the deck. Half an hour later, 270 rose swordsmen gathered on the deck, staring at Keshia, waiting for her instructions. Lady Chloe's order requires you to set off immediately and go to the kingdom of Bashio. During her absence, you need to obey the orders of the maid Lina. Yes, sir. Seeing the golden rose is like seeing Chloe herself, and they must obey the others' orders unconditionally. After disbanding the rose swordsmen, Keshia returned to Lina's room, put the golden rose on her chest, stared at her face and murmured to herself, Mother, are you telling the truth, or are you deceiving me again? In an instant, Keshia returned to her indifferent look, left the ship, and returned to land. After watching the fleet leave the port and disappear on the sea level, Keshia left this place. After 6 days of marching, 15,000 troops had just entered the Chow Chow territory when a blue falcon descended from the sky. My lord, there was an evil god priest outside the Chow Chow city. The Chow Chow Count Chloe died in the turmoil, and 30,000 troops under his command were buried with him. According to the instructions issued by His Excellency Caesar Miller Silves, let us take over the Chow Chow territory, appease the civilians, and cleanse all the nobles here. Dredd took the letter, released the blue falcon, opened the note, and reported to Wylan. Okay, let Born Willis people speed up. Yes, sir. Looking at the bleak environment around him and the dilapidated village in the distance, Wylan was a little disappointed. I thought I could personally wipe out the Chow Chow territory, chop off the head of the countess, in exchange for 3 military merits. I didn't expect that the other party died inexplicably among the evil god priests. It's really unpredictable. When they heard that they didn't have to fight, the troops under Born Willa howled, full of energy and spirit, quickened their pace, and followed the troops of the 3rd Battalion of the X-Corps. In contrast, the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion were very disappointed. After a day and a night of rapid march, the army successfully arrived at Songshi City, a coastal port city. Since the outbreak of the evil priest created by the blood god cult, the expeditionary army received the news and immediately sent the legendary knight Caesar Miller to Songshi territory to search for the cultists of the blood god cult. due to the continuity of message transmission. During this gap, the Songshi family took the lead in escaping, and others followed suit, spending a lot of money to buy naval ships, leaving this place with their accumulated wealth and going to other countries. Now the city is under the command of the legendary mid-level Knight Caesar Miller Silves. No obvious unrest was found, but many nobles took away the wealth belonging to the expeditionary army. On the top of the city, a middle-aged man looked at the arriving army, did not stop, took off into the air, left Songshi City, and returned to the capital of the Duke of Borderland. On the ground, Wylin and Dread looked at the figure in the air, bowed their heads, and saluted to show their respect. General Dread, Songshi City will be handed over to me next. You lead people to search for the cultists of the blood god cult. The previous blood sacrifice incident must not happen. Again, Wylin turned to Dread and ordered. Yes, sir. Then the army entered the city and took over the defense. Wylin and Kyle became busy in an instant. One was responsible for rectifying the law and order. The other was responsible for taking back the wealth belonging to the expeditionary army. Overlooking the central area of the Principality of Borderland, it can be divided into 3 different areas according to different situations. In the western area, on the border between Erd Province and Busilia Province, the expeditionary forces of the Kingdom of Bashio and the Kingdom of Ilia fought back and forth, with both sides winning and losing. But the number of troops fighting was less than 10,000, and there was no trend of expansion. In the central area, the entire territory of Govi Province and the eastern area of Nandishalan Province, the main armies of both sides confronted each other, and there were no less than 10 battles with more than 30,000 people, but none of them caused too many casualties. Since the king of Borderland was captured by the expeditionary forces of the Kingdom of Ilia, the 2 sides began to negotiate. The several battles in the central area were only for this negotiation. In the eastern area, the army led by Angus and the army led by the Marquis of Zurich Shank Zurich maintained restraint, and basically no war occurred, and they lived in peace. In Songshi City, Wylin looked at the chaotic public security and directly adopted the most primitive method, beheading those who committed theft and above. Hundreds of heads fell, which instantly improved the public security of the chaotic Songshi City. Every resident became very polite. The adventurers who came and went became gentlemen. They would only speak if they could. Although this method would leave hidden dangers for this place, Wylin was only in charge for a period of time. What happened later had nothing to do with him. On the other hand, Kyle traveled back and forth between the upper area and the dungeon, legally collecting the wealth belonging to the expeditionary army. You only need 10,000 gold coins to get a fishing boat to go out to sea. If you want a better boat, that's easy. Just give money and it will be brought to you immediately. In the dungeon, several nobles of Songshi City wanted to cry, but had no tears. Looking at the smiling tiger in front of them, they knelt on the ground, picked up a pen, and tremblingly wrote their names. Didn't understand why these people could have robbed directly, but they asked them to buy their own boats and food with their own money. The key was that they had to kneel on the ground and write their names with a grateful heart. Come here, help the masters up. What's the point of kneeling on the ground? Kyle picked up the contract on the ground, took a look, and after confirming that it was correct, handed it to his subordinates to put away. Several nobles, supported by the fierce soldiers, sat trembling on the small bench, not daring to breathe. Ladies and gentlemen, going to sea not only requires ships, but also food is indispensable to reach other countries. Food is not enough, we must also need guards. What if we encounter pirates? A few days ago, 2 nobles and a wealthy businessman did not believe in evil. They were buried in the sea just over 100 kilometers away from the port of Chow Chow. It is really sad. Looking at the smile on Kyle's face, they did not see that you felt a little sad. You only need 100 gold coins to get the soldiers under the Chow Chow Earl. You can't buy such a strong guard at the slave market with 300 gold coins. My lord, thank you for your reminder. I am willing to take out 10,000 gold coins to buy 100 soldiers as guards, a noble said respectfully. As a former viscount, he still had a certain amount of wealth. Although he was plundered a lot, he still hid some money. Do you want an officer? If there is no one to manage it, it may be dangerous. I recommend it to you. Kyle took out a roster, turned it page by page, and introduced it to the nobleman. It had the officer's previous position, strength, and date of birth, which was very detailed. Then, let's take this one. The noble pointed to the cheapest one on it and said to Kyle with a forced smile, "Weapons and equipment need to be charged separately, you know that. This is natural. Come here, bring the contract to this noble master." Kyle closed the roster, smiled, and asked his men to bring the things over, and then served the next nobleman. A lot of wealth was taken away from Songshi City, so it was natural to take it back from other places. As a rebellious noble, Countess Chloe not only did not kneel down to wait for surrender, but dared to entangle the army to resist. Although she was dead and the Songshi family ran away, she still had a lot of troops under her. After receiving these troops, Drade directly demoted them to slaves and handed them over to Kyle, asking him to deal with these more than 10,000 people. As for the disposal plan, Kyle chose the best plan, selling them to these nobles and wealthy businessmen. In addition to the nobles and wealthy businessmen who were coerced and unaware, the nobles and wealthy businessmen who could become the trading targets also included many nobles from other places in the South Deshalin province who wanted to go to sea. As for why they were in the dungeon, it was because Kyle found that there were other rebellious nobles and wealthy businessmen as backgrounds, and the transaction was not unsmooth. Basically, to enter here, at least tens of thousands of gold coins were paid, and at most hundreds of thousands of gold coins were paid. It was a bit troublesome to go back and forth between the upper city and the dungeon, but it was okay to be tired because it could make money for the master. After sending a group of people away, Kyle took more than 10 soldiers and continued to the upper city to invite new nobles and wealthy businessmen to be guests. In order to ensure this chain of interests, Wylin asked his father to issue a military order to close all seaports in the coastal areas of the South Deshalin province and the Kris province. During the war, only Songshi City was allowed to go to sea normally. At the border between Kris province and Nanshi province, the army also blocked the area, not allowing any nobles or wealthy merchants to pass through. Regarding this phenomenon, even if there were local nobles loyal to the third prince who objected, they were all suppressed by the expeditionary commander Sirid. In his opinion, this was a good way to make money. Of course, the most important thing is that Angus wrote to him and promised to hand over 70% of Songshi City's income to the headquarters. The desperate nobles and wealthy businessmen could only go to Songshi City, be slaughtered, get a ship that could go to sea, and go to other countries. Unintentionally, this move made Songshi City's shipbuilding industry prosper rapidly, laying the foundation for the future capital of the shipping industry. In the middle of February of the 9728th year of the glorious calendar, Songshi City had been under the custody for 2 months. In the study, Wylin looked at the 13 account books in front of him, which recorded Kyle's income for the past 2 months. Dealing with more than 100,000 pieces of inventory weapons, more than 30,000 prisoners, thousands of ships, 1/3 of the food, and various other materials made them earn a lot of money. My lord, the income of Songshi Port has a total profit of 330 million gold coins. The wealth of the rebellious nobles and wealthy merchants in Songshi territory, the various businesses and means of production run by the Songshi family, the only small magic potion plantation of the Songshi family, and other types of wealth totaled 1.136 billion gold coins. All the manors, mines, and plantations outside the city were sold by my subordinates, and I got 18 million gold coins. The gold mine in the north of Songshi territory has also been sold. The remaining gold reserves are 1,800 tons, which were sold by my subordinates for 60 million gold coins. Totaling all the financial resources, the harvest in these 2 months is 1.544 billion gold coins. After listening to Kyle's report, Wylin said with some regret, "You said that if we intercepted the group of nobles who escaped, the wealth would at least double." "I think so too." Kyle nodded in agreement and said to Wylin, "The things they took away when they escaped are limited. They definitely took away high-value things, including various precious magic potions, rare cultivation materials and ores, precious breathing and meditation methods, high-level weapons and armor that can be passed down from generation to generation, etc. and there is no problem in doubling the value. During the looting process, Kyle found that there were very few of these things, and they were all taken away as expected. Thinking back in Hoi City, before touching the Henjins family's industry, just looting the nobles and wealthy businessmen in Hoi City alone, they looted wealth worth 1.5 billion gold coins, most of which were high-value things. Forget it, you sort it out, notify the headquarters. And let them receive it. Yes, Kyle saluted and then left the room. Weilin was very satisfied with this trip to Borderland. Conservatively estimated, with the previous gains, he could share 600 million gold coins. However, everything that could be sold in Cao Cao territory was sold out. After the war, the nobles who took over Cao Cao territory would be miserable, but it was none of his business. Leaving the other side, a Cao Cao city with a developed shipbuilding industry was already a great kindness. On March 15, 9728 of the glorious calendar, the Kingdom of Bashio and the Kingdom of Ilia signed the Borderland Principality Partition Treaty in the capital of Borderland. The treaty stipulates that the position of Grand Duke of Borderland will be inherited by the third Prince Alan Borderland, and the legendary mid-level knight Caesar Miller Silves will remain in Borderland Principality as the orthodoxy of Borderland Principality. The eldest Prince Kaya gave up his inheritance and his surname, and became a Marquis of the Principality of Borderland as Kaya Mercedes, with the entire province of Nandeshalan as his fief. He did not accept the fiefdom of Alan Borderland, but was granted the fiefdom by the King of Bashio, Kaladin Mercedes. At the same time, the treaty stipulated that the sphere of influence of the Kingdom of Ilia and the Principality of Borderland included 9 provinces, including Borg Province, Ankara Province, St. Mirza Province, South Stone Province, and Kris Province. The sphere of influence of the Kingdom of Bashio included 6 provinces, including Nandeshalan Province. The dispute buried 1,000 years ago was briefly resolved 1,000 years later. Before the death of the new Grand Duke of Borderland, Alan Borderland, there were treaty restrictions and the 2 countries would not go to war. But there was another important reason. The 2 countries signed an agreement to jointly attack the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom many years ago, otherwise the dispute would not end in just 2 years. Even in such a short time, the central region of the Principality of Borderland suffered a heavy blow. The population was less than 1/3 of that before the war, and half of the Principality's standing army was destroyed in the Civil War, most of which fell under the walls of the capital of the Principality of Borderland. On March 20th, Weilin received an order from his father to hand over Songshi City to the Expeditionary Army of the Kingdom of Bashio, and then returned directly to the province of Krich. 3 days later, the army was assembled in front of the gate of Songshi City. Holding Weilin's reward half a month ago, he felt unprecedented happiness, whether it was the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion of Aix or the army under Born Willie. In the morning, the sun was shining brightly. A knight in red armor appeared in front of him, and behind him was the army of the Expeditionary Army of the Kingdom of Bashio. Looking at this figure, Weilin felt a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. My lord, on the wall of Bayi City, Kyle approached Weilin and reminded him in a low voice. It's her. Hearing Kyle's reminder, Weilin instantly remembered who the knight in red armor was. Stop. The red knight gave an order, and the 10,000 soldiers behind him stopped in their tracks. Helois looked at the familiar stranger in the distance, dismounted, handed the mount to the guard, and walked forward with the female swordsman Novia. Helois Zayark, the 6th daughter of Marquis Zayark Shank Zayark, greets you. I am here to take over the Cao Cao territory under the order of our commander-in-chief, Oxley Mercedes. Helois looked at the other party for a few seconds, took off her helmet, put it on her left waist, put her right hand on her chest, bowed and saluted. Her tone was calm without any extra emotions. Seeing this, Weilin smiled and responded with the same etiquette. I, Weilin Aix, the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the Aix Corps, greet you. I am here to hand over the Cao Cao territory to you under the order of our commander, Sir Cirid Silves. Then Weilin handed the Earl's official seal, representing the Cao Cao territory, to the other party. Helois held the official seal, staring at the noble young man in front of her, who was only a few years older than her, and said softly, You are very powerful. I learned a lot from you in the Battle of Bayi City. I look forward to our next meeting. I hope that next time we meet, you and I will not fight with swords," Weilin replied politely. Then the two of them stepped back 3 steps each and completed the handover. He came to the mount, touched the chin of the red phosphorus horse, climbed on the horse and ordered loudly, "Let's go." With an order, the army set out, left Chow Chow City, and headed south back to Kris Province. 3 days later, the provincial capital of Kris Province. In the governor's mansion, Weilin greeted Mag at the door and went straight into the hall. "Father, I'm back." Angus put down the book in his hand and showed a kind smile on his face. Weilin went straight to his father's side and glanced at the cover of the book. It was a very serious military book, not the kind of book he thought. "Here are the statistics of your military exploits this time." He took the file from his father and opened it to check. There were 12 items. A total of 37 military exploits, plus the 4.5 military exploits he had obtained before. He already had 41.5 military exploits, which had reached the standard for promotion to Viscount. "I believe that it won't be long before the capital will send someone to Kixing territory for review. After confirming that other conditions are met, Weilin's title will be promoted. It has been almost 2 years since I left home. I don't know how Kixing territory is developing now, whether the talents I sent back have been truly utilized, whether the 3 battalions of troops have been formed, whether the combat effectiveness of the soldiers has reached the standard, and how much the territory has been expanded." These situations made Weilin eager to go back and take a look. However, the expeditionary force had to evacuate in order, and before that, they had to go to the capital of King Bogonghan to attend a celebration banquet. "Father, thank you so much this time." Weilin looked at Angus and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Angus stood up and walked towards Weilin, patting his shoulder. "As a father, I can only help you here. You still have to walk the road ahead by yourself." "Yes, father." Angus talked with Weilin for more than an hour, mainly admonishing each other and warning Weilin of the importance of cultivating talents of his own, and not always thinking about asking him, his old father, for people. Then he sent him out and continued to study. In the next few days, Weilin wandered around the capital of Kris Province in a rare leisure time. He spent some gold coins and bought some local specialties, preparing to bring them back for Baird and others to taste. On the night of April 1, Weilin leaned against the window and looked at the commercial district of the capital of Kris Province, which was still brightly lit. Many officers and noble children of the expeditionary army squandered money and released pressure in dance halls and brothels. Unlike Weilin, who was protected by dread, these ordinary officers and nobles went to the battlefield, and their lives were unpredictable. Every time they survived, they were blessed by God. Now that the war is over, it is natural to vent the pressure that has accumulated. However, this war is over, and the next war is about to begin. There are still 4 years before the agreement between the kingdom and the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, and I must prepare well. Within 3 months, in the 3rd alley of the 7th block in the West City district of the capital of Duke Bogonghan, there is a mysterious old man who is about to die. Bring your servant, he will inherit the last legacy of the mysterious old man. Weilin looked at the wine in his hand, and his heart was full of doubts. Kyle would inherit the last legacy of the mysterious old man. What is going on? This isn't it me who inherits it, why is it Kyle? For this question, Weilin took Kyle to the kingdom of Bogonghan to find the answer. Forget it, Kyle's things are my own things, don't you need to divide them so clearly. He would never admit that he was a little jealous in his heart. 10 days later, Angus took Varin and 13 other generals to the capital of the Duke of Bogonghan to attend the celebration banquet held by Commander Sirid. Arriving at the capital, Varin was about to take Kyle out for a walk, but was stopped by his father. "Pack up, I'll take you to see Lord Sirid." "Yes, sir." Listening to his old father's instructions, Varin could only obey, took a new dress, returned to his room, changed his clothes, followed Angus, and went to the Yinliu Palace to visit Sirid. Varin had only heard of the commander of the expeditionary army, but had never seen him. Passing through 3 guards, Varin followed his father and looked at the palace, which was very solemn and serious. It is said that the former Duke of Bogonghan liked to stay here for 1 or 2 months every March to cultivate his character. 10 minutes later, the two came to a side hall of the Yinliu Palace and met the commander of the expeditionary army. Angus, you're here. Sirid waved his hand to let the guards on both sides retreat and said to Angus kindly, Uncle Sirid, I promised you last time that I would give you a gift, and now I'm here to keep the appointment. Angus took out a wooden box from the space ring, came to Sirid, and presented it with both hands. Wylan stood there, lowered his head without looking at the other party, and couldn't help but think about what kind of relationship his father had with the commander, or what kind of relationship his grandfather had with the commander. Sirid did not accept the gift at the first time, but said with some doubting, It was just a casual thing, why do you take it to heart, and now you send another gift? Uncle Sirid, this is different. Angus shook his head and then opened the wooden box. These 3 fruits are golden apples which can improve the talent of cultivation. I hope you can accept them. So precious, how can you? For me, my descendants are also precious to me. Giving golden apples can repay your help. Angus said solemnly, his tone was very serious. Forget it, I'll take it. Seeing this, Sirid took the wooden box from Angus's hand and put it into his space ring. Seeing the other party accept the golden apple, Angus also smiled. This must be your 5th son, Wylan. Come forward and let me see. Hearing Sirid's voice, Wylan stepped forward and saluted, Lord Sirid. Don't be so unfamiliar, just call me Grandpa. Sirid raised his hand lightly. Wylan's body floated in the air, floated in front of him, and said to him kindly, Wylan meets Grandpa Sirid. Looking at Sirid, who was close at hand, Wylan saluted again. Sirid touched Wylan's head and praised, Solid foundation, good kid. By the way, Angus, I remember that your children are still unmarried. Angus was a little embarrassed to speak. Seeing the other party asking, he was about to answer. But Sirid said with some regret, It's a pity that my children are all married. Wylan, what do you want your future wife to be like? Faced with this question, Wylan pretended to think about it and answered, Like my mother. Alyssa, that's incredible. Sirid recalled the unmarried women in the royal family, and several figures emerged, but he didn't continue to discuss this issue. When you come to the capital in the future, I will introduce my grandson to you. Young man, you should keep in touch more. Thank you, Grandpa Sirid. Why are you so polite? Don't be restrained, just be like usual. Then Sirid and Angus talked about some other topics. Wylan stood aside, poured tea for the two, and listened to the conversation. However, there were some things that he didn't understand, and he was confused. 2 hours later, Angus and Wylan ended the visit and left Yindio Palace. Shortly after the two left, Sirid came to a palace, entered it, looked at the middle-aged man floating in the air, bowed and said, Father. My son, is there anything? Caesar Miller Silves opened his eyes, landed on the ground, looked at Sirid and said calmly, Father, I want to ask you to take a look at this. Sirid took out the wooden box from the space ring, opened it in front of Caesar Miller, and revealed the golden apple inside. This thing is really magical. Caesar Miller stared at the golden apple, which was entangled with the charm of various laws. Those below the legendary level could not see what was on it. This is a great gift, this kindness, you have to keep it in mind. Father, I understand. Seeing his father's evaluation, Zilide made a decision in his heart. Some investigations on Bayi City need to be handled. Some things should be kept secret and not easily revealed. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Back at his residence, Angus looked at his son with a serious face and asked, Varen, what do you think of Commander Sirid? He is powerful, friendly to others, and exudes an inexplicable aura around him, which makes people feel good about him. Wylan thought about it and expressed his thoughts. Father, I will teach you a lesson today. Don't just take things at face value beforehand. Angus suddenly took out an unfamiliar magic instrument and placed an intermediate magic crystal in the central groove. The next moment, a fiery red barrier enveloped the two of them, isolating the inside and outside. Perhaps in your opinion, the relationship between my father and Commander Sired is very close. But the premise of all this is based on interests. It is precisely because our family has deep interests involved with the Sired branch, with such a close relationship seen. My father, your grandfather, may have a purely friendship relationship with Sired, but between the family and Sired's branch of the royal family, Only interests can keep us connected. Beya Cheng, do you think Sirid has sent someone to investigate? Angus stared at Wylan and asked. After hearing what his father said, Varen pondered for a while and gave the answer. My father gave such a precious thing as a golden apple, ostensibly to thank Commander Sirid for his help, but in fact it was to complete a transaction in exchange for the other party is not investigating Beya Cheng. Even if our actions in Beya City are secret, some information has been discovered by the other party. Angus nodded and continued, the only information about the treasure house is you, me, Migos, and Dread. I know, but sealing off the Beyi Palace complex and not showing up for 2 months clearly told him that something must be happening in Beyi City. Father, what Commander Syard said was actually a polite statement. Wylan hesitated and asked. Seeing this, Angus shook his head and said, no, he means what he said. Because of your strength, you broke through the Golden Knights under the age of 30. He sees your future potential and wants to expand it for his grandson. Connections. You have to know that the battles within the royal family are often more cruel than those of ordinary noble families. The existence of our family is considered an anomaly. In the kingdom of Ilia, the reason why Sirid stood out from the royal family and served as the commander of the expeditionary force, this time, is because his father revealed some information to him in advance. Wylan was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that his father's plan was involved. Then again, what benefit did their family get from it? Suddenly, Wylan came back to his senses and suddenly understood that all the benefits requested by the family were used on himself. Seeing his son's sudden realization, Angus was very pleased and said with a smile, why do you think the various military orders you received are so simple? The strength of the 3rd Battalion has been strengthened by my father. The army of 5,000 people can match the combat effectiveness of the 3 battalions of the kingdom. After some advice from his father, Wylan instantly understood the whole story. As an elite division, the 3rd Battalion was supposed to conquer strategically important areas that were difficult to capture. However, under Sirid's control, the simple and non-dangerous task was assigned to Varen, and with the addition of Dread, the soul with the help of Italian knights, you can easily gain military exploits in the war. However, as a father, I still want to tell you the importance of cultivating your own talents. Angus regained his serious expression and warned Wylan again. I will ask him to send it to you within half a year for the money you deposit with your elder brother. I will arrange for 1/3 of the harvest from this war to be sent to your territory. Your wealth must be in your own hands and cannot be borrowed from others. Yes, father. After hearing this, Wylan nodded heavily. Seeing Wylan being taught, Angus was very satisfied. Then closed the barrier and put away the magic instrument. During this period in Duke Bogonghen's capital, you can go out for a walk, make more friends with other nobles, and expand your network. Yes, father. Okay, let's get down. Varen stood up, saluted, and then exited his father's room. The next morning, Wylan and Kyle, wearing ordinary clothes, left their residence and visited the capital of Duke Bogonghen. Even after the ravages of war, the prosperity of the capital of Duke Bogonghen could not be concealed. Leaving Dongcheng district, known as the upper city of the royal capital, the two came to the business district in Zicheng district. There were vendors hawking everywhere, nobles holding women in their arms, ferocious adventurers, missionaries of the god of war and the goddess of life, ordinary people with hurried expressions, and even various female slaves of different races. Kyle, look, it doesn't look like there has been a war here. Looking at this bustling scene, Varen couldn't help but sigh. My lord, the real suffering caused by the war should be the common people. For the nobles and wealthy businessmen in the capital of Duke Bogonghen, they just made less money. Kyle lowered his head and whispered. This brother is very insightful. A young man turned his head and said to the two of them. Well, my brother was just talking casually. Wylan said something vaguely and then led Kyle into the crowd. Don't think about this. This is a rare occasion. Let's go see the scenery of this foreign country. Kyle nodded and followed Varen, eating, drinking, and having fun while admiring the interracial female slaves in the hands of slave traders on the street. Unknowingly, the two of them crossed 3 streets and came to a song and dance theater. The middle-aged man greeting the guests at the door saw the two of Wylan at a glance. Judging from his many years of experience, even if the other party was wearing simple clothes, it was still difficult to conceal his aura. "Two adults, do you want to enjoy singing and dancing?" Looking at the middle-aged man approaching, Wylan nodded subconsciously. He was still quite curious about this kind of singing and dancing. Seeing the other party nodding, the middle-aged man waved to a scantily clad maid and told her, "Take the two distinguished guests to the second floor to enjoy the singing and dancing." "Yes, sir," the maid replied respectfully, and then led Wellen and Kyle into the song and dance theater. The young man didn't understand all this and asked curiously, "Uncle, those two are so shabbily dressed, why are you so polite?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man patted his nephew on the back of the head and said seriously, "This is why your uncle and I became a steward. Look hard and study hard. There is a lot of knowledge here. Don't focus on it every day, on those maids." "I understand, uncle." The young man rubbed the back of his head and curled his lips, feeling a little unconcerned. In the opera house, Wylan and Kyle followed the maid to the second floor. In the center of the building was a huge stage, where more than a dozen beautiful women in revealing clothes danced. Wylan looked around, took Kyle to a seat, sat down casually, and looked at the center of the stage with curiosity in his eyes. Just as the two were enjoying the dance, the maid brought a pot of tea, a bottle of wine, 2 glasses, and a plate of cakes, placed them on the table, and then quietly retreated. After a while, a gorgeous blonde dancer came on, causing a commotion on the first floor. But on the second floor, except for a few people who marveled at the dancer's appearance, most people silently admired the dance without making any sound. Those who can sit on the second floor are all powerful and influential, and they are not as unruly as those vulgar people on the first floor. Sir Wylan, who was watching fascinatedly, heard a familiar voice and came to his senses. He found that the person who came was actually Creek, the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the Rodent Legion. He just didn't expect to meet him here. "Crick, the person next to you is..." Seeing this, Creek hurriedly introduced, "This is... My name is Sigrid Rodent, and I'm glad to meet you, Sir Wylan." The veiled woman bowed and saluted, introducing herself to Wylan. "It's nice to meet you, beautiful lady." Wylan stood up helplessly and returned the salute without introducing himself. I think Creek has already told the other party about his situation. Wylan was not unfamiliar with the name Sigrid. With Creek beside him, it was easy to guess the other party's identity, the 8th daughter of Marquis Rothend. "Please sit down." Sigrid nodded and sat aside. Seeing this, Creek also sat next to Kyle. "So Wylan, what do you think of this dancer's dance?" Sigrid asked softly. Wylan took a sip of tea and answered, "In my opinion, it's beautiful." "What do you think of the dances of the kingdom and the principality of Bogonghen, Your Excellency Wylan?" "Each has its own characteristics. Each country has its own unique culture. It's probably difficult to judge which is better." Wylan shook his head and said, openly rejecting Sigrid's invitation. "That's right, each dance has its own characteristics," Sigrid said calmly, feeling a little disappointed. If the other party didn't agree, she had no choice. As the blonde dancer's dance ended, applause rang out around her, and Sigrid took this opportunity to say goodbye. After the two left, Kyle moved his stool forward and whispered, "Master, this lady has something to say. If you want to compete for the title, you are not strong enough, so you can only seek external help." Wylan explained slowly, "If you make friends with me with good intentions, I can naturally accept it, but this kind of friendship with obvious purposes, forget it." "Master, we still have to watch." "Watch, why not?" Wylan said with a smile, "Exotic customs, you have to appreciate it more, this opportunity is rare." Kyle thought about it, and what he said was true, so he sat down and continued to appreciate it. More than 2 hours later, after spending 3 gold coins, Wylan and Kyle left the dance theater. It was still early. Wylan thought about it, and decided to take Kyle to the 3rd alley in the 7th block to have a look. Crossing the street, the two came to an alley. Looking at the deep alley, Wylan did not hesitate and walked straight in. Seeing this, Kyle could only follow his master and enter the deep alley together. The further he walked inside, the more Wylan felt something was wrong. This alley seemed to have no end. Looking forward, it was pitch black and he still couldn't see the end. Seeing this scene, Wylan had a guess in his mind. This might be the work of the mysterious old man mentioned by fate. "Master, do you still want to go forward?" Kyle asked when he saw Wyland stop. Wyland pondered for a while, turned to Kyle and said, "You keep going forward, I'll wait for you here." Kyle was a little confused and didn't know what to say for a while. "Go, there should be someone waiting for you inside, I won't go." Listening to this confusing words, Kyle didn't ask any more questions. He followed the master's instructions and continued to move forward. He soon disappeared from Wyland's sight. After taking a deep look at the dark alley, Wyland turned back and walked out of the alley after a few steps. Looking up at the sky, he calculated the time according to the position of the sun. He actually stayed in there for 2 hours. He lost his sense of time, which was really terrifying. Kyle was walking alone on the road. Not long after he separated from his master, he walked to the end of the alley and a rotten wooden house appeared in front of him. He did not doubt why such a wooden house appeared in the city. He pushed open the wooden door and went straight into the wooden house. When Kyle stepped into the wooden house, the dark room was instantly lit up. A skinny old man raised his head and looked at the visitor with turbid eyes. He opened his mouth slightly and made a sound. "You are here," Kyle said in confusion. "Sir, why do you say that?" "My child, I am satisfied to see you again." The skinny old man trembled and walked forward, stretched out his hand to touch Kyle's face, his eyes full of memories. Kyle felt very familiar with the old man in front of him, but he confirmed that he had never seen him before. "Child, do you want to get power?" "Power?" Kyle clenched his fists and answered firmly, "I want it." "You're still the same as before, you haven't changed at all. If it weren't for me, cough cough, I would be satisfied to see you again." The skinny old man seemed to recall the distant past, but he recovered when he saw the familiar person in front of him. "Come on, I don't have much time." The skinny old man didn't say anything else and pulled Kyle deeper. Kyle felt that everything was very familiar with the other party holding his hand, and he didn't have the heart to resist. He followed the other party and kept moving forward. Passing through one door after another, the two finally came to a holy pool. Kyle did not resist and followed the old man into the pool. Under the guidance of the other party, Kyle sat in the pool obediently without resistance. Everything around him was familiar, but he swore that he had never been to such a place. At this moment, the skinny old man sitting opposite Kyle gradually regained his original appearance. In an instant, the skinny appearance disappeared, replaced by the appearance of a young man, giving people a sense of holiness. The next moment, 3 pairs of white wings appeared behind the young man, full of holy light, filling this place with the power of light. "My child, I lost it 1,000 years ago. I feel relieved to see you again." Before Kyle could say anything, the young man closed his eyes and folded his 3 pairs of wings, covering the 2 of them. In an instant, a holy heart emerged from the young man's chest. Pulled by an unknown force, it slowly approached Kyle and gradually merged with the other person's heart. As time went by, Kyle's strength increased steadily, and he jumped directly across the ravine and became a low-level gold knight, a middle-level gold knight, and did not stop until he was a high-level gold knight. This also means that the young man's angel heart is completely integrated with Kyle. The aura of the young man who lost his angelic heart slowly dissipated, and his flawless feathers slowly fell down, turned into light, and gradually dissipated. Why is this? For all this, Kyle felt his heart aching, but his brain was confused and didn't know why. "Child, I want to hear you call me Grandpa, can you?" The young man made an old voice and looked at the other party with pleading eyes. "Grandfather." With tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, Kyle shouted out the title. "Goodbye, my boy." After saying these words, the young man's body turned into light and dissipated in front of Kyle. The next moment the scene changed, and Kyle was back in the alley again, but there was no wooden house, no skinny old man, only a white feather floating in the air. Kyle stretched out his hand, and the feather automatically flew over and landed in his hand. Grandpa, maybe he was a relative of mine in the previous life. Recalling the story of Lord Oder, Kyle gradually had the answer in his mind. Touch your chest, feel this holy heart, and its message, the heart of an angel, appears in your mind. "Goodbye, Grandpa, maybe we will meet again in the future." Kyle closed his eyes, feeling the power, and confidence rose in his heart. From now on, he has the power to protect the Lord. As he was thinking, a secret method appeared in his mind. In just 3 minutes, Kyle mastered this secret technique. Afterwards, Kyle's aura gradually slipped away, revealing his golden low-level aura. In this way, it will not appear abrupt and will not damage the Lord's confidence. Kyle was very satisfied with his masterpiece and walked out of the alley. Outside the alley, Varen looked at Kyle's figure and felt his strength. He was shocked in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. "Let's go and have a drink." Seeing that his master did not ask what happened, Kyle did not take the initiative to return and followed Wylan to the nearest tavern for a drink. In the evening, Kyle helped the drunk Wylan back to Dingcheng district. 3 days later, a celebration banquet was held at Yinliu Palace. The generals of the Expeditionary Army of the Kingdom of Ilya and the army generals of the Principality of Borderland rushed to the palace to attend the banquet. Following his father, Wylan entered Yinliu Palace again. Before the banquet officially started, Angus took Wylan and went straight to the left side of the main hall of Yinliu Palace, as if waiting for something. Looking at the nobles coming and going, Wylan sat quietly on the soft leather sofa without moving around. Not long after, 4 men and 1 woman appeared in front of their father. The middle-aged man at the head bowed and saluted and said kindly, "Master of the family." "Simon, come on, sit down." Angus' tone was very cordial, but he didn't call the other person by seniority, but by his first name. After Simon thanked him, he sat on the left side of Angus. The 4 men and 1 woman he brought stood aside and did not sit down with Simon Akers. "Let me introduce to you, this is my 5th son, Varen, who is 26 years old and a golden knight." Angus pulled Varen, who was sitting on the right, over and introduced to Simon. Becoming a gold professional before the age of 30, Master Wylan is really a young genius, Simon said with sincere emotion. "What, that's an award?" Wylan touched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. The corner of Angus's mouth twitched a little. This brat wanted others to praise him, so he was acting coy here. "How is the situation this time?" Angus interrupted the topic and asked. Seeing this, Simon replied, "According to His Highness Alan's will, I will be awarded the Count of Bayi. The fiefdom is in Bayi City, Chris Province, covering an area of about 12,000 square kilometers. The second son, Milan Aches, was granted the title of Viscount. The fiefdom is located in the southwest of the Fire Leaf territory in the Chris Province. It was originally the territory of the Hennes family. This time, he was deprived of the title of Earl by Archduke Alan and became a Viscount. The southwest area of 1,500 square kilometers was divided into a territory, which was named Firefish Territory. The eldest son and daughter, my granddaughter Amanda Akers, who excelled in battle, was granted the title of Viscount. Her territory is at the junction of the provinces of Govi, Borderland, and South Desarin. The territory is about 800 square kilometers, named Maple Leaf Collar. Angus touched his chin and said in a deep voice, "In this way, your branch has gained a firm foothold, especially Simon. Your territory is strategically located and can focus on developing maritime trade. The family will give you support, but the family also needs to obtain part of the interests of the port city. Without your planning, I wouldn't have been able to achieve such great success. Simon is willing to obey any of your orders." Simon thanked Angus from the bottom of his heart. When the third Prince Alan was defeated and left the capital of Duke of Burgham, Simon was instructed by Angus to lead his direct troops in the Holly Legion to escort the opponent southward, repelling several sieges and interceptions, and became Alan's most loyal in one fell swoop. Subordinates. Of course, the help of the shadow force in Angus's hands was indispensable, especially the soul-level hidden stalker named Meloni, otherwise he would have died on the way south. Because of this merit, coupled with his performance in subsequent battles, he was not only awarded the title of Earl, but also obtained twice the territory of other earls. For this reason, his second son Milan Akers and his eldest son and second daughter Amanda Akers were directly awarded by Grand Duke Alan and became Viscounts. Their gold content is the best among the Viscounts of the Principality of Borderland. Wylan looked behind Simon. The older youth should be Simon's eldest son. The one standing next to him should be his second son Milan Akers. The young woman is his granddaughter Amanda Akers, and the man with the most childish appearance should be his grandson. Afterwards, Simon and Angus talked about some other topics, and Wylan sat aside doing nothing. It was not until Commander Sirid arrived at the Yinluo Hall that Angus ended the conversation with Simon and took Wylan to the front. "Father, with the help of the head of the family, our family has prospered." Simon's eldest son came to his father's side and said solemnly, "I plan to send Sean to Windsor Castle and let the head of the family teach him for a few years. What do you think?" Simon turned to look at his eldest son Galloc and said in a deep voice. Galloc glanced at his second son and said, "Father, let's follow your wishes. Sean will need to inherit our family business in the future. It will also be good for him to be closer to the family head." "Sean, what do you think?" Simon turned his head and looked at his grandson, asking with a serious face. The boy's immature face showed determination. "Grandpa, father, I am willing." "Good boy, if you are ambitious, go to Windsor Castle, but don't lose the face of your second uncle." Milan Akers put his arm around the young man's shoulders with a big smile on his face. Compared to the seriousness of his grandfather and father, Sean is closer to his second uncle Milan. "Okay, the banquet is about to start. Milan, my father and Galloc also have things to do. Sean and Amanda will be left to you to take care of them." "No problem, father," Milan said carelessly. The girl Amanda on the side curled her lips and expressed dissatisfaction with her grandfather's words, but she did not object on the spot. At the front of Yinluo Hall, Angus brought Varen here, greeted several familiar marquises around him, and then stood there, waiting for Commander Sirid's speech. Varen stood next to his father, looked around, and found that the junior behind the other marquis knew Sigrid Rodent, and the others were all strangers. Suddenly, a young man turned his head and met Wylan's eyes. Seeing this situation, Wylan could only smile apologetically, but the other party did not pursue the matter and just laughed it off. Afterwards, Commander Sirid came to the front stage and began to speak. "First, read out the list of gold-level professionals who died in this battle, recognize their heroic battles, and observe a moment of silence for their sacrifices. The second is a summary of the expedition and recognition of the contributions of the 10 regiment commanders in the expeditionary force." In the end, there were no nutritious polite words, but they had to cheer up and listen. No one wanted to leave the bad side to Commander Sirid. Half an hour later, Sirid ended his speech and announced that the banquet had officially begun. With his father's permission, Varen wandered around the hall, tasting delicious food, and occasionally chatted with some nobles to talk about the war. Master Wylan, when he was standing at the dining table choosing what to eat next piece of cake, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Wylan turned his head and looked. There was a man and a woman, Simon's grandson and granddaughter. "Amanda and this." "Master Wylan, you can call me Sean." The young man introduced himself, trying to appear mature. "What do you want from me?" Wylan looked at the underage boy and asked gently. Upon seeing this, Amanda Akers said respectfully, "We would like to ask you for some information about Windsor Castle." "That's it." Wylan looked at the two of them and seemed to understand something. He picked up a plate of pastries and said to the two of them, "It happens to be fine. You two come with me over here and I will give it to you slowly." In a corner, far away from the center of Yinluo Hall, the three of them were sitting quietly on a soft leather sofa. "Which of you is going to study at Windsor Castle?" Varen picked up a piece of pastry and said to the two of them, "Master Varen, this is my brother Sean. So I want to know about the situation in Windsor Castle in advance." Amanda answered. "Okay, let me tell you something." Wylan sat upright and said to the two of them, "If you go to Windsor Castle to study and there's something you don't understand, you can go to the underground library and find an elder of the family. You can call him Elder Miller, who is very tolerant of his younger generations. If you can meet my elder brother, you can also ask him for advice." Unconsciously, half an hour had passed. Wylan told the siblings some useful things, including the housekeeper beside his father, but there was only some general information. The young man needed to know the details himself. "Master Varen, thank you very much for telling my brother so many useful things." Amanda pulled Sean to stand up and saluted Varen to express their gratitude. Wylan waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "We are all from the same family, so there is no need to be so polite." Afterwards, the two siblings left. After Wylan finished destroying the pastries, he was about to get some more when a young man came over with a plate of fruit and sat opposite Wylan. When he looked up, He didn't expect it to be the young nobleman whom he had caught spying on others just now. "My name is Yadink Butabal. Would you mind chatting?" The other party's tone was very gentle, and it felt like a refreshing spring breeze, but Wylin was more vigilant just because he remembered his father's teachings. But there should be some actions on the surface to make things happen. I randomly picked up an unknown piece of fruit from the other person's plate, put it in my mouth, chewed it slowly, and found that it tasted very good. I immediately praised, "You are very discerning, this fruit is good." "Meet me, my name is Varan Akers." "Ha ha ha, interesting man." Yadink Budball laughed out loud. His movements were very casual, without those so-called aristocratic etiquette. In their opinion, only the lower-level nobles would strictly follow the so-called aristocratic etiquette. For family members like them, in addition to maintaining respect when facing their elders, they are also very easygoing to their peers as long as there is no hostility. "I was observing very secretly just now. How did you find out?" Wylin looked at the other party and asked curiously. "Secret?" Yadink Budball did not answer directly, but turned to another topic. "What do you think of the kingdom's war against the Grey Wasteland?" "Opinion?" Wylin touched his chin, thought for a while, and said, "Actually, I don't have any opinion. This is purely a military exercise." "Okay." Yadink's tone was a little disappointed, but he quickly covered it up and talked to Wylin about other topics. In just half an hour of getting along, Wylin had some understanding of this junior of the Marquis Budball. In his opinion, this person is on par with his elder brother Ilyssus. The other party can analyze a lot of useful things, from some surface phenomena, such as the general trend of the kingdom, the hidden meaning of deep-level transactions with other countries, and the reasons for the struggles between various forces in the country. Wylin thought he didn't have his ability. Some things are innate and others can't ask for them. For example, he can get the guidance of fate to bring him useful information, but the other party doesn't have this ability. Then Yadink ended his communication with Wylin. "Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix." As darkness fell, the Yinluo Hall was lit up by magic lamps. The colorful lights created an unknown atmosphere. Wylin walked around and enjoyed the ballroom dancing of some noble men and women. He suddenly lost interest. He found his father, said hello, and then left the place and returned to his residence. In the room, Kyle stopped practicing and opened his eyes. Under the influence of Angel Heart, Kyle's body is transforming into that of an angel. "Within 3 years, I may transform into a real angel." Feeling the golden blood flowing in his body, Kyle roughly calculated the time. However, doesn't matter if he transforms from a human into an angel, if he can be a help to the Lord. Then Kyle got out of bed, left the room, and went to the front yard. "My lord." Varan looked at Kyle's figure and said with a smile, "Go get some wine. The moonlight is nice tonight, let's have a few drinks." Not long after, Kyle helped the drunken Varan to the bedroom. Just as he thought, his master's drinking ability was getting worse and worse. 3 days later, Varan and the generals of the Aix army returned to the provincial capital of Chris province. As for Angus, who had important matters to deal with, he did not return to the Aix army with them. Returning to the provincial capital of Chris province, it was back to the leisurely days of the past. On June 15, 9728 in the glorious calendar, at the royal capital palace of Duke Bogonhan, the third prince, Alan Bogonhan, was sworn in as the second Grand Duke of the Duke of Bogonhan under the witness of the Pope of the life religion of the Kingdom of Ilia. At this point, the high-level faith dispute between the life god cult and the war god cult in the central region of the Principality of Bogonhan ended with the life god cult winning. 2 months later, in accordance with the orders of the Expeditionary Force headquarters, the Aix army set off and returned to the country. Starting from March 3, 9726 in the glorious calendar, to August 25, 9728 in the glorious calendar, the civil strife in the Principality of Bogonhan officially ended. This dispute between the two kingdoms left over thousands of years ago came to an end. The next time it breaks out may be in the next millennium. Returning to Bayan camp, Wylan handed over the command of the 3rd Battalion. 2 years ago, when the 3rd Battalion was received, there were 5,087 people. Today, when it was officially handed over to his father, there were only 3,763 people left, and there were 1,324 people. He fell in a foreign land and gave his life for his benefit. In the camp, Wylan sat aside, looking at his father in a daze. Wylan, excluding the part of the income you brought to the headquarters, the current wealth is worth 3.7 billion gold coins. According to regulations, you can get 1/3 of it. What do you want from it? Something. Angus put the 6 ledgers on the desk and said to Wylan, "Father, I hope to have a copy of the books harvested from them, especially the extraordinary books on warrior exhalation, knight's breathing, mage meditation, etc. And for other things, I also need 30 sets of excellence-level books, a complete set of knight equipment, 70 million gold coins in cash, and everything else is up to you." Angus wrote down Wylan's requirements on a piece of paper and then handed it to Mag, asking him to calculate the price and prepare the things. The war between the kingdom and the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom will break out in the near future. Although the Cardro province where you are located is located in the northwest frontier, there are also parts of the area bordering the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. The temptations of the dwarves will follow the war. The enemy is approaching more and more intensely, so you need to be careful at all times and don't let your guard down and cause damage to your territory. Yes, father, Varen recorded Angus's words in his mind. But with Miss Anastasia and Mr. Oder here, he didn't think any dwarf would dare to approach the Prayer Star leader. As for the treasure house, without you, the family would not be able to obtain the demiplane. As a reward for you, I have prepared 3 things for my father: a space ring with a storage space of 6,000 cubic meters and 20 books of superior night breathing techniques, 1,000 red phosphorus horses. Thank you, father. Wylan accepted it happily without any politeness. These things are not ready yet, but within half a year I will send someone to deliver them to you. Staring at his son, Angus couldn't help but warn, I won't say more about the space ring, you can be sure of it yourself. 20 copies of the superior knight's breathing technique should be given to subordinates with caution and careful consideration. Only then can you show your ability to control people. And others will be grateful. If something precious becomes worthless, then it is really worthless. As for 1,000 red phosphorus horses, 500 male horses, and 500 mares, they are easy to breed. The red phosphorus horses sold must be castrated. The stallions cannot be lost to others. My father will send 3 experts, the talents who breed red phosphorus horses, assist you in establishing a red phosphorus horse farm. Yes, father, I will definitely keep it in mind, Wylan said seriously. Okay, let's go down and say goodbye to the familiar people. Then I'll go first, father. Wylan didn't stop, got up and left the camp. Arrive at the logistics camp, receive 5,000 bottles of wine and 200 grass deer, and return to the 3rd Battalion station. Sir, these things are, a captain said hesitantly. The companion standing next to him pushed the other person and said helplessly, this is not simple yet. Your Excellency is leaving. Okay, let's have someone handle the ingredients. I won't go home until I'm drunk today. After hearing Wylan's order, everyone received 5,000 bottles of wine and 200 grass deer from the logistics staff, and started the barbecue party in this open space. Looking at the busy people around him, Varen smiled and came to Dread's camp. Master Wylan, good afternoon. Dread put down the book in his hand and stood up to salute. Wylan was not polite. He came to sit beside him and said, General Dread, thank you for your help in the past 2 years. This is my job, Dread replied. I'm leaving in the next few days. Wylan said with a smile. His tone was a little sad. Before I leave, I will leave you 70 million gold coins in cash, 1 for each person in the 3rd Battalion, 1 for those who are alive, and 2 for those who died in battle. I hope you can distribute it. After all, I have promised before that if I make money, you can't lose it either. Dread looked serious and bowed his head and said, I thank you for your gift on behalf of the 5,087 soldiers of the 3rd Battalion. Okay, don't forget the banquet tonight. Wylan said hello and left the tent. Looking at the back of the other party leaving, Dread thought a lot in his heart, but finally calmed down. 6 days later, with the farewell of 763 people from the 3rd Battalion, Wylan and Kyle left on their red phosphorus horses and set off on their return journey. As for his own wealth, Angus would arrange for someone to deliver it to Kixing within 3 months. After 2 years of absence, Wylan returned to Cadero Province again. Looking at everything familiar around him, the northern city of Cadero Province has basically not changed. As the city where the teleportation hall, church, adventure union, government agencies, and other functional departments are located, it is basically difficult to change. Feeling the breeze of the second hometown, Wylan and Kyle led the red phosphorus horse to the western city as the commercial district. Compared with 2 years ago, there are many changes here. Raimondo has a good business mind. Looking at the changing streets and the security team members who perform their tasks. Meticulously, Wylan said to Kyle beside him, "The master is right, Lord Raimondo does have outstanding talents." It took half an hour to stroll around the commercial district, bought some interesting things, and left the provincial capital before nightfall and went to the Kixing Manor outside the city. At this moment, Raimondo had already been waiting for Wylan's arrival at the entrance of Kixing Manor. When the master appeared in the West City district, Raimondo received the news from the security personnel and immediately ordered people to clean the manor, prepare a sumptuous dinner, and wait for Wylan to arrive. Before the setting sun and the sky dimmed, the figures of the two appeared in Raimondo's sight. "Master," Raimondo bowed and saluted, and took the initiative to lead the horse. Looking at his subordinate, Wylan patted his shoulder and praised him generously. "You have done a great job in the changes in the West City district. I am very pleased." "Thank you for your affirmation, Master." Raimondo was very honored to hear this. "Let's go and see what food you have prepared for us." Wylan looked at the Kixing Manor, which had changed greatly, and said to Raimondo, "Master, please follow me." Raimondo handed the red phosphorus horse to the guard and led the way in front. Wylan and Kyle followed behind and went to the central building hall of the manor. After eating, Wylan looked at Raimondo and asked, "Have all the people I sent back been sent back to Kixing territory?" "All of them were sent back," Raimondo answered. "A total of 937 households, 326 people, all sent to Kixing territory. Under the arrangement of General Baird, they have adapted to the new environment. By the way, how are the 3 girls who were sent back at the beginning? And how does Baird get along with them?" Wylan looked at Raimondo with curiosity in his eyes. Raimondo hesitated for a while and said, "They get along very well. The 3 girls you sent back have become capable subordinates of General Baird." "Subordinates?" Wylan stared at Raimondo with wide eyes. "I found him a wife and he took her as his subordinate." "Maybe, perhaps, probably, General Baird has special feelings for the 3 girls you sent back. I have been staying in the capital of Cadero Province for a long time, and I don't know much about the affairs of Kixing territory." Raimondo apologized in his heart, and then righteously got rid of his relationship. "Forget it." Wylan was a little speechless in his heart, looked at Raimondo and continued to ask, "Are there any of the 23 girls I sent back later?" "Well, to be honest with you, my lord, I like one of the ladies very much," Raimondo answered vaguely. "It's okay to have your own one, pursue boldly, and get married as soon as possible. If you want to get married, just tell me and I will host the wedding for you." Wylan is very confident about the girls he personally selected. The first criterion for selecting a man is to dare to sacrifice for the family. Once such a woman gets married, she will basically not betray her husband, not to mention other things. Then he asked Raimondo about some of the situation in the Cadero province and sent him away. "Kyle, when you go back, talk more with the other knights and talk about their words. It is always inappropriate for me to ask about this kind of thing in person." "Yes, my lord." Kyle nodded and replied after hearing it and kept it in mind. The next morning, Wylan and Kyle did not stay in Kixing Manor for long and set off to return to Kixing territory. 3 days later, the two returned to Kixing Lake. Compared with 2 years ago, Kixing City has not changed much, except for a few more buildings. Returning to his own castle, he immediately asked Kyle to let the guards notify everyone to come to the castle for a meeting 2 days later. "My lord, long time no see." "Eunice, long time no see. How have you been these past 2 years?" Thank you for your concern, my lord. During the time, I was supervising the construction of the new castle. I learned a lot of extraordinary knowledge that I had never come into contact with from Master Oda. Eunice's tone was not as reserved as before, and it seemed that she had indeed changed a lot in the past 2 years. It's good to have made progress. I will go to the new castle to inspect it in a few days, and I may need you to be my guide. Eunice replied respectfully, "It's my honor." After chatting with the other party for a few words, Eunice went to her residence with a pile of brand new white paper. Wai Lin did not stay for long and went straight to the study. Not long after returning to the study, he heard a sound coming from outside the window. Turning around, a mutant griffin was knocking on the window, wanting his master to open the window and let himself in. Seeing this scene, Wai Lin came to the window, signaled the mutant griffin to step back, and then pushed the window open. The mutant griffin immediately flew over and prepared to climb in through the window, but halfway through, it found that the back half of its body was stuck. Hello. Wellen looked at the funny expression on the mutant griffin's face and laughed. I didn't expect that as soon as I came back, this kid would put on a good show for me. The other party's hard work made Wylan feel very funny. It seems that you have gained a lot of weight. You have to let someone control your food. Hearing this, the mutant griffin immediately expressed dissatisfaction, showing a wronged expression, and shouted shashasha to protest. Okay, just lie on the window like this, so that it won't be hard to come in and even harder to go out. If you break my window, you won't be able to eat any meat these days, and you can only watch your wife eat meat. Wylan touched the head of the mutant griffin and said softly. The mutant griffin thought about it, and it seemed to be like this. He lay on the window, exposing the back half of his body, and closed his eyes to enjoy Wylan's touch. This cub has grown well. He was born almost 4 years ago. The amount of magic energy in his body is equivalent to the content of the fighting spirit of a high-level bronze knight. Compared with the size, he should have the strength of a mid-level bronze, which is considered to be quite powerful among the griffin cubs. But then again, if it's still so useless even with his continuous feeding, it would be a bit of a letdown for the name of a mutant griffin. He could just kill it and eat its meat. It's useless to keep it anyway. 2 days later, in the castle hall, all 14 knights were in place, sitting quietly on chairs, waiting for Wylan's arrival. Not long after, Wylan came to the hall in a casual uniform with Kyle. My lord. Everyone stood up and saluted. Wylan sat in the first seat. Kyle stood behind him, looking straight ahead. Sit. Hearing the order, the 14 people sat down again, their eyes focused on Wylan, waiting for his speech. In 2 years, each of them has made some achievements and wants to report their contributions to Wylan. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Wylan also knew that they were very excited. Start with Baird, report in turn. As soon as Wylan finished speaking, Baird stood up, bowed and saluted, and then began to report. Kixing City governs an area of 1,300 square kilometers, with 1 Kixing City, 2 towns, Beixing Town and Nanxing Town, and 51 villages, with 3 to 5 people in one household. There are currently 23,700 households, a population of 73,671 and 7,300 people in the militia system. Regarding land, there are 900,000 mu of land that can be cultivated, of which 450,000 mu are tax fields. The Kixing City area implements 2 crops per year. Wheat is planted in spring and summer, with 100 jin of wheat per mu as the tax field tax standard, and 45 million jin of wheat is harvested. In autumn and winter, yam and vegetable roots are planted, with 250 jin of crops per mu as the tax field tax standard, and 60 million jin of yam and 52.5 million jin of vegetable roots are harvested. The territory uniformly implements 2 years of cultivation and 1 year of fallow. During the fallow period, the government will organize the free people of the cultivated land to participate in voluntary labor for 3 months, repair roads, organize tree planting, dig rivers and clean up water areas, etc., which has been deducted from the tax revenue of the fallow year. In terms of urban construction, Kixing City has planned a 4-city system. According to the urban construction guidelines formulated by the kingdom, the East City District is the noble area, the South City District is the civilian area, the West City District is used as a commercial area, and the North City District is used as the ruling agency, Adventure Union, Life Church, Public Security Bureau, and other functional areas. According to current statistics, there are 9,600 registered residents and more than 4,600 floating population in the urban area of Kixing City, totaling more than 15,000 people, and 137 stores of various types. Baird's report did not stop for a moment. He spoke for 15 minutes in a row before he barely explained Kixing City and its subordinate areas clearly. Then Orlando and Andrew, the two governors, reported on their work, although it was not as long as Baird's. It was still 10 minutes. Orlando Town. Lancia Town. Through this half-hour report, Weiland had a clear understanding of the situation in Kixing City, Orlando Town, and Lancia Town, and could also see the efforts of his three governors in the past 2 years. Remember, Baird, Orlando, and Andrew have made outstanding contributions, and each of them will be rewarded with 5,000 gold coins as encouragement. Kyle heard the words and wrote down the master's order at a very fast speed. "Thank you, master." The three stood up and saluted. Weiland smiled at the three people, motioned them to sit down, and then looked at Randolph, motioning him to start reporting. "My lord, I am responsible for the cultivation of special resources in the territory, including the black-skinned pig farm, the Luochuo camel farm, the cultivation of ivy trees on the vine, the ice blue grass plantation, and the reception of luminous wine. Among them, after 2 years of development, there are now 13 large-scale black-skinned pig farms with 300 black-skinned pigs, and 500 pigs can be slaughtered each year. In addition to the 500 pigs purchased from Viscount Alcott, Viscount Edward, and Baron Brian, there are 4,000 pigs for internal use in the territory. In terms of Luochuo camel breeding, 2 breeding farms have been built in Lancia Town, of which the No. 1 Luochuo camel breeding farm has 97 pigs, and the No. 2 Luochuo camel breeding farm has 56 pigs. In Qingtang Mountain Manor, with the help of 3 Druid silver mages from the Mage Academy, there are already 60 15-year-old ivy trees in the Qingtang Mountain Manor. Trees, 128-year-old ivy trees, and 200 trees under 5 years old. The ice blue grass plantation, due to the environment, remains unchanged, and the annual output of ice blue grass fluctuates by about 3%. Luminous wine. Because Shuyu Manor has expanded the scale of luminous grape planting, the output has expanded from 120 bottles of luminous wine per year to 200 bottles per year, and now there are 750 bottles of luminous wine in stock. In addition, my subordinates have sent people to investigate Shuyu Manor and found that the manor manager Rokas did not falsify or embezzle your things. Randolph, without your contribution in the past few years, there would not be such a large output. Weiland looked at his guardian knight and praised, "Reward, 10 bottles of luminous wine and 3,000 gold coins." After hearing this, Kyle dutifully gave this order. The treasury is now under his control, and the things rewarded by the master still need to be taken out from the warehouse by themselves. After Randolph sat down, Cassius stood up to report. In the past 2 years, since Baird and Andrew were busy with government affairs, he and Isius were basically in charge of the military expansion task. As the battalion commander of the Kixing Battalion and the main person in charge of this task, he should report it, which was also something he and Isius had already discussed. "My lord, according to your instructions, all the troops in the Kixing Battalion, the 2nd Battalion and the 3rd Battalion are fully staffed. Each battalion currently has 750 people, and the 3 battalions have a total of 250 people. Among them, the Kixing camp has 1 high-level silver knight, 2 low-level silver warriors, 45 high-level bronze warriors, 123 mid-level bronze warriors, 636 low-level bronze warriors, and the rest are high-level warrior apprentices. The commander of the 2nd Battalion is Isius. Under his leadership, the strength of the 2nd Battalion has grown rapidly. There is currently 1 high-level silver knight, 1 low-level silver warrior, 15 high-level bronze warriors, 63 mid-level bronze warriors, 326 low-level bronze warriors, and 1,367 high-level warrior apprentices. The rest are all mid-level warrior apprentices. The 3rd Battalion was originally led by the acting battalion commander Eden, who broke through to become a silver warrior in September of the glorious calendar 9726. According to your instructions, he officially took up the position of battalion commander. During his leadership of the 3rd Battalion, the combat effectiveness has steadily increased. There is currently 1 silver warrior, 13 high-level bronze warriors, 55 mid-level bronze warriors, 293 low-level bronze warriors, 1,130 high-level warrior apprentices, and the rest are all mid-level warrior apprentices. Hearing that the expansion of the army was officially completed, Wylan nodded with satisfaction. Among them, the combat effectiveness of the Kixing Battalion not only did not decline, but increased a lot, and of course the supply of black-skinned pork was indispensable. Seeing that Cassius had finished his report, Greg looked at Imogen and nodded, then stood up and began to report. My lord, in the Knight Academy, under the training of Instructor Devonshire, the strength of 800 students has improved by leaps and bounds in the past 2 years. 600 students have grown into bronze knights, and the remaining 200 students are all high-level knight apprentices and can break through at any time. In addition, 6 students have reached the middle level of bronze knights and have reached the graduation standard. Oh, so fast, tell me the details. Wylan supported his cheek with his left hand, sat on the stone chair, looked at Greg, and asked curiously. Seeing this, Greg took out a document from his arms and was about to hand it over, only to see the document float up and fly in front of Wylan. At this time in the hall, the 14 Guardian Knights discovered that Kyle had grown into a Golden Knight. Orlando looked at his master, then looked at Kyle. His competitive spirit was aroused, and turned to look at his younger brother Hebrew with a strong competitive spirit in his eyes. Others were no exception. Kyle started practicing much later than them, but now he has surpassed them. This is unbearable. Everyone has taken the 7-colored life flower, and there is basically no difference in talent. So they made up their minds to roll up when they returned and strive to break through the Golden Knight as soon as possible, and they must not be left too far behind by the master and Kyle. Especially Baird, who was still lamenting that he had finally taken some time off from his busy schedule and improved his cultivation a little, and was 1 step closer to breaking through the high-level silver level. Unexpectedly, the inconspicuous little servant ran ahead of him, and he had to work harder. Wylan saw the reactions of the people below, and was very pleased that his subordinates were not salted fish, and they still had a sense of shame. He roughly looked at the information of the 6 students who broke through the bronze intermediate knight. They were all very talented, and 2 of them were students from other noble children who came here to study. However, he did not have the intention to kill the genius, but could show favor to the other party and expand his influence in the Cardro province. Tell me about the situation of the Mage Academy and the Priest Academy. Wylan put away the document and continued to ask Greg. After the other party's narration, Wylan roughly understood the situation of the Mage Academy and the Priest Academy. It can only be said that it is really difficult for a mage to get started. So far, no one in the Mage Academy has broken through to the Bronze Mage. The best one has only reached the high level of Mage Apprentice, and there is still a long time before the breakthrough. The Priest Academy is much better, with 10 students growing into Bronze Priests. Among them, Pastor Lavia has made an indelible contribution. Cassius, Ixus, Greg, and Imogen, each of whom will be rewarded with 3,000 gold coins. Thank you, my lord. The 4 stood up and saluted, saying respectfully. Then Raimondo began to report on business affairs. As for the development-related matters, they naturally needed to be reported at the end. My lord, in terms of business, I am responsible for 3 areas. First, it is the commercial layout of the provincial capital of Cardero Province. So far, the West District of the provincial capital is basically under our control. Except for the 3 streets that all belong to us. We have more or less shares in the large chambers of commerce in other commercial streets, with an annual income of about 80,000 gold coins. Second, in the Maple Leaf City Adventure Zone of Duke Leyden, according to your instructions, the Kixing Chamber of Commerce did not expand and operated in the original field, with a very considerable profit of 280,000 gold coins per year. Third, it is the business within the province of Cardero, mainly including the commercial camp outside the Brazilian camp and the business road operation. Among them, the commercial camp outside the Brazilian camp has an annual income of 40,000 gold coins, and the business road operation has an annual income of 5,000 gold coins, totaling 45,000 gold coins. For the business road with the lowest profit, Wyland did not give up, mainly for two reasons. First, this is the first business road he opened up with great effort, which is very memorable. The second reason is to collect intelligence and keep abreast of various changes in the province of Cordero. Remember, Raimondo is diligent and conscientious, and I will reward you with 6,000 gold coins. Thank you, my lord, Raimondo said respectfully and then sat down. Next came the highlight of this meeting, the development-related affairs. Before leaving Kixing territory 2 years ago, Wyland asked Baird to preside over the development. Of course, in this process, Baird only played a leading role, and the main person in charge was the 4 Guardian Knights Mike, Alf, Adolf, and Orion. According to the previous discussion of the 4 of them, Alf, as the reporter, reported to Wyland their achievements in the past 4 years. At Wyland's signal, Alf stood up and came to Wyland, opening a map with a new map of Kixing territory. Except for Kixing City, Orlando Town, Lancia Town, and Binghan District, other places were referred to by the development serial number, without a formal name, waiting for him, the Lord, to name them. My lord, in 2 years, we have developed a total of 11,000 square kilometers of territory, divided into 8 regions from 1 to 8. Region No. 1 is developed, with an area of about 900 square kilometers, a flat terrain, and currently has 1 development town, 27 villages, and a population of about 23,000 people, including more than 8,000 purchased slaves and more than 4,000 free people. The rest are people who migrated from the areas under the jurisdiction of Orlando Town and Kixing City. The military force has 2,000 militiamen. Development of Area No. 2, an area of about 1,200 square kilometers with plains and mountains, currently has 1 developed town, 23 villages, and a population of about. While Wyland was looking at the topographic map, he listened to Alf's report. It must be said that, although the talents of his 4 Guardian Knights are not as good as those of Baird and Andrew, they can also be regarded as talented people. The newly developed area, 11,000 square kilometers, accommodates half of the population of Kixing territory, but compared with the 3 areas that have been operated for 7 or 8 years, the infrastructure of the newly developed area is much backward. In any case, in the next few years, most of Kixing territory's resources will be tilted towards the newly developed areas. Only by developing these newly developed areas can we continue to develop outward. Otherwise, no matter how large the area is, without sufficient population and army, the kingdom will not recognize this as your territory. Mike, Alf, Adolf, and Orion. The 4 people have made contributions to the development, and each of them will be rewarded with a mid-level magic crystal and 8,000 gold coins. Thank you, my lord. The 4 people were excited and bowed to salute. To be recognized by the master, the hard work of the 4 of them in the past 2 years was not in vain. Then Wyland stood up and walked to the map, picked up a pen, and named the 8 newly developed areas. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. After giving these 8 places new names, we need to arrange for human governors to develop them. The places near Kixing City are relatively prosperous, while those far away from Kixing City are very backward. For example, the area under the jurisdiction of Xifeng Town is 1,400 square kilometers, most of which are plain terrain, suitable for growing food, but it has the shortest development time and insufficient population, with only 9,000 people, 80% of whom are recently purchased slaves. Because it is located on the edge of Kixing territory, free people prefer to live in the hinterland rather than running to remote places to open up wasteland compared to the central area. Wyland put down the pen in his hand, looked around. and began to select suitable governors. In the meeting room, every knight held his chest high, without any intention of retreating. As long as the master gave them the task, they would guarantee to complete it. Andrew. Hearing his master calling his name, Andrew stood up and waited for Wyland's instructions. I plan to merge Lancia Town, Shanyuan Town, Changshi Town, Sunset Town and Wanfeng Town, upgrade Lancia Town to Lancia City, establish Lancia County, and the other 4 towns will be named as counties and exist as subordinate administrative units of Lancia County. I appoint you as the governor of Lancia County. Do you have the confidence to take on this task? Andrew did not hesitate and answered directly. Please rest assured, my lord. I will govern Lancia County for you and make it the granary of Kixing territory within 3 years. Very good. Wyland nodded with great satisfaction and turned to look at the others, Mike, Alf, Adolf, Orion. Please give your instructions. The 4 stood up and saluted. As the lord of Kixing territory, I appoint Mike as the governor of Shanyuan County, Alf as the governor of Changshi County, Adolf as the governor of Sunset County, and Orion as the governor of Wanfeng County. Yes, sir. Afterwards, Wyland merged the jurisdiction of Orlando Town and Kixing City to establish Kixing County as the seat of Kixing territory, and Baird as the governor of Kixing County, and concurrently the governor of Kixing County. Hebrew took over as the governor of Orlando County and governed this place. As the center of the entire Kixing territory, the importance of Kixing County is self-evident. Similarly, Baird's burden has increased a lot. But he can only take on this important task. Hebrew, if you don't understand anything, you can ask your elder brother or Baird. If I know that you have messed up the governance of Orlando County, I will see how I will deal with you. Hebrew was just complacent, but he didn't expect to hear the warning from the Lord the next moment, and his mood instantly fell to the bottom. My lord, can I not be the Archon? I think I'd rather. It's okay if you don't want to be the Archon. I'll give you the position of the Black Pig Factory manager. Do you want it? Wyland is very open-minded. As long as the question is raised, he doesn't mind having more options, but the choices are not so good. When he heard about this position, Hebrew said without hesitation, My lord, I am willing to be the Archon of Orlando Town. Half a year ago, he heard that so pushed a careless breeder. It would be better for him to study hard in the position of Archon than to be the manager of such a livestock farm. Orlando. My lord. The blond young man stood up and saluted meticulously. Compared with his brother, he was very mature and stable, and he looked very reliable. I plan to merge Changlin Town, Xifeng Town, Mixian Town and Bede Town to establish Xifeng County. With Xifeng County as the seat of government and Changlin County, Mixian County and Bede County under its jurisdiction, you will serve as the governor of this place. This is a new land without a certain foundation like Lancia Town. Everything must start from scratch. Do you have confidence? Orlando answered fearlessly, Lord, within 5 years, I will return you a prosperous Xifeng County, but I need 2 things. Tell me, what is it? Wyland replied with a smile. First, I want to take away the original governance system of Orlando Town, which can help my subordinates quickly master Xifeng County. Wyland thought about it and directly agreed to Orlando's first request. Hebrew on the side widened his eyes and looked at his elder brother. He didn't expect you to be such a person. Orlando glanced at his younger brother's thoughts lightly, which made Hebrew shrink his head immediately. He didn't dare to look at his elder brother, for fear of being beaten when he went back. Second, I hope the Lord can take Duke and Cyril from Lord Baird. As expected, Baird looked at Orlando angrily when he heard this. He didn't expect that you, a handsome guy, would be like this inside. You asked for 2 of your capable men as soon as you opened your mouth. Okay, I agree. After thinking for a while, Wyland agreed to Orlando's request. Seeing the Lord's words, Baird could only obey and hand over the men obediently. When he thought that without these 2 capable men, his government affairs would increase again, he wanted to ask the Lord for people again. He always went to other places to poach people. When did his subordinates get poached by others? Glancing at Baird, Wyland certainly knew what this guy was thinking. But he now had countermeasures and was not afraid of him asking for people. Andrew, sitting quietly in the chair, raised his mouth slightly, gloating. A few years ago, the captain poached many of his men, which gave him a headache for a while. At that time, he was still curious about why the master said that when he inspected Lancia town. It turned out that he was warning him that his old captain was going to poach people. Now the situation has changed, and it is the captain's turn to have a good taste of what it feels like to have his talents poached. Okay, let's start the next topic now. Everyone calmed down after hearing this and stopped thinking about other things. Baird looked up at Wylan and met his half-smile eyes, which made him feel inexplicably cold. Baird, my chief steward, how are the 3 girls I sent back for you now? That, actually. He naturally knew what his master meant by sending 3 outstanding girls to the meeting, but he was thinking about cultivation at the time, and didn't think too much about it, and directly used them as officials. Within 3 months, I hope to see you get married. My great steward, please don't let me down. Sir, Baird didn't finish his words. Wylan waved his hand to interrupt him and said very firmly, "You were 24 years old when you followed me out of the Eagle territory. Now 9 years have passed and you are 33 years old. It's time to get married." "I didn't get married because of family tradition." "Then, my great steward, why did you get married?" Baird didn't know how to answer this question from his master. To say that career is the most important thing. The boss of the house always talks about people. If he is using this excuse to fool around, it is really unjustifiable. As for using the unfounded fiancé as a shield, you have to be smart. I am afraid that my identity information is not familiar to my master. I am deceiving myself by making up such an excuse. In desperation, Baird smiled bitterly and said to Varen, "Thank you, Lord. Within 3 months my subordinates will capture them as soon as possible." "Ha, that's right." When the other party agreed, Wylan said gently without a straight face, smiling. Then Varen looked at the others. Most of the knights who were glanced at by him lowered their heads. Except for Raimundo, Orlando, and Hebrew, the other 10 people did not dare to look at Varen. "The same goes for you. The more than 20 girls I sent back later were all carefully selected by me. Don't wait for me to come personally with a sword to urge the marriage. Please take action." "Yes, Lord." Everyone except Orlando and Baird answered loudly. Looking at the Hebrew boy, Wylan glared at him fiercely and warned, "Don't think about this, kid. Just stay with me. If I find out, your legs will be broken." "Lord, why is this?" Hebrew asked with some dissatisfaction. Orlando punched Hebrews on the head, causing him to cover his head in pain. The eldest brother is becoming more and more proficient in the way he hits people. Using the smallest amount of force to inflict maximum damage, there are not so many reasons. "I will personally decide the marriage between you 2. Okay." Hebrew curled his lips, shrank his head and whispered. The other knights laughed when they saw this. Orlando had no objection to his master's words. When he was 12 or 13 years old, he and his younger brother became loyal to the Lord. Over the years, he could clearly feel that the Lord had raised them both as his own children. The father arranged a marriage for his son. In his opinion, this was a matter of course. It seemed that before he went to Zephyr County to take office, he should give the Hebrew boy a few more beatings to make him remember. "Okay, all 12 of you must work hard. This meeting is over. Let's adjourn." After hearing this, everyone left the conference room one after another. Even Baird no longer wanted to ask Wylan for help, but was thinking about how to get along with his 3 female subordinates so as not to be taken over by his boss 3 months later. He chased and slashed with the knight's sword. Returning to the study, I feel relaxed. Isn't it easy to explain everything? However, in the next period of time, the focus will be on developing the underground world. 3 days later, Varen took the half-elf Eunice with him to inspect the new castle. On the plain 20 kilometers west of Kixing City, a brand new castle stands. The tall city walls, wide moat, and hundreds of armor-piercing guards patrolling the walls highlight the large area of the new castle. 100 meters away from the city gate, Wylan dismounted from his horse and looked at the street tree beside the road. It was the orchid tree discovered during the last inspection of the priest college. It bloomed every autumn, and the fragrance emitted by the flowers had a refreshing effect. Unexpectedly, Eunice discovered this carefully and transplanted this kind of tree. Facing the admiring gaze of the Lord, Eunice couldn't help but feel a little confused, but without thinking much, she started taking Wylan to visit the new castle. Lord, according to your instructions, the new castle covers an area of 500 acres. It has 2 inner and outer walls. The outer wall is 8 meters high, and the inner wall is 16 meters high. The 2 gates in the east and west directions are opened daily, and the 2 gates in the north and south are open daily. The city gate is semi-closed and can be opened in case of emergency. Both city walls are 10 meters wide, allowing soldiers to move quickly. There is a small warehouse every 100 meters that can store food, weapons, arrows, and other war supplies. The area surrounded by the inner city wall is the inner city, covering an area of 200 acres. There is a main castle, 2 annexes, a library, a large training ground, a small garden, a small stable, and a griffin. The lair, a wind wolf lair, and weapons storehouse. Grain warehouse, a warehouse, and 2 cellars, a total of 14 buildings. In addition to the reserved land for the Mage Tower, there are also 200 acres of open space for you to build other buildings. Architecture. The area enclosed by the inner city wall and the outer city wall is the outer city area, covering an area of 3,000 acres. There are 3 completed military camps that can station 3,000 people, 2 stables, 2 blacksmith shops, 8 warehouses, 3 training grounds, and 1/2 of the area of buildings such as the clock tower is just paved with floor tiles and is not developed, so you can add other buildings as you like. Following Eunice, Varen spent 4 hours taking a general look at the new castle. My lord, this castle requires 800 daily patrols. According to the 8-hour rotation, at least 400 soldiers are needed. There are currently only 156 castle defenders and more than 100 servants, which are completely unable to meet the requirements of the new castle. Combining the data given by Kyle, Varen discovered that the new castle was really a bit larger than 100 million points. The guard army needed 400 people, and the servants might need at least 1,000 people. Kyle, after you return, select 200 bronze warriors from the army, and then select 2,000 militiamen from various places, and integrate them with the existing castle guards to serve as the guards of the new castle. As for servants, their status and background must be clean, and those with family members serving as soldiers in the standing army will be given priority. Kyle remembered the master's words in his heart and prepared to do it when he returned. Not long after, several people came to Odura's temporary residence. Seeing that he was teaching students, Wylan and others stood aside and did not disturb him. After 2 years, Odura's 2 students made rapid progress, especially the female apprentice Isakadra, who looked at her teacher with a strange look. Seeing that Odura had finished teaching and was walking towards him, Wylan shook his head, threw away the outrageous guess in his mind, and ignored it. Sir Odura, long time no see. Lord, this time I returned, I gained a lot. Not much, just a little bit of wealth. Wylan replied with a smile, without hearing the true meaning of Odura's words. Glancing at Kyle, Odura shook his head and did not continue to talk about this topic. At this moment, Eunice left this place tactfully. At Kyle's signal, the other followers left this place. My lord, please follow me. Velen and Kyle followed Odura and walked towards the main castle. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Not long after, the 3 of them came to the basement of the castle. Odura came to the side and touched a magic instrument with his hand, and a space door appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Please come over here. While still marveling at the portal, Odura's words made Wylan come back to his senses and come to the side of the magic instrument. This thing is a medium that can trigger a small space door and open the door to the treasure house. There is a small element pool under the basement for this prop. It has a self-destruction function. This is the first line of defense I set up. Looking at the item in front of him, Wylan was a little surprised and speechless. He still underestimated the value of the magic craftsman master. Odura didn't care about Wylan's psychological changes. He clicked on a virtual screen, erased his permission on it, and randomly gave up the position. Please stimulate the fighting spirit in your body and let this item record your energy breath. Wai Lin did not rush forward. Sir Odora, can this item remember the energy breath of multiple people? Odora told Wai Lin the answer directly without any hesitation. This device can record the energy breath of up to 3 people. As long as you touch it with your hand, you can trigger this device and open the small space door leading to the underground treasure house. After getting the answer he wanted, Wai Lin stepped forward and put his hand on the device to let it record his breath. Then he called Kyle over and asked him to leave his breath on it. There are many people he can trust absolutely, but Kyle is the only one who stays by his side all the time. Therefore, there is a candidate who can often go in and out of the treasure house. For all this, Odora did not interfere. This thing originally belonged to Wai Lin, and how he wanted to deal with it had nothing to do with him. However, he also saw the bond between the master and servant. After completing the first procedure, Odor led Wai Lin and Kyle through the small space door and came to a closed hall. 6-meter-tall elemental knights stood in front of the stone door. In the shocked eyes of the two, Odor slowly introduced the specific situation of this enclosed space in a calm tone. The treasury is located 600 meters underground in the castle, covering an area of 18 acres. I use 3 medium-sized element pools as energy centers to support the operation of 7 magic arrays. The 7 magic arrays of space shielding, space selection confinement, perception forbidden, outer shielding, voiding, existence weakening, and absolute solidity are nested with each other to isolate the inside and outside. Even the legend cannot detect the existence of this treasure house. Hearing this inexplicable, extraordinary knowledge, Wai Lin had an idea in his mind. Although this sentence is a bit exaggerated, it is absolutely appropriate to put it here. Among them, Odor, the master magic craftsman, is the real protagonist. And he also let Wai Lin know what a master magic craftsman is in the true sense. Perhaps this is why the arcanist is considered the strongest profession among all spellcasters' supernatural professions. Following Odor, Varen and Kyle came to the front door. Varen, please stand here. Oh, okay. Varen followed what Odor said and came to the middle of the 4 elemental knights. The next moment, Odor cast puppet cognition and artifact binding, and the elemental cores in the chests of the 4 elemental knights were activated, and the energy circuits were lit. In the northwest direction, the elemental knight constructed with the ice elemental core was activated first, emitting light blue magic energy all over his body and made a sword drawing motion. A knight's sword constructed with light blue magic energy appeared in his hand, inserted into the ground, knelt on one knee, and lowered his head to Varen. In the southwest direction, the elemental knight constructed with the fire elemental core was fully activated second, and made the same action as the ice knight, kneeling on one knee and lowering his head. In the northeast direction, the wind knight was fully activated. In the southeast direction, the earth knight was the last to be fully activated. The next moment, the armor on the chests of the 4 elemental knights was opened, and 4 elemental cores were revealed in front of Wai Lin. In an instant, 4 magic powers were connected to Wai Lin. After an unknown amount of time, the 4 elemental knights withdrew their magic powers and closed their chest armor. Meet the master. The cold voice echoed in the confined space, indicating that the ceremony was officially completed. Odor withdrew his magic power and stepped aside. Looking at the 4 low-level gold elemental knights in front of him, Wai Lin was reminded of the 2 soul-level gargoyles in front of the Pirate King's treasury. However, according to the news from the elemental core, as time goes by, the strength of the elemental knights will slowly increase. Wai Lin pointed at Kyle and gave his first order to the 4 elemental knights. Remember this person's breath. From now on, when he comes here, it will be like me coming here in person. No one is allowed to stop him. Yes, master. Seeing this, Wai Lin nodded with satisfaction and then asked them to guard on both sides. The door of the treasury was not as magical as imagined. Before, it was just an ordinary door. The inside of the treasury was very empty, waiting for Wai Lin to store treasures inside. After a rough look, the 3 returned to the underground level of the castle. Sir Odora, I plan to start developing the underground world in 3 months. What do you think? It's feasible. Odora nodded in agreement. In front of the main hall of the castle, Wai Lin and Kyle said goodbye to Odora and left the new castle. It It will take some time to move in, at least until Kyle has formed the castle guards. In addition, Wylan needs to prepare for the review of the kingdom's examiner and make final preparations for his promotion to Viscount. On October 15, 9728 of the glorious calendar, 8 examiners from the capital walked out of the teleportation array in the teleportation hall of Cardro province. The leading examiner was Wylan's old acquaintance Lester. He walked out of the teleportation hall and looked at this familiar city with some emotion. "Captain, what's wrong?" A girl looked at Lester's expression and asked with some confusion. And Tess Silves explained with a smile. "Leia, do you know who we are examining this time?" "Wellin Aches, the 5th son of Angus Aches, Earl of Eagle. Is there any problem with this?" the girl asked with some confusion. 7 years ago, the captain came to Cardero province once, and the subject of the investigation was also Varin Aches. "So that's how it is. No wonder the captain has this expression." The girl suddenly realized that when she was in the capital, she had learned about Varin Akes's identity information, one of which was marked in red font as the grandson of the Duke of Moravia. She felt deeply sympathetic for the unlucky Captain Lester, who had to perform such a difficult task twice, and completely forgot that she was also one of the executors of this mission. The review force has 3 departments, namely the Title Review Department, the Military Merit Verification Department, and the Security Patrol Department. Each department has different responsibilities, among which the Military Merit Verification Department is the most important, followed by the Title Review Department, and finally the Security Patrol Department. As the department responsible for reviewing and verifying military merits, the Military Merit Verification Department has the right to cancel the military merits of the nobles during the war after the war. It is often a thorn in the eyes of the generals and nobles of the Ilia kingdom who hate it but can do nothing about it. If the nobles are cancelled for military merits, it will not only involve the nobles themselves, but also their immediate superiors and legion leaders, and even the supreme commander of the combat troops outside. It is precisely because of the existence of this department that the military merit system of the Ilia kingdom will be guaranteed, the stable operation of the kingdom will be maintained, and fraud and false reporting of military merits will be prevented. As for the Title Review Department, as the name suggests, it is responsible for the review of the promotion of titles within the kingdom. In addition to the military merit, other situations need to be reviewed by them. Often, after the War Merit Verification Department confirms that the number of nobles' military merits has met the standard, and the person has applied, the Title Review Department will go out to conduct the review. For the least important Public Security Patrol Department, it is responsible for reviewing whether the number and quality of public security forces in the provincial capitals of each province have met the standard, the governor's local governance, and the training of troops in various military towns on the border. The girl, Leia, relied on her father's relationship and was transferred from the Public Security Patrol Department to the Title Review Department half a year ago. She was not clear about the situation in the team. "Okay, don't waste time, go early and come back early." As Lester spoke, the other 7 people stopped talking and went to the public security hall to select a squadron of soldiers and 30 clerks to go to Kixing territory together. At the same time, the deputy director of the West City Public Security Bureau received the news of the arrival of the examiner and immediately passed the news to Kixing Manor outside the city, and then passed it back to Kixing territory through Kixing Manor. 6 days later, Lester led his subordinates into Kixing territory openly, without sneaking to Kixing Lake to explore like last time. Looking at the surrounding scene, Lester could only sigh that Wylan was simply a natural lord. In just 7 years, he developed the barren land on the border into such a scene, which was really shocking. Except for the girl Leia and the other 2 new members, the other 4 people in the team were very amazed at the scene in front of them and admired Wylan, the lord. In the castle, Wylan had already received the news sent back by Raymondo. Kixing territory has met the standards for the promotion of barons to viscounts in all aspects, and he is not worried at all. For example, the area of the territory only requires his territory to reach 3,000 square kilometers, and the area of Kixing territory has already reached 14,000 square kilometers. My lord, the Inquisitor has arrived in Kixing City. He is an old acquaintance of yours. Kyle entered the study and reported to Wylan. Hearing this, Wylan recalled the memory of 7 years ago. Among the Inquisitors, the only person he recognized was Lester. But he did not expect that the other party would serve as an Inquisitor again and come to Kixing territory 7 years later. Go get a few bottles of glowing wine. The distinguished guests are here, so we have to treat them well. After hearing this, Kyle immediately went to prepare. Half an hour later, Wylan and his entourage left the castle and headed for Kixing City. In the city lord's mansion, Wylan strode into the hall, looked at his old acquaintance Lester, smiled, and went forward to hug him. Long time no see, brother Lester. Ha, brother Wylan, I haven't seen you for 7 years, and I miss you very much. Lester hugged him affectionately, his tone very excited. I didn't expect that the examiner would be you this time. It's really the protection of the goddess of life. That makes sense. It's my luck to come to Kixing territory again this time. Lester showed his true feelings and said to Wylan kindly, my colleagues said they wanted to examine you together, and they all refused, but they didn't know that you are a true character, the grandson of the Duke of Moravia. How could you retaliate against others? What if I do? Wylan joked with a smile. Brother, you won't really hurt me, will you? Lester pretended to be scared, but everyone knew that the other party was rehearsing. I brought some good wine. You have to drink a few more glasses tonight. The review can be carried out at any time. It doesn't matter at this moment. Brother, you are right. It doesn't matter at this moment. Then Wylan took Lester's hand and acted as a tour guide to take him around Kixing City. In the city lord's hall, the other inspectors relaxed after seeing the captain follow Baron Wylan away. Brother Ente, the captain is, the girl Leia asked curiously. You just need to know that this is a subject of study. Don't ask more questions. This is not the place to answer. The girl Leia looked around and said apologetically, sorry. It's okay, pay attention next time. This place is different from other places, you need to be careful. Ente, as an old senior, reminded Leia. As an old man who has been with Lester for 7 years, even though he was born in a branch of the royal family, he admires his captain very much. No matter what kind of background a person has, he can quickly establish a good relationship with the other party. On the streets of Kixing City, Wylan and Lester talked while visiting the streets. Brother's talent for governance is really amazing. In less than 10 years, this wasteland has become so prosperous. Lester looked at the surrounding scenes and praised Wylan. Brother, you are the same. I haven't seen you for a few years, but you have broken through to the gold level. Lester said modestly, luck, just luck. Then the two jumped up and came to an 18-meter-high bell tower in Kixing City. The scenery here is very beautiful. Wylan pointed to the scene in the city and said to Lester, look, how about my Kixing City? In time, it will become the center of Cardero province, and even in the more distant future, it will become the pearl of the northwest of the kingdom. Oh, why do you give such a high evaluation, brother? Wylan asked in surprise. Lester smiled mysteriously, pointed to his eyes, touched his chest, and said slowly, this is what I see with my eyes and what I feel with my heart. Don't you believe me, brother? It's getting late. It's time to go back. The two smiled at each other and returned to the city lord's mansion. As night fell in the city hall, Wylan bared Kyle. Lester and his 7 team members finished 6 bottles of glowing wine, and each of them was drunk. Kyle supported the drunk Wylan and went to the manor in the city to rest. As for the others, they went to their residence to rest with the help of the guards. The next morning, Lester called his 7 subordinates to his room. It's okay for this review to meet the standards. If the other party doesn't want us to know something, then we won't know it. We are the title review department, not the military merit verification department, nor the security patrol department. Give the other party some face, and the other party will not embarrass us. You must remember this. Yes, Captain, the 7 people nodded and replied. If it were an old team member, Lester would not have told him so. Unfortunately, there were 3 new people from other departments in his team, so he had to tell them in advance not to bring the working style of other departments into his team. Otherwise he, the captain of the 33rd Review Team, would suffer. Taking the briefcase, Lester took out 8 tables from it, representing the 8 directions of the review. For the 3 new members, Lester gave them the 3 simplest tasks of population, army and territory area to review, and the other 4 tasks were given to the old team members, and he was responsible for the review of the Lord's strength column. After sending the 7 away, Lester directly wrote on the form that the standard had been met, without recording Wyland's specific strength in detail. Okay, it's done. Lester stretched his body, put the document he was responsible for into his briefcase, and left the room and walked towards the Kixing City Adventure Tavern. The wine he drank last time was very delicious, which made him linger. This time he must buy some wine to take back. In the next 3 days, Baird arranged officials to cooperate with the review team to collect information on some areas of Kixing territory. Everyone took Lester's instructions to heart. If the accompanying officials tactfully advised that they could stop, they would not continue. After 3 days in the Adventurer's Tavern, Lester returned to his residence and checked the documents in the hands of the team members one by one. 14,500 square kilometers. Lester saw this data and widened his eyes. The area of Kixing territory is much larger than that of an ordinary Viscount territory, almost catching up with 3/5 of the area of an ordinary earldom. In his decades of review career, he has never seen a barren territory with such a large area. After a moment's thought, Lester was no longer so shocked. He sorted out the documents in his hand and put them into his briefcase. I declare this review over. Everyone will rest for 2 days, and then we will set off to return. Yes, Captain. Everyone answered excitedly. The public travel can be reimbursed when they return, and there are many fun places in Kixing territory, so they don't want to miss it. There are strict procedures for the promotion of barons to viscounts. It is not as simple as the promotion of pioneer lords to barons, which only requires submitting a document. On the other hand, Wyland received the news that the review was over. He asked Kyle to invite Lester to the castle as a guest to keep in touch. In the evening, Lester wore a brand new dress and went to the castle to keep an appointment. In the hall, dozens of maids, under the command of Kyle, placed exquisite food in front of the 2 one by one. Looking at such rich food, rare ingredients, and such high-standard hospitality in front of him, Lester was very moved. Kyle got a black butler outfit from somewhere, holding a glowing wine, and stood aside to pour wine for the 2 people, attracting Wyland and Lester's frequent sidelong glances. Brother Wyland, I will call you Viscount Wyland soon. Wyland raised his glass to indicate and replied with a smile, It's just luck. The continuous crises have caused the pioneers in the Northwest to flee. I just ate the dividends of the times, and no one competes with me. You can't say that. If you don't have strong strength, how can you gain a foothold here? Lester is very good at dealing with people. Wyland always feels happy when talking to such people. If the other party gives him face, he is willing to give the other party enough face. Halfway through this private banquet, Wyland signaled Kyle with his eyes. The other party immediately took out a gift box and placed it in front of Lester. Seeing this scene, Lester did not refuse. The other party gave him a gift because the other party thought highly of him. If he refused, it would be ugly. Lester was shocked when he opened the gift box a crack and saw 4 intermediate magic crystals inside, but he didn't show it on the surface. He controlled his expression very well and didn't show his emotions. Brother, the geographical location of Cardero Province is very important. You must seize the opportunity. Anyway, the laws of the kingdom don't stipulate that the Viscount can't own an area of 50,000 or 60,000 square kilometers. Brother Lester is joking. How many people are needed to fill such a large land area? Besides, such a large territory is almost equivalent to 1/3 of the area of Cardero Province. This kind of thing can't be done now, Wyland said with some regret. Brother, you don't understand this. Lester took a sip of wine and said slowly. Wyland raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, Oh, is there any gossip about this? I don't know about gossip or anything like that. I just happened to hear from my elders at home that His Majesty, the King, is planning to move a large number of poor people in the eastern region to the western region, and it seems that this will be implemented after the war. Why is this? Wyland frowned, full of doubts. There may be 2 reasons for this. One is to reduce the population pressure in the eastern region and use the excess population resources to avoid waste. The second reason, I guess, is that the last invasion of the famine priests and the Grey Wasteland Monster Coalition caused a large loss of population in the western region, and the population needs to be replenished as soon as possible. Then do you know how many people died in the last 3 years of famine? Wylan looked at Lester and asked curiously. Lester's face became serious, and he spit out an astonishing number. At least 5 million people were lost. So many people, no way. With the protection of Miss Astanasia, there was no famine in Kixing territory, and Cadlo province was close to the border and was rarely affected by the famine sacrifice, so only tens of thousands of people starved to death. The famine sacrifice broke out from the earldom of Falkreath in Moni province and stretched across 8 provinces in the west, but Wylan did not expect that so many people would die. Although the western region claims to have a population of 100 million, it is actually only about 80 million. The loss of 1/16 of the population at once is really terrifying. Brother, just treat this as my drunken nonsense. Don't believe this kind of news from unknown sources. Lester pretended to be drunk and said vaguely. Don't worry, brother, I know it in my heart. Wylan responded with a smile and kept this news in mind. Wylan had already guessed the source of this news. It should be Lester's second uncle, one of the king's 36 guards. And his status was not low. He should be a guard who often followed the king, otherwise he would not know this news. As for the value of this news, it can be said to be big or small. The key is who gets this news. For small nobles, they can't even support the population of their own territory, so why do they need more people? As for the territory of the great nobles, the population base is there, and it only takes more than 10 years to restore the population size of the past. But for nobles with a population size that is neither too large nor too small, this news is undoubtedly an excellent means to supplement the population of the territory. And Wylan happened to belong to this class of nobles, who were very eager for population. Although they could also spend money to buy slaves to supplement the population of the territory, the price of this thing was volatile. In the past 2 years, Baird has been buying slaves crazily in the province of Cardero, causing the price of a strong slave to double from the original 30 gold coins. In the current slave market, a strong slave requires at least 90 gold coins. It's getting late, I'll take my leave first, Lester stood up and said staggeringly. Seeing this, Kyle stepped forward to support him. Brother Lester, go back and have a good rest. Wylan stepped forward to support Lester, sent him to the carriage, and asked the castle guards to send him back to his residence in Kixing City. My lord, this is a smart person. Haha, people like Lester are actually more powerful, and they are good at using all kinds of resources in their hands. Wylan watched the carriage disappear, patted Kyle on the shoulder, and replied with a smile. Look, he was only a high-level silver when he came last time, and in less than 7 years, he has become a low-level gold professional. Isn't this normal? Kyle said with some doubts. Wylan rolled his eyes at him and explained, do you think anyone can have our talent? His talent is not high, just a little bit better than mine 10 years ago. It is probably the result of his own hard work that he can get to where he is today. Okay, how is the castle guard I asked you to form? It has been formed half a month ago, and all of them have been handed over to Cassius for training. It should be able to complete basic training in half a month, and then the subordinates will conduct targeted training. Yes, Wylan nodded with satisfaction and continued, make preparations during this period. I feel that the day of our move is not far away. Yes, my lord, Kyle nodded and replied. By the way, this dress is good. My great artist, find an opportunity to design a few suitable clothes for me. Before leaving, Wylan suddenly thought of something and told Kyle. No problem, Kyle replied with a smile. On November 18, 9728 of the glorious calendar, more than a month after the review team left, a well-equipped night team entered the Kixing territory. In Kixing City, thousands of elite soldiers from the Kixing camp entered the city. From the east gate to the central square, there was a 600-meter-long avenue with a guard every 5 meters. Each soldier was fully armored, with a short sword on his waist, a spear in his hand, and a mask on his face. The atmosphere was very solemn. The people watching on the sidelines did not make a sound. Everyone knew that today was a sacred moment, and they were all looking forward to the arrival of this day. The night squad from the capital looked at the city, 1,000 meters away, slowed down the horses, and kept moving at a speed of 15 kilometers per hour. Passing through the east gate, looking at the clean and tidy streets and the soldiers in armor and guns, the 13 knights from the capital put away their contempt in their hearts, adjusted their attitudes, and prepared to meet the protagonist of this time. In the central square, Wylin wore armor and a sword on his waist, waiting for the other party to arrive. Behind him, Baird and other 15 guardian knights all put on their own armor and stood behind their masters. On both sides of the square, hundreds of knights stood with swords, looking straight ahead. 100 meters away from the central square, 13 knights dismounted. The knight captain walking in front held a photo stone in his left hand and a group of magic instruments in his right hand. The knight behind him on the right carried a knight's sword with the words Kixing engraved on the sword. The knight behind him on the left held a flag in both hands, and from the gap it could be seen that it was the noble flag of Kixing territory. Wylin looked up and saw a low-level gold knight and 12 silver knights. There was a purple iling flower on the chest of their armor, the national flower of the kingdom of Ilia. Seeing this, the identities of these 13 knights was self-evident. They must be knights from the Yilan Knights, known as the first of the 5 golden knights of the kingdom, the pillar of the military, and the brightest pearl on the king's crown. The Ilan Knights were founded at the beginning of the founding of the Principality of Ilia. They have gone through the 2 stages of the Principality and the kingdom. The entire army has 5,000 knights, including 4,000 silver knights, 800 gold knights, and 200 soul knights. The army is led by a high-level soul knight, who is usually a direct descendant of the royal family. The leading gold knight came to Wylin and said loudly, "Wylin Aix is here." "I am here." Wylin knelt on one knee and bowed his head to answer. 15 guardian knights followed their master, took off their knight helmets, and knelt on one knee. Then everyone in the central square knelt down and waited at ease. Seeing this, the knights of the Ilan Knights first put the magic instrument on the ground, then put the photo stone into it, and then stepped back 9 steps and knelt on the right. The next moment, the instrument started, and a majestic figure appeared in front of everyone. "Wylin Aix, you fought bravely and have experienced the Battle of Cadlo Province, the Battle of the Grey Wasteland, and the expedition to the Principality of Borderland. You have made outstanding military achievements. In the name of King Ilya, Belgrav Silves, I enfeoff you as the Viscount of Kixingaling." The entire enfeoffment process lasted 2 minutes, but for Wylin, this moment seemed to have passed for 7 years. Thinking back to the scene of becoming a baron and being awarded the title of Viscount today, he felt mixed emotions. From baron to Viscount, some took several generations, and some took a lifetime, but he only took 7 years, which was considered lucky. As the king's projection disappeared, the captain of the knights of the Yilan Knights stood up, came to Wylin, and said in a majestic tone, "Give the sword." Knight stepped forward and handed the knight's sword engraved with the words Kixing to Wylin. "Hand over the flag." The next moment, a noble flag of Kixing territory was handed to Wylin. At this point, the ceremony has ended. From now on, Wylin is a genuine Viscount. Turning around and looking at the people gathered here, Wylin held up the flag and the long sword. Under the sun, the residents of Kixing City burst into unprecedented cheers to celebrate this glorious moment. After the matter was completed, the knights of the Yilan Knights returned the stage to Wylin, took the magic instruments and projection stones, and left Kixing City quietly. Come with boundless power, leave with a hidden momentum. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. As the Viscount of Kixing territory, I issue a decree declaring November 18, 19, and 20 as the glory days, the second legal holiday in Kixing territory. After the Kixing Day 7 years ago, the second holiday was born in Kixing territory. Although it was only a 3-day holiday, it set off the entire Kixing City. Not only did the people cheer for this moment, but they also remembered this moment in their hearts. Kixing Day is the day when Kixing territory was born, and Glory Day is the time when the Lord was promoted from Baron to Viscount. As long as Kixing territory does not perish, These two important festivals will be passed down forever. Even thousands of years later, when people think back to this day, they will think of the significance of the establishment of these two festivals. Starting from the year 9728 of the glorious calendar, every year thereafter, the civilians of Kixing territory will have 10 days of legal holidays. In this world, the lower-class people have no time to rest. They have to work hard for their lives every day and cannot rest for a moment. Seeing this scene, Wylan also showed a proud expression and was very excited. Afterwards, when everyone came to their senses, the Knights of the Yilan Knights had already left Kixing territory. Although Wylan felt a little regretful, he could only give up and not think about it. The following time, Baird took over the work of the banquet and sent invitations to all the nobles in the province of Cardero, the generals familiar to his master in the Brazilian camp, and Wylan's father, the Eagle Earl Angus, and other important figures, agreeing to hold the banquet on January 1, 9729 of the glorious calendar. As for the venue of the banquet, Wylan placed it in the new castle, which also meant that he needed to move his family there in the next month and a half. In addition, the affairs of developing the underground world could only be postponed until next year. Half a month later, the team delivering money arrived, led by his father's assistant minister Migos. The team stretched for more than 10 kilometers from the provincial capital of Cardero province to Kixing territory, which made many nobles drop their jaws and have more respect for the Viscount of Kixing territory. Lord Migos, long time no see. Master Wylan, good afternoon. Migos got off his horse, bowed his head slightly, and saluted Wylan. Then the group came to the hall of the Lord's mansion of Kixing City. Lord Migos, please sit down. Seeing this, Migos sat down without being polite. There was no one else in the whole hall except Migos and Wylan. Master Wylan, I will be the transport officer this time and deliver 2 funds and 3 supplies to you. The first is the money you deposited with Master Illusus, including 39 million gold coins, 17,000 low-level magic crystals, 3,000 intermediate magic crystals, 100 high-level magic crystals, and 3,000 elemental crystals. The second is the dividends from the expedition war, part from the 70 million gold coins in cash left. In the third camp, the remaining dividends are 1.163 billion. Here is the list. Harvest list partial. Form appeared in Migos' hand and then floated to Wylan's hand. It was written with dense words, recording various materials, including gold notes, cultivation materials, books, and other magic materials. Before Wylan finished reading it, Migos took out an exquisite ring from his chest and took out a heavy wooden box from the space ring he was wearing. These are the 2 supplies your father gave you. There are also 1,000 red phosphorus horses and 3 talents who are proficient in breeding red phosphorus horses. They will stay in Kixing territory for half a year to help you build a red phosphorus horse ranch. After the handover was completed, Wylan first asked Baird to take Migos to rest, and then transferred the Kixing camp to receive the supplies outside the city. The space ring that Migos gave him was the same as his father's description. It had a space of 1,000 cubic meters, and it also stored 30,000 intermediate magic crystals, 500 advanced magic crystals, 30,000 element crystals, 10,000 gold notes with a face value of 10,000 gold coins, and 100,000 gold notes with a face value of 1,000 gold coins. As for the other supplies, they were all placed on the carriage outside. For these carriages, Wylan was not going to return them, so he accepted them all directly to reduce the burden of Migos and others on the return journey, and believed that his father would understand him. Outside the new castle, Wylan temporarily handed the space ring with a huge space in his hand to Kyle, asking him to sort it out, select the high-value items and put them into the treasury, and put the other items of slightly lower value into the warehouse for use at any time. When he thought that his net worth reached 1.25 billion gold coins, he could wake up with a smile every day during this period. 1,000 red phosphorus horses. Wylan sent this batch of high-quality war horses to Xiphon County and handed them over to Orlando, which was also a support policy for the impoverished Xiphon County. For this batch of red phosphorus horses, Orlando was overjoyed and immediately mobilized manpower and material resources to set aside a 6,000-acre grassland at the junction of Xiphon County, Changlin County, and Mission County, and cooperated with the three talents who cultivated red phosphorus horses brought by Xingyang to establish a red phosphorus horse ranch as soon as possible. In early December, with the arrival of the castle guards, Wylan officially moved. The 3 mutant griffins and 2 wind wolves had their own homes and were having fun in the new castle every day. Kyle and Wylan would take sticks and punish them every now and then to keep them quiet for a while. The 2 mutant rock monitors that were roaming outside the city of Kixing were also brought in and kept in the outer area of the new castle. Compared with the energetic mutant griffins and wind wolves, Xiaobai and Xiaohuang were much safer. In addition, Oder and his 2 disciples, the half-elf Eunice, all lived in the new castle. Wine welcomed their move in and directly allocated the vacant area in the outer city to them, 50 acres per person. And they could do whatever they wanted. Of course, for his 15 guardian knights, Wine did not favor one over the other and gave each of them 50 acres as their residence in the castle. Due to the lack of consideration at the beginning, the new castle was built a little bit larger than 100 million, which seemed very empty. Due to this move, a rumor spread in Kixing territory that only those who own a piece of land in the castle can be the capable and confidant of the Lord. After knowing this rumor, Wine did not interfere and let it spread like this. At the end of December, the guests attending the banquet arrived at the new castle one after another. Some were amazed at the large area of the new castle, and some were impressed by the beauty of the new castle. Various words of praise made Wine feel that the money was not wasted. Of course, the half-elf Eunice also contributed. At this moment, in a quiet secret room in the outer city, Oder suddenly opened his eyes and covered his chest. Feeling his heart beating, Oder knew that his teacher was not far away. He immediately ended his meditation and wanted to take a look around. Following his truest thoughts, Oder came to the inner city. The patrolling guards saw Oder and were very surprised. This mysterious adult often disappeared, but they kept Kyle's instructions in mind. When facing this adult, they must be respectful and not be negligent or rude. "My lord." Oder ignored him and walked straight forward. He felt that his teacher was nearby. Look, your nephew's castle is really big. After walking for so long, it's just a small area in the inner city." Layla was wearing a white dress and holding Flora's hand to visit various areas in the inner city. "It's quite big but sparsely populated." Flora curled her lips and said to her friend, "What do you know? When Wylan gets married and has children in the future, there will be more descendants, so won't there be more people?" Layla pinched Flora's face and said with a smile, feeling very good. Flora patted Layla's hand and told her to stop. There were guards patrolling and other distinguished guests around. "Such good skin, smooth face, and broad mind. I wonder who will benefit from it in the future." Layla recalled the delicate touch just now, hugged Flora's right hand and put her head on it. "Humph, you're still blaming me. Your marriage with my eldest brother has been delayed again and again. When will it be completed? Who made this war continue? And after this war, we will immediately go to war with the dwarves. Maybe we have to wait 7 or 8 years. Thinking of this, Layla said angrily. Okay, I'm not angry anymore." 100 meters away, Oder's hidden figure quietly followed Flora and Layla, secretly observing them. Both women are silver professionals, so they naturally couldn't find the secret peeping of Oder, a soul-minded mid-level arcane master. The personality has changed, but the inner self has not changed. "Teacher, you belong to me and can only belong to me. No one can take you away from me again." This afternoon, Oder did nothing but follow the 2 of them. For some reason, Oder did not take the initiative to expose himself, but just observed secretly. When night fell, the 2 returned to the room to rest, and Oder also returned to the outer city. In the restaurant, Theo and Issa looked at the smile on the teacher's face. One of them didn't understand why, and the other felt as if she was going to lose her teacher. After dinner, Issa returned to her room, closed the door, and threw herself on the bed. Did the teacher find the teacher? If this goes on, She has always had a strange idea in her heart. It has existed since the teacher accepted her and her brother as apprentices. After 2 years of growth, she gradually realized that this is love. This year she is 14 years old, but she did not reveal her inner heart, but hid it deep in her heart, and even she herself did not know this idea. Issa, you can't stop the teacher from finding his love. He has been waiting for hundreds of years. I am satisfied to stay with the teacher. I can't expect too much. Recalling her teacher's face, Issa kept hypnotizing herself in her heart. The teacher has waited for hundreds of years for her teacher. What she needs is blessing, not stopping her teacher. The next day, Odo did not go out again, but carefully prepared to attend the banquet 3 days later. He wanted to have a real love with the teacher. For this moment, he has waited for hundreds of years. On the last day of the 9728th year of the glorious calendar, Angus and Alyssa arrived at Kixing territory. Outside the city of Kixing, Wylin looked at the distance from time to time, waiting anxiously. After a while, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It was his father and mother. Passing his father, Wylin went directly to his mother and threw himself into her arms. Alyssa hugged her son, patted his back, and said softly, "My young eagle has begun to spread its wings and fly high. I hope you can achieve supreme glory like your ancestors." "I will, mother," Wylin said firmly. Angus turned his head aside. He didn't see it, but his heart was calm. This kid left him aside. He would teach him a lesson later. He forgot his father after having a mother. He must be educated seriously. Alyssa saw her husband's little mood, took his hand, and then took Wylin's hand, put them together, and said softly, "Father and son, don't be upset." "Well, father, just now." "Forget it, take me to see Kixing territory. It's a little unfamiliar for the first time." "Father, please come this way." Seeing this scene, Alyssa smiled euphemistically, followed her husband and son, and entered Kixing City. When he was a child, Wylin's talent was not very outstanding, and Angus was training Illusis at that time, so he paid very little attention to Wylin. At that time, Wylin had a very close relationship with his mother, and gradually became dependent on her. He might have a rebellious mentality towards his father's words, but for his mother, Wylin was willing to devote everything he had. "Wylin, my child, you are my pride." Alyssa looked at the neat streets, the well-arranged houses, and the smiles from the heart on the faces of the residents. Facing their lord, there was no sense of coercion in the salute, all of which were the most real thoughts in their hearts. Even Angus was shocked, and the little emotions in his heart had long been forgotten. It is indeed very talented to be able to manage the territory to this point, and it is my style. "Mother, I will." Wylin responded with a smile, enjoying his mother's praise. Then Wylin took his father to visit the city lord's mansion, while Alyssa stayed outside to rest. As a gold intermediate arcanist, she could not feel tired. She just created a space for the father and son to be alone together, and by the way, she got to know the mysterious human being next to her son, or the human being who was transforming into an angel. Alyssa then set up a barrier and said gently, "Can I call you Kyle?" Kyle bowed and saluted. "It's my honor, ma'am." "Come, sit down, let's chat for a while." Alyssa's very gentle smile made Kyle temporarily put down his guard. "I can feel your loyalty to Wylin. As a mother, I am very grateful that you can accompany Wylin. I don't care what your identity is. Those are not important. Everything I have comes from the Lord. This is what I should do." Kyle's expression was serious and his tone was very firm. "I know my child very well. Even if he has achieved so much now, it is difficult to change the laziness in his character. I'm sure that, without your care over the past few years, he would not be so happy. As a mother, I hope my child can overcome his character flaws. But I am also worried that he will live a painful life, so his growth, or my 5 children, are all educated by his father, and I did not interfere. I am very happy that Wylin has a reliable partner like you. I will entrust my child to you. I hope you can help me protect him." Faced with Alyssa's sincere plea, Kyle was silent. "Madam, I want to know why you say this." "Because my eyes can see the hidden information in you." Alyssa pointed to her eyes and told the other party directly without hiding. The sudden answer made Kyle confused. No wonder his disguise was seen through so quickly. "Child, don't be confused. Being able to see clearly what you hide is my innate soul skill, not acquired." Alyssa's smile was as warm as the spring breeze and as bright as a clear spring, exuding wisdom and charm, dispelling Kyle's inner uneasiness. Looking at Alyssa again, Kyle completely let go of his guard and told her what he had experienced from the master of the family over the years. But for some very secret things, Kyle chose to conceal. Alyssa did not expose the loopholes in Kyle's words because there was no need. Half an hour later, Angus and Wylan, the father and son, came out of the city lord's hall. Compared with before, Wylan's smile was a little forced. Seeing this scene, Alyssa rolled her eyes at Angus, but did not speak, just stepped forward and held Wylan's hand. Feeling a gentle energy appear in the body, the pain in the body was healed. "Mother, you are still the best. Okay, take us to see your castle. I am looking forward to what your home looks like." Alyssa let go of Wylan's hand, took Angus' arm, and said to her son, "Yes." Wylan nodded and took his parents to the new castle. It took 2 hours to travel a distance of 20 kilometers. 1,000 meters away from the new castle, Alyssa looked at the castle in front of her and the artistic environment around her, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Angus was a little jealous when he saw this scene. Windsor Castle was built by the first generation of Earl of Eagle. It was designed completely according to the specifications of a war castle. It was as rough as possible without considering the comfort of life at all. He was a pragmatist. As for why there was no change, it was because the first article of the ancestral precepts stated that the descendants were not allowed to change the various buildings of Windsor Castle without authorization, otherwise they would be at odds with him. There are ancestral precepts above and countermeasures below. Since the building of Windsor Castle cannot be changed, it is okay to build a new castle somewhere else and stay there for a while every year. "Father, Mother, this castle has no name yet. Can you two give it one?" Hearing Wylan's words, Alyssa thought seriously. Seeing this, Angus glanced at his wife, opened his mouth, but did not say the name he had thought of. "There is a Xinyu County in the Eagle Territory. How about calling this castle Xinyu Castle?" "Xinyu Castle." Wylan seemed to mutter a few times very smoothly. "Thank you, Mother, I like this name very much." "What about you, Angus, what do you think?" "Okay, use this name." Angus nodded in agreement and did not object to his wife using the name Xinyu to name the castle. Then Alyssa took out her staff and took out several unknown spell materials from the space ring and cast the spell immediately. The spell materials began to melt under the drive of magic power. Then Alyssa continued to merge new materials into it and finally formed a ball of golden flowing liquid. The next moment, the golden liquid flew to the east gate of the city wall, forming the 2 words Xinyu on it. Wylan turned his head and looked directly at these 3 words, feeling a sacred feeling. "Okay, the 2 words Xinyu match this castle. It's a perfect match." Alyssa put the staff back into her space ring, hugged Angus's arm, and said gently. Seeing this, Angus did not speak, but nodded silently. Then, Wylan took Angus and Alyssa to visit the Star Moon Castle. Unlike before, when Wylan stepped into his castle again, he felt unprecedented ease, as if he had forgotten his troubles, and his heart was very calm. He felt that he had suddenly been given various buffs. Thinking of this, Wylan turned his head to look at his parents, but saw that the two looked at everything in the Star Moon Castle curiously, as if nothing had happened. "Thank you, Mother." He knew that all these changes would do to his mother, and said silently in his heart, and then led the way in front, taking them to visit the Star Moon Castle. At night, in a guest room on the 3rd floor of the main castle, Angus sat by the bed, looking at his sleeping wife and gently stroking her face. "For that kid, I made myself so tired." His tone was a little helpless, but he did not blame Alyssa. He knew his wife's thoughts very well and hoped that his children would live safely, but Angus had a different idea. Because of this, Alyssa never interfered with her children's education in the past. She knew that this was the tradition of the Axe family, and she couldn't destroy the family tradition that had been passed down for 800 years because of her soft heart. Today, she was very abnormal and helped her children in her own way. Angus did not stop this move. Then Angus turned off the magic lamp in the room, lay on the right side of Alyssa, and began to think. This was his first time to arrive at Kixing territory, and he found 2 powerful figures, one in the abnormal ice area near Xinyu Castle and the other in Xinyu Castle. He could feel that these 2 had no ill will towards his son, and even had great kindness. In addition, Angus also found the breath of the Silver Dragon in Kixing City, although the other party did it very secretly. he still noticed it, especially in the Adventurer Tavern, where the breath of the silver dragon was the strongest. I really can't understand him more and more. Angus covered his forehead and said helplessly. The next moment, Alyssa turned sideways, held Angus's left hand in her arms, and continued to sleep. Angus enjoyed his wife's unconscious action and fell asleep slowly. Thanks to Alyssa's spell, every guest in Xinyu Castle slept soundly, forgetting their troubles and fatigue. 2 days later, the banquet began. The inner city gardens and training grounds were used as the venue for the banquet, and hundreds of nobles attended the banquet in their most gorgeous dresses. To say who has the highest status in this banquet, it must be Angus, the Earl of Eagle. As the protagonist of this banquet, Varen seemed to be forgotten. Only his cousin Brian, Krell, and the bishop's apprentice Alva and several other young nobles gathered around him. For example, Medmanch, his aunt's brother, several other viscounts in Cordero province, and his 2 cousins were all around his father. As for her Aunt Flora, she was enjoying delicious food and occasionally sending away nobles who wanted to come up to chat. You are still awesome. In less than 7 years, you were promoted to Viscount. I don't know how many years it will take. Brian looked bitter, with a trace of jealousy in his heart. Cousin, follow me from now on, and I guarantee that you will be promoted to Viscount within 20 years. Varen patted Brian on the shoulder and said with a smile. This is what you said, you can't regret it. How could I lie to you? We are brothers. Ha, you are right. From now on, my cousin will only obey you. I will do whatever you ask me to do, and I will never refuse. Brian raised his glass and clinked it with Wellen and said this bluntly. Krell and Alva looked at each other and smiled. They could both see that Brian might have some talent. But not much. Most of what was in his heart was revealed on his face. Congratulations, Viscount Kixing. Claire stepped forward and said with a sullen face. Hey, just call me as usual. No need to be so unfamiliar. Varen has no airs about his friends. The serious expression on Claire's face faded, revealing a kind expression. As usual, he stepped forward and gave Varen a hug. Long time no see. The last time was 3 years ago. You didn't come to the Brazilian League camp to see me and Alva. Krell revealed his true nature with a somewhat complaining tone. I also want to come see you. But it's a pity that I'm at war. Could it be that you want me to be a deserter? Wylan spread his hands and said with a half-smile. Wylan, don't look at him like this. In fact, he has lived a very comfortable life in the past few years. He even hooked up with a female mage from Ash Magic Kingdom, which is amazing. Alva stood aside and said with a smile. Tusk, I didn't see it. My strength hasn't improved a bit. But I found my wife first. When Claire saw this, he said somewhat triumphantly. Of course, as a young and promising nobleman like me, I only need to stand there to ensure that those girls go crazy. I don't know who got beaten every 3 days. Alva, are you so troublesome? I'm just telling the truth. Damn it, as a priest of the goddess, haven't you learned that the goddess must have universal love? The goddess tells us that honesty is a precious quality. Damn it. Looking at this guy, Claire went a little crazy. Wylan was smiling from ear to ear and had no intention of stepping forward to break up the fight. Seeing his 2 friends laughing at him, Claire drank the wine in his hand, decided to ignore them for the time being, and went to seduce those little girls. Although he didn't know much about Krell, Varen knew this guy's character and would not mess around with him, nor was he a scumbag who deceived his feelings. Congratulations, Wylan, this is the copying teaching as my gift this time. Alva took out a 3-finger-thick book and handed it to Wylan. Thank you. Wylan accepted the handwritten copy of the Doctrine of Life and said sincerely. Alva smiled and responded, as long as you like it. I'm going to see Claire, so I'll leave first. I'll see you later. Go ahead. Seeing the other party leaving, Brian came up and asked curiously, Those 2 are from a good background, how do you know them? Well, how should I put it, I think back then. Well, forget it, don't say anything, I'll go over there and take a look. Seeing that his cousin was about to make a long speech, he quickly made an excuse and ran towards Alec. Forget it, let's go see where Aunt is. In order to shake his head, he said nothing more. The banquet held this time is different from the banquets held by other nobles. There's not so much formality, and he will not come up to speak. Everyone already knows what they should know. It would be meaningless for him to go up and talk about it again, but it will be a waste. Time, it is better to just get together in such a lively manner and just communicate at will. Before he knew it, Varen came from the garden to the training ground. In a corner, Wylan took a closer look and found his aunt and Lord Oder. "Let me go. Could it be that my aunt is his teacher? I seem to have discovered something extraordinary." Wylan hid in a corner, raised his ears, and secretly observed his aunt and Oder. The two get along more smoothly than they imagined. At this moment, Flora looked at the strange man in front of her and felt very familiar, but she was sure that she had never seen him before, and she didn't know why she had such thoughts. If other aristocratic young people came up to talk, she would never give them a good look, but she could not dislike the man in front of her. Wylan, who was peeping secretly, raised his ears and could only hear the two of them chatting awkwardly. "You said something and I said something, which was completely useless. I'll go, two idiots in love get together, it's really worrying." Just when Wylan was about to step forward, he was suddenly pulled back. Turning his head to look, he saw Layla appearing in front of him, shaking his head to stop himself from stepping forward. "Sister Layla, you're not over there, why?" "I came earlier than you," Layla whispered. "Today is really an eye-opener. Your aunt actually chatted with a strange man for so long and even blushed." "I doubt whether this is true." When Wylan heard this, he turned around and found that his aunt's face was indeed red. She had only paid attention to what the two of them were talking about and didn't understand these details at all. However, thinking about the story Oder told, I don't think there is anything outrageous about it. "How about we go up?" "No," Layla refused directly without thinking. "As soon as we get close, your aunt will definitely drive him away for the sake of face. The best result now is to wait. After they separate, we will learn about the situation." "All right." Wylan thought for a while and found that this was the most ideal solution at present. Half an hour later, when the two separated, Wylan and Layla looked at each other and chased them respectively. "Your Excellency Oder." Oder, who was still giggling just now, heard someone calling his name and immediately returned to his cold demeanor. He turned around and found that it was Wylan, and he let down his guard. "Your Excellency Oder, do you want to be my uncle?" Wylan put his arm around Oder's shoulders and said with a smile. "Do you know this?" Oder said with a guilty conscience. Wylan said with a smile on his face. "I promised you back then that if you find your own teacher, I will not stop him." "Thank you, old. Flora and I get along very well." Oder's voice was very low, but Wylan could still hear it. "Then I congratulate you in advance on your success." It was rare for Wylan to see Oder's attitude. He usually looked indifferent, and it was rare to see him show this expression today. The two talked for a few more words, and Oder left. Some nobles gathered around Wylan. Most of them said a few words to leave an impression in front of him, while a few wanted to take refuge in his service. Regarding this request, Varen could only say that he would think about it again, at least until the war with the dwarves was over. He would not accept the surrender of these nobles. As night fell, the 10-hour banquet ended. At night in the study, Angus sat on a chair and Varen stood aside. According to family tradition, clan members who are promoted to Viscount will be granted an extraordinary resource. "Let me first hear what you want." "Hey, can you still choose this thing by yourself?" Wylan said with some confusion. "I remember when I went to the Gut territory. I knew that Uncle Alcott and the others could only passively accept the extraordinary resources provided by the family, and how could they not have the right to choose for themselves?" Angus glared at Waiwei and said slowly, "Of course others can't, not even your fourth brother who will be promoted to Viscount in the future, but for you, this is a reward. After all, the value of what you have given to the family is immeasurable, and the reward given to you by the family is not worth this part, so this is additional compensation for you." Wylan felt a little helpless in his heart. His father was such a person. He treated everyone in the family equally. At most, he was his son and received a little preferential treatment. However, he is very generous to members who have contributed to the family and will reward them in all aspects. "I want the extraordinary resources of a silver warrior who can be quickly promoted from a bronze warrior. I don't know if my family has it." Angus pondered for a while, looked at his own words and said in a deep voice, "Yes, yes, but you have to know that everything like this has some kind of defect, so you definitely want it." "Did Uncle Alcott get that kind of white smoke fruit?" Wylan recalled the transaction a few years ago. He also rewarded some hard-trained soldiers in the army over the years. He didn't expect it to have such a side effect. Perhaps seeing what Whelan was thinking, Angus then added, "Don't think too much about it. Alcott doesn't know about this flaw either. The purpose of white smoke fruit is to give it to some soldiers who are not very talented but are excellent in combat, to help them break through quickly. However, after breaking through silver, they need to spend 10 times the effort. Maybe they can break through the gold level. Maybe they will stop at this level in this life. Silver high level. This kind of thing is a gift to them, and the shortcomings are not told to Alcott. And he does not need to know these. There are some things in this world that have no flaws and can make rapid progress." Angus looked at Wylan with a warning and continued, "But these things are rare, so you have to rely on yourself in future cultivation. Don't eat everything, otherwise the consequences will be ruined for you. I know this, Father. Even the last time Commander Sirid saw me, he said that my foundation was very solid and there was no hidden danger. You were also there at the time." Varen's tone suddenly softened when he saw Angus's serious expression. "Down. I know, I'll give you a heads up today. In 10 years, you can go from the middle level of bronze to the low level of gold. In a sense, it is not an exaggeration to call it a genius. Progress will be slow in the future. Don't try to take shortcuts like your father who stayed in the golden stage for more than 80 years. Although my foundation was damaged, I didn't get impatient and got over it step by step. Remember, you are a lord, and your subordinates are responsible for combat matters. You only need to control the general direction and make clear rewards and punishments. Don't regret something only after you do it. By then, it's already too late." "Yes, Father." Inexplicably, he was lectured again, but Varen kept his father's words in mind. "Since you want this kind of thing, I remember that there is a resource, which is regarded as a thing of the Hux family. It is called Duoyanhua. It likes hot environments and grows in a magic environment. It matures once every 2 years and can speed up the bronze transcendence. Those who practice, according to the data recorded by the Hax family, 3 to 6 multi-flame flowers can help a new high-level bronze warrior break through to silver within half a year. The price is that the body will be hot and temperamental in May and October every year, will get irritable." "Father, this must be a hidden injury." Wylan looked at Angus and asked curiously. "According to the data recorded by the Hax family, this flower originally lived in the crater of the volcano. It was affected by the red dragon and mutated. After more than 300 years of cultivation by their family, they finally obtained this extraordinary resource. Your fourth grandfather has done some experiments in the past 2 years, which shows that this sequelae is indeed a kind of hidden injury. He named it Duoyanhua." Angus did not hide anything and told the information about Duoyanhua. "Okay, I'll take it." Wylan said with some excitement that relying on the multi-flame flowers and luminous wine, the Star Prayer leader could definitely mass-produce silver warriors. Seeing Wylan make up his mind, Angus nodded and agreed to his request. There was no need to describe the next dozen resources. "In 3 months, I will send someone to deliver the things to you. There should be 3,000 flowers. Remember to arrange the planting environment in advance." "Father, I know." Wylan recovered from his silly smile and said seriously, "By the way, your mother said that you seem to have a very close relationship with a woman from the royal family." As soon as these words came out, the study fell into silence. Except for the magic lamp shining brightly and making a faint sound, there was no other sound. Being stared at by his father, Wylan felt a little embarrassed. "That's what happened." "What's your name?" Angus continued to ask. Although there was no change in his face, Wylan could still hear the joy in his heart. "Shemia Silves, that's her full name." "The name is good. I will send someone to investigate." Angus nodded with great satisfaction, a smile on his serious face. Recalling his old father's urging for marriage, Angus seemed to understand this happiness and gradually became like his father. However, that old guy has not returned to the Eagle territory for more than 10 years. He takes his mother out every day. It is said that he even had a romantic relationship with a dragon. It is really disappointing. As his son, Angus felt very sad in his heart, condemned his father. Varen didn't know what his father was thinking. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when I returned to my room. The next moment, A pleasant voice sounded in my ears. 9 months had passed since the last trigger, and now it was time for the guidance of fate to appear again. 6 months later, a tribe of silver wolves will pass by 500 kilometers northwest of Kixing territory. Take Aljeta with you, and you will gain a good fighting force. Silver wolf, Aljeta, silver dragon, my luck is really good. At this moment in the adventurer's tavern, Aljeta sneezed several times in a row, touched a glass instrument with both hands, and said to himself, "Who is thinking about me? It won't be my stupid brother who is saying bad things about me again. But did I forget something?" Aljeta knocked his head and thought for a long time. There was nothing important, so he continued to study the new wine in his hand. In the cellar, the pile of books that had been translated long ago was still gathering dust, and both sides seemed to have forgotten about it. 3 days later, Angus and Alyssa set off to return to Eagle territory. Looking at his parents' departing backs, Wylin felt a little melancholy. After he spread his wings and flew high, he had less and less time to meet his parents. Kyle let Cassius take the Kixing camp to Tutchang. Next, we should do the real work. By the way, tell Orlando to cooperate with the Mage Academy to cultivate a hot area. Yes, sir. Next, we should start to develop the underground world. The entrance to the underground world teleportation array was discovered 9 years ago, and it is not too late to start development now. In addition, the road from the provincial capital of Cadero province to Kixing territory proposed by Wylin at the last noble meeting has been completed, which has doubled the number of caravans coming and going, greatly accelerating the development of Kixing City. Recalling the news that Inquisitor Lester told him, Wylin clenched his fists. He not only wanted to enjoy the population dividend in the east, but also turned Kixing City into the center of Cadero province. As for the provincial capital of Cadero province, he could rest assured to be a foil. At this moment at the west gate, Oder was seeing Flora off. After just a few days of getting along, Flora and Oda's feelings for each other soared due to their mutual attraction. I embroidered this these days. Don't think it's ugly. Flora took out an ugly rag doll from her arms and stuffed it into Oder's hands with a blushing face so that Layla wouldn't see it. I won't despise it. This is the best gift I've received since I came to this world. Thank you. Oder carefully accepted this ugly doll with extraordinary significance. Then Oder took out the gift he prepared, a set of dark black full knight armor with magic patterns flashing in it. This is my gift, I hope you accept it. Thank you, I like it very much. She liked whatever gifts Oder gave her, and didn't care what the gift itself was. Remember to wear this armor at any time. Oder, I know. Flora rode on the horse, waved, and said goodbye to her lover. Kadki, your sister is blessed. Madmanchi looked at his son-in-law with emotion. Yes, I really didn't expect that Flora would find her true love. It's really surprising that they get along so well in just a few days. Kadki looked at his blushing sister and was very emotional. He had never seen such a scene. Forget it. Looking at his son-in-law, Madmanchi shook his head. The two of them were not talking on the same channel. However, Flora will be the strongest silver knight in the 16th Knights in the future. The dark armor given to her by her lover can only be broken by soul-level professionals. After sending his teacher away, Oder had a clear goal. The scum of the underground world should become slaves of mining. Or let them see what a real arcane master is. Mid-January, Oder officially completed the transformation of the underground world teleportation array. Powered by a central element pool, this teleportation array can teleport 30 times a day and can transport 100 people at a time. It can transport a battalion of troops to the underground world within a day. Earthen City, perhaps it is more appropriate to call it a fortress. In 3 hours, Oder used only the spells turn mud into stone, turn fossil into mud. Reconstruct wood and shape material to build this fortress, covering an area of 30 acres. In order to thank Oder for his contribution, Wylin initially wanted to name this fortress the Oder Fortress. After being rejected by the other party, Wylin retreated and named the fortress after his student, calling it the Theo Fortress. My lord. At the east gate of Theo Fortress, the officer saw Wylin, beat his chest and saluted, and asked his subordinates to open the gate. Stepping on the stone slab, Wylin walked towards the center of the city. My lord, Cassius was fully armed and saw Wyland's figure and stepped forward to salute. "Where is Lord Oda?" "My lord has gone to the underground world. According to the information I have learned, he has now controlled 7 city-states," Cassius reported. "One city-state a day, this progress is too fast," Cassius said with a bitter look on his face. Who would have thought that Lord Oda, as a magic craftsman, would have such a powerful strength? "We have completely become logistics." Following him to receive the dark creature clans surrendered from the underground world. "Let's go, take me to see." "My lord, please follow me." Kyle followed behind Wyland, and combined with his own strength, he felt that he could do it now. After passing through the 30-meter deep tunnel, several people came to an empty hall, about 10,000 square meters, surrounded by hundreds of soldiers guarding it. "My lord, please." Wyland followed Cassius's instructions and walked to the center of the teleportation array. The next moment, the teleportation array started. Close your eyes, open your eyes, and it's another scene. Unlike what the exploration team described many years ago, this place has become a palace. And under the light of the magic lamp, it has become as bright as day. Leaving the hall, there is a wide avenue, with prisons standing on both sides, and underground creatures are imprisoned inside. Even if there are only a few guards guarding, they dare not be agitated. Dark elves, gray dwarves, eyeless people, 3-eyed monsters. In less than 10 minutes, Wyland saw no less than 10 races, all looking at Wyland with fear. In a small dark elf city-state in the western part of the underground world, there are more than 30,000 underground creatures living here. The scantily clad Dark Master is enjoying the service of the 3 Minotaur slaves. The hall is filled with joy, and she has no idea that disaster is about to come. Window tabula equals window, tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. 10 kilometers away from the dark elf city. Oda floated in the air, closing his eyes to rest. After a long time, an army arrived here in a hurry, panting and sweating. After 2 hours, they marched 80 kilometers before they could catch up with the adult. "My lord, the 3rd Battalion of the Kixing Camp reports to you." Oda did not open his eyes and directly ordered the 500 soldiers, "Rest for half an hour." The captain of the 3rd Battalion of the Kixing Camp bowed and saluted. "Thank you, sir." In just 7 days, they saw how cruel this adult was, so they had to deal with it carefully. For this group of soldiers, Oda was not too harsh. It was already very good to be able to achieve this level now. Half an hour later, Oda opened his eyes and flew towards the dark elf city. Everyone stand up and keep up with the adult's pace. All 500 soldiers stood up, breathing more smoothly following Oda's pace, approaching the dark elf city. On the city wall, hundreds of dark elf soldiers had already turned into a ball of black ash and disappeared into the material world before making a sound. Looking at Oda, who was like a god, most of the city slaves knelt on the ground and succumbed to their inner choice. After all, they could just change their master, which was no loss to them. A small number of dark elf female officers commanded the army to resist, but as soon as they said half a word, they were burned into a pile of slag from the inside out by a ball of blue flame. Big brother, what should we do?" Seeing the master die in front of him, the dark elf soldier looked at a sturdy dark elf soldier and trembled with fear. Without a trace of hesitation, the sturdy dark elf soldier knelt on the ground and surrendered to the other party. The other dark elf soldiers did not hesitate, and they threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground. With their bronze strength, what could they use to fight against the other party? Anyway, their master was dead, and it was natural for them to surrender without a trace of guilt in their hearts. As for whether to betray the gods of faith, anyway, staying alive is the most important thing. Why bother so much? The 3,000 troops in the outer city of the Dark City all knelt on the ground and surrendered after the Dark Elf Spider Queen Rose priest and officers died. Oda glanced and headed towards the stone palace in the center of the city. The Dark Elf matriarch, who was enjoying the 3-headed Minotaur costume, felt a strong momentum approaching. Kicked the Minotaur crawling on her body and wanted to get her weapon. A blue flame appeared on her body out of thin air, devouring everything in her body. Damn I. In less than 2 seconds, this low-level gold dark elf matriarch left half a sentence and turned into ashes. Soul-minded mid-level arcanists are a crushing existence for gold and lower professionals. For Oder, killing this low-level gold dark elf matriarch is like killing an ant, and it doesn't take much magic power. Entering the hall, taking a glance at the 3 trembling minotaurs, Oder walked straight into the temple. Along the way, more than 50 temple guards watched Oder heading towards the gods they believed in, picked up their weapons, and rushed forward to stop him. For these reptiles, they could not withstand the blue flame for half a second, and they turned into ashes and went to see the gods they believed in. Arriving inside the temple, looking at the statue of Spider Queen Rose, Oder bowed and saluted. The next moment, the power of faith on the statue was drawn away, and the statue collapsed and turned into nothingness. Arcanist, I remember you. The gods were not allowed to take action in the world without reason. Oder was very polite, and Spider Queen Rose could only take back the power of faith on the statue and destroy it. As for her believers, she had no ability, so she could die. The souls of more than 30 priests in the city were taken away by Spider Queen Rose. The cruel means made Oder have a new understanding of Spider Queen Rose. 20 minutes later, the 3rd Brigade arrived late and began to repeat the previous operation, taking over the city-state and counting the number of underground creatures. My lord, there are about 5,000 dark elves in the city-state, and 23,000 other underground races, 90% of whom are slaves. As night fell, the officer came to the stone palace and reported to Oder. All creatures of bronze and above will be escorted to the stone city, and other ordinary creatures will be confined on the spot and handled in the same way as before. Also, when will the next troop arrive? The officer wiped the sweat from his head and reported, My lord, due to too many city-states and insufficient guards, your actions may have to be suspended for a while. That's it for now, I'll go back to the stone city first, and I'll leave this to you. Yes, my lord. Before leaving, Oder cast energy confinement on all creatures in this dark city-state, blocking the possibility of bronze and above underground creatures using any extraordinary means. In the stone city, Wylan looked at the various underground creatures and couldn't help but sigh at the biodiversity. At the same time, he had a subversive understanding of Odora's strength. It only takes 3 minutes to capture a city-state with a population of 10,000, while it takes 3 hours to take over. Therefore, the speed that restricts Odora's occupation of the city-state is that his army is not enough. So far, there are only 9,000 regular troops in Kixing County. The 2nd Battalion was transferred to Lancia County, and the 3rd Battalion was transferred to Xiphon County. The Kixing Battalion was originally the garrison of Kixing County, and now it has been transferred to the underground world. If the underground world is developed, an army will be needed to guard these underground creatures. Kyle, how much do you think we should expand this time? Wylan turned to look at Kyle, ready to ask her opinion. Kyle put away the map of the underground world that had been explored and answered, My lord, there are at least 40 city-states in this underground world. According to the current occupied area and city-states, this underground world has an area of at least 100,000 square kilometers. If we rely on our army, it is difficult to govern such a large area. The environment of the underground world is not suitable for the army to be stationed for a long time, so we need to select some of these underground creatures and form an army. You are right, but it is definitely not enough to rely on this group of servants, so I plan to form 2 battalions of troops with a rotation every 6 months to monitor this group of servants. Wylan combined Kyle's answer and gave his own answer. My lord, how to ensure the loyalty of this servant army? Faced with Kyle's question, Wylan was still undecided for a while. Don't worry, if everything goes well, Lord Odra might have solved this problem. Wylan didn't answer directly because he didn't know whether Odra had researched that thing. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. As the bridgehead of the underground world, Stone City now houses more than 5,000 000 bronze and above creatures. The cruel environment makes these underground creatures generally stronger. After all, the weak ones are dead. The next morning, Oda returned to Shicheng. Your Excellency Oda, thank you for your hard work. For my teacher, and of course for myself, Oda replied gently with a smile on his face. Weilin had no objection to these words. He was not a child of destiny. Others would worship him when they saw him. How to mobilize a person's enthusiasm is, of course, to make him work for himself. Varen had promised Oda that the income from this underground world would belong to him. Now that he has reunited with his aunt again, with this move, Weilin guessed that Oda was 100% working hard for his future family. Have you ever implemented the idea we discussed 2 years ago? The finished product is already available. Oda took out a piece of magic equipment and explained to Varen, I call this magic equipment conscious distortion. It can distort the consciousness of professionals below gold, but the shortcomings are also obvious. This equipment will cause damage to the soul of the target during operation and shorten the life of the target. Based on my speculation, for silver-level professionals, it will shorten the opponent's lifespan by 50%. For bronze-level professionals, it will shorten the opponent's lifespan by 30%, but for apprentices and ordinary creatures, it will only shorten the lifespan of the opponent, 10% of the other party's lifespan. Similarly, this thing has another shortcoming, that is, the upper limit is locked. All creatures who are distorted in consciousness have no possibility of further progress in their lifetime. As Oda explained, he observed Weilin's facial expressions and observed the other person's thoughts. If Weilin wants to use it elsewhere, Oda will destroy the magical equipment distortion of consciousness in his hand. He cannot let this thing spread and at the same time let Weilin forget this memory as if it never happened. This happened. Weilin touched his chin, thought carefully, and then asked Oda, what do you think of using it on these underground creatures? I suggest it be used only in this generation. I don't recommend it for the next generation of underground dark clan creatures. Oda gave his own suggestion. You are right. This generation of underground creatures has been polluted and has little use value. We can cultivate the next generation and let them be used by the Prayer Star leader. Weilin thought for a while and nodded in agreement with Oda's suggestion. This was not because he was kind, but because Varen thought of the snow-white Tauren he met many years ago, which made him curious about what it would be like to let these underground creatures believe in the goddess of life, and whether it would evolve into another form. Branch race. After the business talk was over, it was the turn of the private business. Weilin approached Oda and asked curiously, Oda, when are you going to marry my aunt? Oda pushed Weilin's face away and said with some embarrassment, well, I haven't considered this matter yet. Then where are you going to build your own small home? Do you want me to give you a piece of land? Weilin continued to ask with a smile on his face. That I haven't thought about it either. Oda replied with a guilty conscience. He had never experienced this and had no idea that there were still so many things to do. As an arcanist, you can't be so cliched. When you have time, go to Kixing Ling to look at other places. If you choose a place, tell me directly, Weilin said very generously. Thank you very much, Varen. Come on, Uncle Oda. Oda was very pleased with Weilin's title. 3 days later, Weilin returned to Xingyu Castle and issued an order to form the 4th and 5th battalions. The soldiers were selected from the militia of Kixing County and Lancia County. In addition, Weilin transferred the 2nd Battalion stationed in Lancia County to Fortress Sio. The local defense was temporarily left to the militia. After the formation of the 4th Battalion was completed, it was transferred to Lancia County to garrison. With the arrival of a new batch of troops, Oda captured more than 10 city-states within half a month, occupying half of the city-states in the underground world. At the same time, he began to form a servant army. The first batch of soldiers was tentatively numbered at 5,000. In early March, the first batch of servant troops was established, and they were used by Oda to clean up small tribes in the wilderness of the occupied area with the main purpose of capturing slaves. As time passed, the remaining 23 city-states united to prepare to resist human invasion. Located in the city of Morai in the western region of the underground world, there are 17 high-level silver levels, 5 low-level gold levels, and 1 middle-level gold level. A total of 23 city lords, leaders or army commanders gathered here. Thalia, the priest of the temple of Morai City and the great mistress of the Dark Elves, stood up and showed off her perfect figure in front of everyone. The 17 high-level Silver City state leaders stared at each other's chests, drooling at their mouths, and their eyes were closed. With a wink and a giggle from time to time, the other 5 low-level Gold City state leaders looked at this bitch warily, but were not fooled by the magic she unleashed to confuse their minds and turn into her dogs. Snored. The commander of the Evil Eye Legion snorted with dissatisfaction and cracked the magic of Thalia, the dark elf mistress. The 17 high-level Silver City state leaders came to their senses and looked at this drow bitch with vigilance. They all stayed away from her, for fear of falling into the opponent's control again. Seeing that her magic was cracked, Thalia, the dark elf mistress, looked a little ugly. Thalia, now it was the time of life and death. Put away your dirty and despicable methods. The gray dwarf Brick slapped the table and warned loudly. Brick, one day I will dedicate you to my god. Thalia stared at the gray dwarf and said word by word. The gray dwarf Brick responded mercilessly. You bitch, I'm here. If you have the ability, I will twist off your head and use it as a wine flask. Everyone stop. Today we are here for negotiation, not for war. The leader of the 3-eyed monster opened the third eye on his forehead and said coldly. Thalia glanced at the gray dwarf and said, My god has issued an oracle, and there is a human soul-level powerhouse opposite. Do you know what this means? Tell me what you want to do. The commander of the Evil Eye Legion showed no emotion at all. He stared at Thalia with his big eyes and used sound waves to express what he said. Slave, as long as you sacrifice 30,000 slaves, you can use the power of my god to create a shadow-hunting spider demon to resist any powerful human soul level. Ha, I'm afraid that, when the shadow-hunting spider demon appears, it will be used against us imd. Immediately, the gray dwarf Brick mercilessly exposed Thalia's trick. Brick, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as a dead person. Thalia replied with a smile on her face in the coldest words. Damn black skin, I will lock you up with the dirtiest dwarf. The gray dwarf kept cursing until the leader of the Evil Eye Legion stopped the quarrel. The hunting spider demon can appear, but it cannot be controlled by you, Thalia. The big evil eye said word by word. Thalia said with a smile, Evil Eye, the hunting spider demon, I cannot control it, but who should control it? The other 5 people stared at Thalia coldly, and no one responded. They were originally hostile to each other, and they finally came together because of the external enemy. If you want to say how united they are, it is not at all, and they are all wary of each other. The war begins, sacrifice, the hunting spider demon must die with the other side. The evil eye said intermittently. Okay, but we have to choose a place as the place for sacrifice, otherwise there won't be enough time. Thalia looked at the 17 high-level Silver City state leaders, and her words were self-evident. Okay. The evil eye nodded in agreement, and a caveman city lord died on the spot. The other 16 creatures saw this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they did not choose their own city-state. Discussion: send troops. The leader of the Evil Eye Army ignored the death of an ant and continued. The Evil Eye Army, send troops, 350 Evil Eye generals, 250 Evil Eye soldiers. Malai City sent 1,000 Dark Elf soldiers, 50 Spider Demons, 100 priests and 4,000 slave soldiers. Bree City sent 2,000 Grey Dwarf soldiers, 200 Earth Lizard Knights, and 3,000 slave soldiers. The Grey Dwarf Brick followed closely and reported the number of participants. 10 minutes later, the Evil Eye counted the number of troops sent by each city-state, a total of 80,000, of which 50,000 slave soldiers also served as military rations, which could be consumed for 2 months. Everyone agreed to gather in the caveman's Grok City half a month later. As for the 30,000 slaves sacrificed to the Spider Queen Rose, they were the cavemen used by the Grok City. If they were not enough, slave soldiers would be used to fill the gap. This is the rule of the underground world. In the eyes of the strong, the weak races are food and sacrifices and can be used at any time. Anyway, there are countless small tribes outside the city-states. When there are not enough slaves, the worst thing is to catch some back. In the Stone City, when Oda learned that the group of ants in the west were preparing to form an alliance to resist him, he was not prepared to wait like this. He remembered what the Spider Queen Rose said in his ear last time. In order to prevent this group of dark elves from making any conspiracy, he decided to take the initiative and solve the problem from the root. There is no extra army to take over the western area, so let it be chaotic. Anyway, it is much better than gathering together. As for the number of slaves, there are more than 300,000 slaves in the 17 city-states in the eastern area of the underground world and the tribes in the wilderness, which is enough for early land reclamation and mining. If the number is not enough, let these underground creatures reproduce as much as possible. Anyway, there is plenty of time. There's no need to worry that these dark clans will not reproduce. If it doesn't work, there are still many monster clans on the ground. For the priority target, Oda chose the dark elf city of Morlai in the western region. On the third day after the meeting, Talia suddenly felt a chill on her back, as if something terrible was about to attack. My God. Please tell your servants what to do. Talia came to the temple with a nervous mood, knelt in front of the statue of the Spider Queen Rose, and prayed devoutly, start the blood sacrifice and sacrifice Morlai city. After receiving the oracle, Talia did not hesitate and directly summoned the temple priests to start the sacrifice. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Oda smiled self-deprecatingly. However, he would not let this sacrifice succeed, and he would directly attack indiscriminately. In just 3 minutes, Morlai city fell into a sea of fire, and countless slaves and civilians were buried here. It is better to die in one's own hands than to be eaten by Rose and turned into food for her. The soul can be taken away by the sticks in the plain world in advance. When the dark elf matron Talia saw this scene, she directly abandoned the priest group and went to a secret place in the west of Morlai city. No living creature or sacrifice is more important than one's own life. As long as I am alive, the tribe will exist and the city-state can be established. I hope my God will forgive the sins of your servants. Talia prayed in her heart and fled without hesitation, without any drag. Unfortunately, Oda would not let the other party go. A flame gun pierced through the other party's body. Talia looked at the teleportation array that was one step away, widened her eyes, and died unwillingly. Looking at the rising blood mist, Oda retreated outside Morlai city. In just 10 minutes, Oda killed 7/10 of the population of Morlai city, about 40,000 people, which means that only 20,000 people were sacrificed to Rose. The priest who presided over the ceremony died, but the shadow hunter spider demon was still created. Using a young male dark elf as a carrier, this irrational killing machine was formed. The upper body was twisted into a female body, and the lower body was a spider body. The hands turned into sharp blades, and the 8 sharp legs moved quickly on the ground, heading straight for Oda. For this high-level gold shadow hunter spider demon, Oda directly cast limb separation, turning it into a pile of meaningless meat. We have to hurry up, otherwise the other party will run away. Oda glanced at the destroyed city of Morlai and headed for the nearest city-state. In a cave, the leader of the Evil Eye Legion opened his eyes and conveyed the message of escape to his fellow tribesmen, and then floated towards the secret passage first. The next moment, the 800 evil eyes of the Evil Eye Legion sucked the slaves' minds, followed the leader without looking back, and entered a deep path. Not long after the Evil Eye Legion left, the cave collapsed, covering up the traces here. It took Oda 3 days to clean up the western area of the underground world. All the existences of silver level and above were killed. Without the oppression of the strong above, the western area of the underground world became chaotic at a speed visible to the naked eye. On May 15, 9729 of the glorious calendar, Wyland spent 5 fulfilling months in the Star Moon Castle. Under the auspices of Oda, the underground world is steadily undergoing the construction stage. The large gold mine located 100 kilometers in the north has slowly become the inherent asset of Kixing territory under the hard work of tens of thousands of slaves. 4 months ago, Baird and 12 others held a wedding under his auspices. Some married 3 women at once, while others, such as Raimondo, married only one. 3 months ago, the Red Phosphorus Horse Ranch was established at the junction of Xiphon County, Changlin County, and Mission County, covering an area of 6,000 acres. 2 months ago, the multi-yan flower plantation was established, covering an area of 3,000 acres, and under the management of Randolph. Good days are always so pleasant. Wylan only needs to spend 2 days a week to handle the affairs of the territory, and the rest of the time is at his disposal. Unfortunately, it's time to be busy again. More than 5 months ago, through the guidance of fate, he learned that tribe of silver wolves would pass 500 kilometers northwest of Kixing territory. Through El Jeddah, he could recover this tribe of silver wolves. "Come here, sir," a maid came to Wylan and said respectfully. "Where is Kyle?" "Sir Kyle went to the old castle in the morning. Do you need to let Sir Kyle come back?" The maid bowed her head and replied. "Prepare a horse for me." "Yes, lord." Wylan changed into light clothes, came to the gate of the inner city, rode a horse, and went to the old castle. Since moving to Xinyu Castle, the old castle has been handed over to Hilda and Zisna, 2 shadow guards, as a new training ground. Wylan was very curious about why Kyle suddenly ran to the old castle. In the old castle, Kyle was teaching the shadow assassins under Hilda and Cisna again. Looking at the pairs of eyes seeking knowledge reminded him of his past self. Under the training of Hilda and Cisna, the 130 boys and girls bought from the slave city all became shadow guards. After about a month of training, they can be officially formed into an army. "My 3 lords, the master is coming to the castle." A shadow guard entered the castle, knelt on one knee, and reported to Kyle and the other 2. "Then today's class ends here. Now go out and line up so that the master can appreciate the results of your training." Kyle put his hands behind his back and ordered the shadow guards below. "Yes, sir." The 130 people stood up in an orderly manner, left the castle hall one by one, and lined up at the city gate. On the way up the mountain, Wylan patted the Red Ridge horse and asked it to walk slowly. More than 10 minutes later, the castle appeared in front of him. Wylan looked at the shadow guards lined up at the city gate and found Kyle at a glance. He got off his horse and came to the city gate. 130 shadow guards knelt on one knee, bowed their heads and said loudly, "Meet the master." "Everyone get up." Hilda and Zisna have worked hard in the past 3 years. The strength of the 130 shadow guards has reached the bronze level at least, which has lived up to his expectations. "Hilda and Zisna, you 2 come here." Wylan looked at his 2 shadow guards and said kindly. Master of the 2 saluted. "You have completed the task assigned to you very well." Hearing Wylan's praise, the 2 couldn't help but feel proud. "After the shadow guards complete the training, do you 2 have any place you want to go?" Wylan looked at the 2 and said slowly, "The army, the ruling agency, the public security agency, or several other departments." "Master, we want to stay with you." Hilda and Zisna said in unison. Even after 3 years, they still did not change their original intention and stayed with Wylan. Hearing their answers, Wylan remembered what he said to Kyle 8 years ago. In a blink of an eye, so much time has passed. "Xinyu Castle is still short of 2 head maids, so I'll leave it to you 2. At this point, Wylan pointed at the shadow guards and continued. "Each of these 130 shadow guards will select 15 people to be directly led by you, and the command of the other shadow guards will be handed over to Kyle." "Yes, master." The 2 answered without hesitation, and they were attached to the command of the shadow guards. "Go ahead, I'm proud of you." "Yes, master." Afterwards, Wylan briefly inspected the 130 shadow guards and left with Kyle. On the way to Kixing City, Kyle calculated in his mind that he actually had the command of 3 troops. The first one was the guard team of his master, 24 knights, who had been basically taught by himself in the past few years. Their strength was average, and they were not qualified to be guards for daily travel, but they could barely be used. The second is the castle guards, 400 people, responsible for the guarding of the Star Moon Castle. Usually they are assigned to 3 captains, who patrol once every half a month, organize training, and preach once. The third is the 100-man shadow guards. Only Kyle, Hilda, and Cisna know their basic identity information. Even they may not know the people around them. In the end, they will be assassins hiding in the dark. "What are you thinking about?" Wylan pushed Kyle, looking at the other party's thoughtful look, and asked curiously. Kyle raised his head and looked at Wylan and said, "My lord, I have too many troops in my hands otherwise. Do you want me to manage them directly?" Wylan couldn't help but said with a dark face and some dissatisfaction. "No, I mean't. That's it, I only have you by my side. If I don't hand over these troops to you, do I have to manage them myself? Then I'm not a lord but a general." "Okay, I will take care of these things," Kyle shrugged and replied helplessly. Over the years, he has secretly formed his own faction, just like the 12 Knights of Baird and the 2 Brothers of Orlando, and has become a faction under his master. However, Kyle will not admit that he is a faction. His is his master's, and his master is still his master's because he has no selfish motives. By the way, there may be a wolf cavalry after a while. You can go to the Knight Academy in advance to see how many people you can get. Anyway, this army will be handed over to you for management after it is formed. Kyle was a little puzzled when he heard this, but he did not ask. Instead, he obeyed the order of his master and prepared to take some time to go to the Knight Academy to reserve a group of excellent knight students in advance. Passing through the city gate, Wylan encouraged the officers and soldiers guarding the city with a gentle smile, causing the other party's excited face to blush. For this move, Kyle took out a few silver coins to reward them, which was considered to be in line with the leadership of his master. Crossing the crowded streets, the two came to the Adventurer Tavern in the West City District. The civilians who came and went were all smiling. With some spare money in their hands, they came to the Adventurer Tavern to have a drink, talk about the situation of the surrounding noble territories, feel the previous suffering, thank the Lord for bringing them a good life, and sing praises to the X-family. Compared to a few years ago, the Adventurer Tavern has expanded several times in size. "Sir, you are here. The master has ordered that you can go directly to him whenever you come." A young man dressed as a butler stepped forward and said respectfully, "You are the young man in the Adventurer's Tavern." Wylan felt the other party's unusual power and said lightly, "Yes, sir," the young man replied respectfully. "It seems that you have also had some luck. It can be said that you followed the right person." Wylan patted the other party and walked straight to the second floor. Kyle glanced at the other party. A dragon-like human with low-level silver strength. Was a good opportunity. On the third floor of the tavern, Wylan pushed open a door and saw Uljeta studying his new wine. "Long time no see, Uljeta. I heard that you have made a lot of new wines recently." Wylan found a place to sit down very skillfully. Of course, Uljeta stopped his movements and took out more than 10 bottles of wine from his space equipment. They were all filled with his latest wines. The colors were green, red, and even silver-white, which was really eye-opening. Wylan reached out and picked up the silver-white wine and asked in surprise, "How did you brew it, and is this wine really drinkable?" "You may not believe it, but I brewed this thing with the sap of the green ivy tree and several other precious things. I thought it was a failed product, but I didn't expect it to have a magical effect." "So there won't be your blood in it," Wylan said half-jokingly. Uljeta was shocked when she heard this. "You can see that there is indeed my blood in it. Taking this wine will produce 2 effects. Those with weak willpower will be transformed into my vassal and become a dragon creature. Those with strong willpower will increase their body density and improve their elemental resistance." There's no need to take this kind of thing out." Wylan put the wine back and asked Uljeta to put it away. Seeing this, Uljeta took the silver wine back, took out 3 wine glasses, and poured a normal glass of wine for himself, Wylan. "And Kyle, I want to ask you to do something for me this time." Wylan took a sip of wine and directly stated the purpose of this trip. There was no expression of surprise on Uljeta's face, and he was not opposed to this kind of thing. "Tell me if I can help. I will definitely help, as long as you pay me. If someone gives you money and asks you to deal with me, what will you do?" Wylan looked at the greedy silver dragon and asked calmly. "I won't do that." Uljeta drank it all, poured herself another glass of green wine, and said slowly, "Only those who I approve of can use money to make me do things. I am a principled dragon, not those evil 5-colored dragons and some metal dragons." "Okay, I thought too much." Wylan apologized to the other party with an apologetic look on his face. Uljeta said nonchalantly, "It's okay, who let some dragons break the rules. It's normal for you to have these concerns. We are friends and have been friends for 7 years. Between money and friends, I, Algeta, will choose the latter. Okay, I thought too much, and I actually doubted our friendship. Wylin raised the wine glass, held the glass with Algeta, and then drank it all in one gulp as an apology. My friend, tell me if you have any difficulties. As long as you give a suitable price, I will definitely help you solve them properly. Algeta asked with a smile on her face. It's nothing big. I just received news that a silver wolf tribe will pass by here. I hope you can go with me to recruit this silver wolf tribe. The silver wolf tribe usually exists as a subordinate vassal race of our silver dragon. Algeta fell into deep thought when he heard the name. Seeing Algeta thinking, Wylin did not disturb him and savored the wine in his hand. After a few minutes, Algeta thought carefully and finally agreed to help Wylin. I will help you to recover this silver wolf tribe as much as possible, but I also hope you can treat them well. Wylin put down the wine glass and solemnly promised Algeta, I hope to use this silver wolf tribe to establish a wolf cavalry. I will not interfere with this silver wolf tribe too much, and I will not abuse them. After returning, I will pay 60,000 gold coins as a reward for this operation. When will we set off? Algeta raised his head and said, 8 days later. Okay. The two chatted for another half an hour, and then Wylin said goodbye and left the adventurer's tavern. 3 days later, a document was delivered to Wylin from the Theo fortress. It contained all kinds of affairs about the underground world's vassal army, as well as a document about the division of administrative areas in the underground world. According to the governance method described by Odera, it is simply called the way of governing aliens with aliens. After detailed investigation, the underground world covers an area of about 600 square kilometers. According to the division method of underground races, it can be divided into 31 large caves, 233 medium-sized caves, and more than 3,000 small caves. These densely packed caves together form this huge underground world. Of course, this is the previous division method. For subsequent development, Odera spent 2 months to connect more than 3,000 small caves with the nearest caves without destroying the supporting structure of the underground world, and finally formed 31 large caves and 233 medium-sized caves, expanding the area of about 3,000 square kilometers, making the underground world area reach 110,000 square kilometers. The map of the entire underground world in front of Wylin is the map of the underground world after the transformation. It's really big, but humans can't adapt to this dark environment for a long time. This underground world is destined to become a resource production area in Kixing territory. Looking at this map, Wylin felt a little sorry. But then again, there are still large areas of land in the gray wasteland waiting for him to conquer. Why do I feel sorry? Thinking of this, I feel much better instantly. The administrative area name should be named directly with numbers. Large caves are named with 2 numbers, and medium caves are named with 3 numbers. Anyway, as a resource production area, there is no need to go through so much trouble to name it separately. Simple and rough numbers are easy to remember and use, which is the best of both worlds. Then Wylin picked up a pen and started to number it simply and roughly. 10 minutes later, a brand new map appeared in front of him. Underground World Area Planning Map. 31 large caves, numbered from 01 to 31. 233 medium-sized caves, according to the closer they are to the large caves, are numbered from 1 to 9 after the large caves. What exactly will be planted in these areas can only be decided after Odera completes his research. With the help of this soul-level arcanist, Wylin does not need to intervene too much, just wait with peace of mind. As for the population structure of the entire underground world, according to Odera's classification, it is divided into 3 parts, namely, servants, management, and slaves. Among them there are 30,000 servants, 20,000 management classes. The number of slaves is only more than 500,000. Besides this division, there is another part of creatures, which are various monsters in the underground world. Different from the contemptuous names given to various races in the gray wasteland by humans, these creatures are real monsters, succumbing to instincts, with no wisdom, living in families in various corners of the underground world. There are about 3,000 of them, with all kinds of strange shapes. Once the underground world is on the right track, we can counterattack the main body of the Kixing territory in the upper world. Start external development at the same time. Wellen did not forget the news that the Inquisitor Lester told him. Anyway, the kingdom has no regulations that the Viscount cannot own a territory of 50,000 to 60,000 square kilometers. 5 days later, outside the Kixing city, Wylan and Kyle, with 24 guard knights, met with Eljeda and headed northwest. The whole journey was very smooth, and there were not many obstacles. After crossing the Grey River Valley Plain, Wylan and others arrived at a grassland area. At night they found a dog-headed tribe nearby, and after cleaning up more than 100 dog-headed people, they spent the night there. Wylan, Kyle, and Eljeda sat around the campfire. The last time we camped in the wild was 2 years ago. It's really nostalgic. Wylan threw a piece of wood into the fire, feeling very emotional. Hearing this, Eljeda curled her lips. You humans are really strange. You can also be emotional in this kind of wild life. What do you know? This is called cultivating sentiment. Wylan looked at Eljeda, a silver dragon who didn't understand romance, and said slowly. Suddenly there was a sound in the distance, and the two people and the dragon stood up suddenly and looked to the north. Seeing this, the 24 guards stood up, drew their knight swords, and approached Wylan and the other two, while looking around vigilantly. The smell of mithril mines. Eljeda said excitedly, there is also the smell of dwarves. They are not strong, otherwise we will rob them together. Kyle, go to the front and take a look. Wylan did not answer Eljeda's topic but ordered Kyle. Then Kyle hid the smell around him and went to the north. In less than 3 minutes they arrived at a low hill. Looking 10 kilometers away, a team was slowly approaching the territory of the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. 1 low-level gold, 12 silver, 100 bronze, and the remaining 400 were apprentices. In less than a moment, he knew all the information about this dwarf team. After returning to the camp, Kyle told the two of them all the information, including the goods in the 34-wheeled carriages escorted by the dwarves. There is no reason not to take something that is delivered. To the door. Wylan made a decision and asked the guards to wait here. Wylan took Kyle and Eljeda to rob this dwarf team. Remember, Eljeda, don't let any dwarf run away, otherwise we may face some trouble. Don't worry, these dwarves can't run over a silver dragon. 5 kilometers away from the camp, Eljeda revealed his true form, and a 12-meter-long silver dragon appeared in front of the two. The body is covered with glittering silver scales, with strong and powerful wings, and the eyes are deep blue-purple, with a magical power. The head has a long nose and sharp teeth, showing majesty and power. A golden intermediate silver dragon appeared on the grassland, causing the surrounding beasts to flee. It's so majestic, Eljeda, let me ride it. Wylan looked at the majestic and powerful figure and said impatiently, You wish? The huge silver dragon rolled his eyes and said proudly. Then, Eljeda grabbed Wylan and Kyle with 2 claws and went towards the dwarf caravan. There is a dragon, be alert. The leading golden low-level dwarf warrior looked at the silver figure 6 kilometers away and shouted loudly. More than 500 dwarf warriors saw this and took out their weapons. Before they formed a military formation, the silver dragon pounced on the center of the caravan, and dozens of dwarf soldiers were thrown into the distance and disappeared. Why did you take the initiative to send the dwarf? Flying, what if a dwarf runs away? Wylan looked at Eljeda's claws and said angrily. Mistake, mistake. Eljeda put Wylan and Kyle on the ground and went to find the group of dwarf soldiers who were run into the wilderness by him. Damn humans, I want. Before the dwarf golden warrior Cardo finished speaking, Kyle flashed in front of the other party and slashed with all his strength. The huge force made Cardo retreat hundreds of meters, and the 3 carriages became his deceleration wall. Various rare minerals such as glittering mithril ore and mountain copper ore was scattered around. Kyle did not give the other party a chance to breathe and directly slashed with a sharp blade. Crack in an instant, blood splattered all around. The left arm of the dwarf warrior Cardo was separated from his body. Kyle struck another sword, cutting off the legs of the dwarf warrior Cardo, and walked towards him step by step, wondering, is the opponent too weak or am I too strong to fight with the strength of a low-level gold? He hadn't used any combat skills yet, but he had brought the opponent to the brink of death just by relying on his control over his fighting spirit. Perhaps it can no longer be called fighting spirit, but it is more appropriate to call it magic power. Under the transformation of the angel's heart, Kyle, except for not growing wings, has completely become an angel inside, able to use most attributes of energy, including the power of space, but not very skilled. You. Before the dwarf warrior Kado could finish a complete sentence, Kyle cut off his head, and he died. Since the purpose of testing strength cannot be achieved, there is no need for this dwarf gold warrior to exist. On the other side, Wyland started a massacre of the dwarf army, which was more appropriate to describe as chopping melons and vegetables. In less than 5 minutes, half of the dwarves died in his hands. Kyle did not assist Wyland but scoured the battlefield on the side. When he found a dwarf soldier running away, he took off his head. When Wyland cut the last dwarf warrior in half, the battle was declared over. One-sided massacre, think about 10 years ago. The escort team against a high-level silver dwarf had to call friends and make preparations. Wyland looked at the dwarf corpses on the ground and felt very relieved. Kyle stepped forward to cast cleansing spell to remove the blood on Wyland's body. Wyland was a little surprised that his servant suddenly cast magic, but not much, because Kyle gave him too many surprises. Aljeta threw more than 20 dwarf corpses on the ground, transformed into a human form again, and said in surprise, "It's cleaned up so quickly. As a punishment, you go and deal with the corpses." Wyland took out 3 bottles of deodorizing potion and threw them to Aljeta, asking him to do the work. Aljeta shrugged, took the deodorizing potion, cast dragon language magic, gathered the dwarf corpses together and burned them and dealt with the aftermath. Who asked him to kill the least enemies. After the cleanup, Aljeta returned to his true form. Used dragon language magic to make the 27 carriages, and the rare ores scattered. Round float in the air, grabbed Wyland and Kyle with his left and right claws and flew towards the camp. "I'm so tired." Back to the camp, Aljeta threw the things on the open ground, turned into a human form and sat on the ground, panting. "You are too weak." Wyland squatted beside Aljeta, poked his face with his hand with a mocking expression on his face. 15 kilometers, carrying 600 tons of things. With your small body, you can't even get 1/10 back. Aljeta turned his head and said. Wyland smiled and turned to Kyle and said, "A silver dragon may not be able to carry 600 tons of ore, but it must be able to carry 600 tons of gold coins." The master is right. Kyle thought about it and then nodded in agreement. "Oh, what you said? Well, it seems to make sense." Aljeta sat up, thought about it seriously, and nodded in response based on his actual situation. "Okay, start dividing the accounts 1/3 each." Kyle heard this and called the guards to start sorting out this batch of supplies. 2 hours later, by the fire, Aljeta stared at the list in Kyle's hand with hope, looking forward to how much property he could get. The cargo of the 30 carriages is basically rare ores and wood, and some monster furs, including 50 tons of mithril ore, 100 tons of mountain copper ore, 120 tons of obsidian, 50 tons of gold, 30 tons of black wood, 150 tons of purple soil, 50 tons of heavy crossbeams, more than 3,000 monster furs, and some books and maps. "Bring the map to me." Seeing this, Kyle handed 3 of the maps to Wyland. Spreading a map on the ground, it was filled with dense marks, all written in dwarven language. Wyland didn't know the news on it and looked at Aljeta helplessly. "How about we divide the accounts first, and after the division, I will translate for you for free." Aljeta's eyes lit up, looking at Wyland, and couldn't wait to say. Looking at this greedy dragon, Wyland said to Kyle helplessly, "Okay, let's divide the things first. 1/3 of the finances. This is the value I calculated. You can choose first." Kyle handed the form to Aljeta and handed the pen in his hand to the other party at the same time. After a quick look, Aljeta did not disappoint Wyland and Kyle. He wrote 50 tons after the gold column first, and then hesitated between mithril ore and mountain copper ore. Finally, after a deep thought, Aljeta took out a pile of fallen scales and said flatteringly, "I will use this in exchange. Can you give me all the mithril ore and mountain copper ore?" "Okay." Wyland took a look at the silver dragon scales that Aljeta took out. About 200 pieces, and looked at the other party's eager eyes and agreed directly. Aljeta was not interested in other things. He only wanted mithril ore, mountain copper ore, and gold. The first 2 ores can enhance his physical strength and improve his strength. The glittering gold is his beloved and delicious food. Putting his part of the things into the space preparation, Uljeta took the 3 maps from Wylan and began to translate. Looking at Uljeta working hard, Wylan went straight to the open space and put all the remaining materials into the space ring. 1,000 cubic meters of space is enough to hold these things. Half an hour later, Uljeta yawned, handed the 3 maps to Wylan, and fell to the side and began to sleep. Using magic to transport 600 tons of things from 15 kilometers away almost drained the magic energy in his body. He just held on because he was waiting to receive his own wealth. Wylan looked at Uljeta, who had fallen asleep, and asked Kyle to carry him to the tent. For this silver dragon, it didn't matter who was there, but if there was a condition, it was better not to let the other party sleep in the wild. With the help of the firelight, Wylan began to look at the 3 maps carefully. As I guessed, this is a resource distribution map. Most of the resource areas are located on the border between the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom and the Grey Wasteland, and a small part is at the junction of the Ilia Kingdom and the Grey Wasteland. But unfortunately, there are only general directions on it, no specific locations. For example, there is a small dense silver mine located 600 kilometers west of the city of Kakrishi. As for where this city is located, what is the definition of the west, and whether it is northwest or southwest, no one knows. For example, some strange nouns on it are obviously marked with code words. I have no idea what they mean. In addition, Wylan did not know the specific meaning of the various marks used on it. It is not difficult to see that most of these resource locations are located in the buffer zone of the border between the Ironforged Dwarf Kingdom and the Grey Wasteland. If he sent people to investigate, it would be easy for the dwarves to find out, which would not be worth the loss. It is tasteless to eat, but it is a pity to throw it away. Wylan threw this vague map into the fire. It was useless anyway. It would be better to burn it directly if it took up space in his hand. The next morning, the group continued to move forward and began to wander around this place, looking for traces of the Silver Wolf tribe. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon on June 1, 9729 of the glorious calendar, just when Wylan was about to give up, he ran into a group of silver wolves head-on. The silver-white hair was shining with a slight luster. The tall and strong body, with smooth lines and strong muscles, shows an elegant and majestic posture. The number of this silver wolf tribe is not large, only 200, of which half are cubs. A 7-meter-long silver wolf is very abrupt in the wolf pack. Its eyes are deep and sharp, as if it can see through people's hearts, staring at Wylan and his party. Seeing this, Wylan pushed Uljeta and asked him to go on stage to start the performance. Seeing this, Uljeta revealed his true form, and a 12-meter-long silver dragon appeared in front of the silver wolf. Looking at this agile figure, Wylan still did not give up the idea of riding it, for nothing else. Just to be a dragon rider. Respected Sir Silver Dragon, Gregory of the Kanyu Silver Wolf tribe greets you. The huge silver wolf lowered his noble head and saluted Uljeta. The other silver wolves retracted their fierce eyes, followed the tribal leader, and bowed their heads to salute. Gregory, why are you from the Crescent Moon Silver Wolf tribe here? Uljeta's majestic voice spread around, asking the Silver Wolf tribe leader Gregory for the reason. We came from the misty forest and heard that there is an Alp island overseas which is like a fairyland. The tribes live in harmony and there are no disputes under the protection of the moon god. In addition, the tribe was defeated in the war, so we had the idea of going here. Gregory did not hide anything and answered truthfully. Since we are looking for a place to live, what do you think of this area? Uljeta said to the Silver Wolf Gregory. Soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly became quiet. The Silver Wolf Gregory raised his head and looked at Uljeta, the young silver dragon, with vigilant eyes. As the leader of the tribe, he had to consider his own people. It was impossible for him to obey the other party's will just because of the silver dragon's words. Wylan heard this and felt helpless. Uljeta's words were too straightforward, but it was not easy for him to interrupt at this time. Just look at the eyes of the silver wolf and you will know that if he speaks rashly, it may be counterproductive. After a long time, the Silver Wolf Gregory spoke again, and his tone was no longer respectful as before. This place is located at the junction of many forces. The Kanyu tribe will have endless troubles if they survive here. I am sorry to reject your kindness. Uljeta widened his eyes and realized that what he said just now was too abrupt and caused the other party to be disgusted. If he was not a silver dragon, Gregory would have turned against him long ago. However, he promised Wylan to keep this Silver Wolf army, so he couldn't break his promise. Not only for the gold coins, but also for his own face. Feeling the heavy dragon power on his body, Silver Wolf Gregory raised his head and stared at Aljeta. "Follow the rules, you and I will fight. Whoever wins will listen to the other. Since you say so, Gregory will obey." Seeing this, Wylan waved his hand to let the guards retreat. At the same time, under the order of Silver Wolf Gregory, the Kangyu Silver Wolf tribe retreated 1,000 meters to make room for the duel between a wolf and a dragon. Silver Wolf Gregory used his innate combat skill giant technique, and his body suddenly began to expand, turning into a 14-meter-long giant wolf, with red eyes staring at Aljeta. Even at a distance of 1,000 meters, Wylan could directly feel the majestic momentum of Silver Wolf Gregory, which was not inferior to Aljeta's dragon power. Roar! Aljeta let out a loud gulp, distanced himself from the Silver Wolf Gregory, and then breathed out frost. The 14-meter-long silver wolf was very agile, jumped lightly, dodged the frost breath, opened his mouth, and rushed straight to Aljeta with a silver blade. Although he was not at an advantage in size, Aljeta had no intention of fighting Gregory in close combat, so he directly played to his advantage and used magic to attack. Hundreds of ice spears condensed in the air, and under the drive of Aljeta, they blocked the silver wolf's movements on the ground. Boom! The flat ground became bumpy. The Silver Wolf Gregory gritted his teeth, looking at Aljeta more than 60 meters high. Dodged around unwillingly. As time passed, the ground was covered with ice and snow, and the temperature dropped sharply. Playing up to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses, Aljeta's approach left the Silver Wolf Gregory with only passive defense. While maintaining the giantization technique, Gregory resisted the invasion of ice on the ground and the ice spears in the air, which made Gregory's physical strength quickly drain. Gregory's body was covered with ice crystals, and his speed was getting slower and slower, and his steps were disordered. "I can't go on like this." Looking at the world of ice and snow around him, Gregory decided to give it a try. After several jumps, Gregory came to the lower right of Aljeta, jumped hard, and approached Aljeta at a very fast speed. I expected it." Several magic barriers were spread around Aljeta. Gregory kept using the silver blade and physical strength to tear apart several layers of magic barriers, but his speed kept decreasing. He was hit in the abdomen by several ice spears, and blood flowed. Finally, Gregory returned to the ground helplessly, looking at Aljeta's figure, which was 100 meters away from the ground. Since he was born, he has never been so aggrieved. He hated why he didn't have a pair of wings, why this silver dragon was so despicable, why he couldn't fight each other like a warrior, but hid on it to use magic. As time went by, more and more ice spears hit Gregory, causing gigantism to disappear and restore to its original size. However, Aljeta did not come down. Even though he was bigger than the other party now, he did not want to fight with the other party and continued to use magic to consume the other party. Wylan watched the battle, which was completely an air-to-ground attack. Silver Wolf Gregory was beaten without any ability to fight back and could only dodge Aljeta's attack. If I were that Silver Wolf, I would probably want to eat Aljeta. The master is right. Aljeta's methods are indeed a bit unreasonable but very practical. Kyle commented appropriately, and he agreed with Aljeta's fighting methods that played to his strengths and avoided his weaknesses. Alas, he will be busy later, but I can't blame him. Wylan shook his head and began to think about how to recover this Silver Wolf tribe later. In the end, the duel ended with the Silver Wolf Gregory being frozen. After confirming that there was no danger, Aljeta landed on the ground and looked at the lifelike Silver Wolf ice sculpture from a distance. He did not relax his vigilance in his heart. In the battle, it was not too careful. The next moment, the ice crystals shattered, and Gregory broke through the ice and rushed towards Aljeta. Roar! The angry roar made Aljeta know Gregory's irritability. Counting to the magic defense barrier lit up, resisting Gregory's attack. Finally, after breaking through the 16 magic defense barriers, seeing that there were only 4 layers left, he completely collapsed on the ground and had no strength to move forward. He had never seen such a fearful creature. This was something a dragon could do. Seeing Gregory, who had completely lost his fighting power, Aljeta felt relieved and transformed into a human form, but still did not remove the magic defense barrier around him. He even re-added the 16 layers destroyed by the Silver Wolf. Ulgeta believed that the battle was not over until the other party admitted defeat. Gregory. Gregory struggled to open his eyes, climbed up from the ground, lowered his head, crawled on the ground and said respectfully, "You won. I am willing to lead the Kanyu tribe to obey your will and exist as your vassal. Although I really want to accept you, I am entrusted by someone." Looking at the other party's angry face, Ulgeta hurriedly explained, "The other party promised to give you a stable life in an area and will not interfere with the operation of your Kanyu tribe. You only need to send some adult tribesmen to join the other party's army." After a decision in his heart, Silver Wolf Gregory finally chose to obey Ulgeta's orders. Before the duel, he had promised that he would obey whoever won. As the leader of the Kanyu Silver Wolf tribe, he would not allow himself to break his promise. Seeing this, Argenta breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to accept a bunch of vassals. This would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. It would be better to study new wine and make Longlai feel at ease. Silver Wolf Gregory came to Varen, looked at the tiny human in front of him, and said seriously, "Lord Varen, in compliance with Lord Ulgeta's order, the Waning Moon Silver Wolf tribe is willing to join the Star Prayer Leader and send 40 the people join your army." Okay, welcome Chief Gregory to join us. I thought it would take a lot of effort, but I didn't expect that Argenta had already taken care of everything. Argenta became excited when she saw this and fought with the Silver Wolf Gregory in vain, finally fulfilling Varen's request and earning a small amount of money along the way. Kyle stepped forward and healed Silver Wolf's injuries. The human beings filled with divine aura made Gregory feel as warm as the spring breeze. "Thank you." "It's okay." Kyle waved his hand and said with a smile. The Silver Wolf tribe incident came to an end, and everyone began to return. After getting along with each other for a few days, the Waning Moon Silver Wolf tribe gradually accepted their fate. In Changlin County, Xiphon County, Wylan designated the 200 square kilometers of jungle and mountainous area in the west of Changlin County as the territory of the Waning Moon tribe, allowing them to recuperate here. "Chief Gregory, these are some breeding manuals that record the methods of raising animals." Varen placed the 3 books in front of the Silver Wolf Gregory and solemnly explained to him, "The loose hunting method is no longer applicable. Here, it is possible to increase the number of the Waning Moon tribe, so you need to develop the resources here in a more reasonable way." "Thank you, Lord. The Waning Moon tribe will try the method you provided." Silver Wolf Gregory used his paw to draw the 3 books in front of him and thanked the other party. This time was different from the past, when they had a territory of tens of thousands of square kilometers in the misty forest, with 800 tribesmen, and all the creatures in the hunting ground were their food. Now that we only have a territory of 200 square kilometers, we naturally have to follow the other party's suggestions. Seeing this, Varen nodded with satisfaction. "During this period, I will ask Orlando, the Archon of Zephyr County, to send you some food to help you survive the initial development stage." "Thank you, sir." Later, Varen returned to Star Moon Castle with 40 adult silver wolves. As the future leader of the Silver Wolf Knights, these 40 silver wolves were naturally given to Kyle to manage. Only silver wolves that have grown to the gold level can communicate, so these 40 silver wolves are not much different from other monsters. The only difference is that they have a higher IQ than the monsters. Returning to Star Moon Castle, Varen returned to his simple and unpretentious life. Under the auspices of Odor, the underground world entered a stage of rapid development based on the geographical environment of large caves and medium-sized caves. In the study, Wylan looked at the various details on the document and prepared to go to the site for an inspection. Anyway, he had nothing else to do. "Hilda Cisna, just go with me." Varen just remembered that Kyle seemed to be going to the Knight Academy. He ordered his 2 head maids. "Yes, master." The 2 replied respectfully, feeling very happy to receive such an honor. It has to be said that Kyle made the right choice by replicating the popular maid costumes in the Dani province into the prayer collar. Hilda and Cisna both have good figures, and they are even more eye-catching in the maid costumes. Through the Theo Fortress teleportation array, the 3 of them arrived at Stone City, the capital of 31 regions in the underground world. After receiving the news, Cassius came to the teleportation array early to wait. When he saw Wylan's figure, he stepped forward and saluted. "Your Majesty, take me to see where the servant army is stationed." Varen ordered Cassius with a smile. "Lord, please come with me." Following Cassius, I looked at the city again and found that most of the prisons built last time had been demolished and turned into warehouses. There were also many gray dwarves wielding hammers to forge tools. Boarding a four-wheeled carriage, the decoration inside was very luxurious. Needless to say, it must have been specially prepared for him by Shitshang. Outside the carriage, Cassius took the long whip and whipped it on the long-legged lizard, letting it pull the carriage forward. The underground world is always in darkness. Neither the green-purple horses nor the red phosphorus horses can adapt to this environment, so they can only select some of these livestock to serve as cattle and horses. In less than 10 minutes' journey, we arrived outside the servant army camp. There were just a few bumps along the way, but nothing serious. Sir. At the gate of the camp, 10 dark elf soldiers spoke a small number of common languages and saluted Cassius. Not bad, Varen said calmly and went straight into the camp. Upon seeing this, Cassius followed closely behind. As intelligent beings, you live in such pain because you believe in the evil god. The goddess of life is philanthropic. As long as you devote yourself to atone for your sins, she will forgive your sins. Not long after entering the camp, Wylan saw 2 priests preaching. The male priest was full of muscles, while the female priest looked much smaller. But a mace-like pastoral staff told Wylan not to just look at the appearance of things. Hundreds of gray dwarves sat below, listening carefully to the words of these priests, and occasionally silently saying the blessing of the goddess of life, which surprised Varen. Lord, thanks to the efforts of Ravia's priests and students, 1/3 of the 30,000 servants have converted to the goddess of life. I remember that preaching is usually not so fast, and these people all believed in their own gods before, so it should be more difficult for them to spread their faith than ordinary non-believers. Wylan pointed at the devout gray dwarf servant soldiers and asked in confusion. How do you say this? Cassius touched the back of his head, not knowing how to explain. My lord, you should know that the worse the living environment, the easier it is to worship the strong. Yes, I know this. Seeing this, Cassius continued to explain. The reason why the goddess's faith spread so quickly is because of the special preaching methods of Lavia's pastor students. First, they beat the cultists up on the pretext of teaching them a lesson, and then they healed them in the name of the goddess of life. After repeating this several times, they successfully spread the faith of the goddess of life. This is quite unique. Wylan was really amazed by this way of preaching. After standing for a few minutes, Wylan came to a meeting room and asked Cassius to call all the officers above the servitor camp level. 10 minutes later, 6 officers of different races of the vassal army entered the meeting room, speaking the common language, and saluted Varen. The 6 officers included a dark elf, 2 gray dwarves, a dwarf, a 3-eyed monster, and a shadow snakeman. Looking carefully at the 6 alien creatures, their eyes revealed respect. As expected, they must have been equipped with the magical equipment consciousness distortion. However, this army was originally led by Oder and managed by Cassius, so he didn't have to worry at all. How many of your men are those soldiers? Wylan pointed at a dark elf and asked him. My lord, I manage 500 dark elf soldiers, 1,000 dwarf soldiers, 2,000 gnome soldiers, and 500 3-eyed monster soldiers. The dark elf officer stood up and reported respectfully. Wylan nodded, turned around and pointed at the shadow snakeman officer, asking him to start reporting. My lord, I have 500 shadow snakemen, 500 dark elf soldiers, 1,000 gnome soldiers, 500 3-eyed monster soldiers, 500 eyeless soldiers, 500 gray dwarf soldiers, 500 caveman soldiers, and 1,000 goblin soldiers in my hands. The military structure of each race is very complete, which is almost the same as what he expected. After the inspection of the military camp, Wylan directly transferred 500 dark elf soldiers from the dark elf officer as temporary guards and began to inspect the 31 numbered areas of the underground world. Area No. 1 is the food production area of the underground world. 30 mushroom plantations covering an area of 100 square kilometers are planned to grow edible mushrooms, mainly by cave slaves and dwarf slaves. In a completed plantation area, Wylan got off the carriage. With the help of the glowing plants around the underground world, he could clearly see the busy slaves. There were also 3-eyed monsters as managers waving whips around to urge these slaves to work. However, although the other party had a fierce expression, he could only scare the group of slaves at most, mainly intimidating them, and would not easily whip the slaves. Why is this? Wylan was a little confused, pointing at the scene in front of him, and asked Cassius. Seeing this, Cassius explained, "My lord, this is an order from Lord Oder to prevent these managers from abusing their power, causing too many slave deaths and injuries, and delaying the development of the underground world. Therefore, managers are strictly ordered to whip slaves at will. At the same time, each plantation has an assessment system, and plantation managers whose grain production does not meet the standards are all demoted to slaves." "I see." Wylin agreed with this order. For the Dark Clan in the underground world, it is not possible to show favor to human slaves like the Praying Star territory. Naturally, it is necessary to adapt to local conditions and issue corresponding regulations for management. "How many slaves are there in Area No. 1? Wylin walked forward along the edge of the field and asked Cassius softly. "There are about 30,000 who are responsible for the grain production tasks of 8 areas and the gold mining area. At the same time, some high-quality mushrooms can be transported to the Praying Star territory on the ground to earn some profits. However, mushroom soup will appear in my food in the future." "It's a good start." Wylin couldn't help laughing. Hilda and Sisina, the 2 head maids, were very confused. They didn't know why the master was so happy that such ordinary food appeared on the table. Cassius was proud to hear this. He had been with Wylin for so many years, so he naturally heard the hidden meaning of his master's words. The appearance of mushroom soup means that the resource production area of the underground world is on the right track and will continuously create income for Kixing territory and his master. After visiting a small part of the planting area, Wylin asked Cassius to take him to the nearest area with rich mineral resources, Area 0. 4, as the only 3 numbered areas with rich ore reserves in the underground world, Area 04 ranks first in reserves, containing rich iron ore, silver ore, copper ore, and other small rare ores. It is the first batch of areas selected by Oder to develop the underground world. Developing this numbered area means that there will be no shortage of mining tools in the gold mining area. At noon the next day, Wylin came to an iron ore mine with a reserve of 3 million tons. The iron ore resource reserves ranked 10th in Area 04. As for why this place was mined, the reason was simple. It was easy to mine, and there was a foundation for the development of the Grey Dwarves, so there was no need to start from scratch. The Grey Dwarf steward, Lanchi, greets Lord Cassius. A grey dwarf in coarse cloth knelt on the ground, kissed Cassius's military shoes, saluted respectfully, and spoke the common language fluently. "This is your master." Cassius resisted the discomfort, took 2 steps back, and introduced him to the Grey Dwarf steward. Seeing that the Grey Dwarf wanted to do it again, Wylin said coldly, "Okay, you don't have to do this kind of etiquette to me." "Yes, master. Just call me sir." Wylin waved his hand and said to the Grey Dwarf, "Yes, sir." The Grey Dwarf steward climbed up with a flattering face, ignoring his race, a real lackey. Following behind him, Wylin began to inspect the iron ore mine. The entire mine covers an area of 15 square kilometers and is divided into 60 mines. There are 8,000 slaves mining here, of which 60% are Grey Dwarves and only 40% are other races. All slaves, both men and women, are naked from the waist up. Only managers like Lanchi have relatively clean coarse cloth clothes. However, Oder did not let these mining slaves despair. He conducted an assessment every month. The 10 slaves who mined the most would become the new managers. Among the 60 mines, the manager of the mine with the lowest output would be relieved of his position as manager and demoted to a slave to mine. This was a balance, so that along the way, this group of slaves were either mining or on the way to mining. In order to keep their positions, some mine managers personally delivered meals to the mines and encouraged these slaves to work hard to mine, so as not to be demoted to slaves because of unsatisfactory production. In general, under Odra's decree from slaves to managers, all were involuntarily and had no intention of resisting at all. It took a week for Wylin to inspect 8 numbered areas. As for the remaining 23 numbered areas, since they have not been officially developed, they are now barren, and only monsters that have not been cleared live here. Before returning, Wylin went to the gold mining area for inspection. From the Stone City to the gold mining area, it is 100 kilometers long, 8 meters high and 10 meters wide. There is a stone pillar for support every 10 meters. There is no doubt that this straight passage was made by Odera. Except for him, no one can make this passage so smooth. The gold mining area was not very large. only 10 square kilometers, and it accommodated 20,000 slaves mining at the same time. A vassal army was also stationed around it to prevent the slaves from rioting. Unlike the slaves in the numbered areas, most of the slaves here are irritable and stubborn. They are all thrown here by Oder to mine. The gold mining area can mine 160,000 tons of gold ore every month. After the refining and purification magic device arranged by Oder, 11 tons of gold can be refined, equivalent to 1.1 million gold coins, and the annual income is 13.2 million gold coins. Excluding the part allocated to Oder, Kixingaling can earn 10.56 million gold coins from this gold mine every year, which is really a considerable fortune. According to the reserves of this super-large gold mine, it will take at least 100 years to mine. After a simple tour, Wylan left the Stone City and returned to the Star Moon Castle. A few days later, a message came from the provincial capital of Cadlo Province that Governor Fisk Dosk wanted to discuss a business with him. After receiving the news, Wylan made some preparations and went to Cadlo Province. Calculating the time, Fisk Dosk's term of office is about to expire, and he will leave on October 15 this year. The purpose of inviting him to discuss business this time was obvious, and he wanted to get rid of his industry in Cardero Province. For this reason, Wylan specially prepared a gold note of 3 million gold coins in case of emergency. 3 days later, Wylan had just arrived at Kixing Manor when Fisk's invitation letter arrived. It must be said that during the 15 years that Fisk served as governor, he still had his own intelligence agency in Cardero Province, otherwise he would not have known the news of his arrival so quickly. However, Wylan did not hide his tracks, which was a very important factor. Otherwise, it would be impossible to know his whereabouts with the power in the hands of Governor Fisk. Raymond stood at the gate of the manor with his wife Doris. Seeing the figures of Wylan and others, he saluted, "Meet the Lord, Lord." Wylan handed the red phosphorus horse to a guard, walked up, looked at the couple, especially Doris's slightly bulging belly, which surprised him. They had only been married for 3 months, and Raymond was too fierce to make his wife pregnant so quickly. "How many months?" "3 months. Raymondo's face was full of smiles, sharing this joy with his master. "Okay, take some more time to accompany your wife, so as not to say that I am an unkind boss who exploits subordinates." Wylan patted Raymondo on the shoulder and reminded him, "Thank you, master." Raymondo replied respectfully. After the dinner, Wylan came to his room and called Kyle over at the same time. As for the guards around the room, the knights of the guard team are responsible. As for the troops of the manor under Raymondo's command, they were transferred away from this area and guarded at the outermost perimeter. Raymondo's salary structure. Do you think it can support their family? Wylan sat cross-legged on the bed and asked Kyle to sit on a chair beside him. According to the latest rules formulated by Wylan, the salary of Guardian Knights like Baird is composed of 3 parts. The first part is the salary of the Guardian Knight, which is 200 gold coins per month. Has been implemented for less than a year, and currently only 15 people in Kixing territory receive this salary. The second part is the salary of the position, also known as military pay. The gold coins received are different according to the position held. For example, Baird holds 3 positions: General Manager of Kixing County, Governor of Kixing County, and Commander of the Kixing County Militia. He receives 200 gold coins per month, which started 7 years ago. The third part is the professional subsidy. This policy was officially implemented 3 months ago. Currently, it is only for silver and above professionals. The purpose is to inspire the determination of professionals to practice. According to different levels, each level has different subsidy rules. Low-level silver earns 20 gold coins and 30 kilograms of black pork per month. Intermediate silver earns 30 gold coins per month, 50 kilograms of black pork, and a bottle of ice blue magic potion. High-level silver earns 50 gold coins per month, 100 kilograms of black pork, and 3 bottles of ice blue magic potion. Low-level gold earns 100 gold coins per month. A low-level magic crystal, 500 kilograms of black pork, 15 bottles of ice blue magic potion, and 3 bottles of luminous wine. At present, there are a total of 63 people in Kixing territory who can enjoy professional subsidies, including 38 low-level silver, 15 mid-level silver, 9 high-level silver, and only Kyle is a low-level gold. Lord, if they were alone, the salary rules you issued would be enough, but now they have formed a family. The training of their future offspring may be a little insufficient. Kyle thought about it carefully and answered in light of the current situation. After hearing this, Wylan shook his head and said to Kyle, "Everything should be done in moderation. From the perspective of the Lord, too much favoritism to Baird and others will affect the enthusiasm of the later ones. From my personal point of view, they need to be supported to a certain extent, otherwise they will be ashamed of their loyalty to me. After all, they are my guardian knights, and like you, they are the people I trust most, and they are also the old people who followed me to work hard at the beginning. But I don't plan to start with salary anymore, which is not conducive to the future development of the territory. I want to support some industries and give them to them. What do you think?" Kyle looked at Wylan and asked respectfully, "What industry does the Lord plan to start with? After completing this deal with Governor Fisk, I will divide a part of it and set up a separate chamber of commerce for Raymondo to run. Every year, 50% will be distributed to the 12 people of Baird as a dividend, which is considered as compensation for them. However, on the surface, they still need to invest part of the money in this chamber of commerce. I will leave this matter to you to discuss, and I will not show up." And how to deal with the two adults Orlando and Hebrew, let's talk about them after they get married. I will personally arrange the industry for them and will not let them suffer. Wylan heard this and said with a smile, "Of course, you too, do you have a girl you like now? It's all up to the master." Kyle replied calmly. He neither resisted nor rejected the matter of his marriage. Everything was fine. Wylan smiled and shook his head. "Do you have any good ideas? I will look for them for you." "Well, they must have good talents and a kind heart. Others don't matter." Kyle thought for a while and stated his requirements. Wylan looked at Kyle with some surprise and asked in surprise, "What about appearance?" "No requirements." Kyle stroked his heart and answered calmly, not too obsessed with the appearance. For him, the appearance is secondary, as long as he can get the approval of his heart, but Kyle did not tell Wylan this. For his personal attendant, who can be called omnipotent, Wylan made up his mind in his heart and decided to find a woman from his family to marry Kyle. The next morning, Wylan took Kyle into the city and walked towards a house in the city of Governor Fisk. At the gate, the governor's son Kazak was waiting here according to his father's instructions. Governor Fisk sent his son to greet him, which was considered to give Wylan enough face. Kazak led the way in front, and Wylan passed through several stone doors and came to the innermost hall. "So Wylan, welcome." Fisk stood up and greeted Wylan with a very sincere attitude. "You're welcome, Governor." Wylan responded with a gentle smile. Then the two sat down. Kazak stood behind his father and Kyle stood behind Wylan. "I won't say polite words. This time I invited you to come here to discuss business. I want to sell you part of my industry." Fisk got straight to the point and directly told the full content of this transaction. So far, his industries are mainly concentrated in two places. One is the capital of Cadero province and its surrounding areas, and the other is located in the slave city of Bagamoyo. There are 7 houses in the east district of the provincial capital of Cadero province, 6 hotels and 3 taverns in the north district, 11 shops in the west district, and 60 upper-class houses, 150 middle-class houses, and 270 lower-class houses in the south district. Outside the provincial capital, there are 3 small plantations, 2 leisure estates, a unicorn farm, and 2 beef cattle farms. As for the slave city of Bagamoyo, the industry is relatively simple, with a slave trade association, a medium-sized auction house, and a slave agency. Hearing the industries mentioned by Fisk, Wylan was a little surprised, but not much. As a governor holding power in his hands, it is reasonable to buy some industries within the rules. These are all the industries in my hands. I don't know which ones you like, Wylan. Fisk looked at Wylan without showing too much expression. For a moment, he didn't know what the other party was thinking, so he could only ask tentatively. Wylan smiled slightly and did not answer the question directly. Instead, he asked Fisk another question. "Governor, do you know who will be the next governor of Cadero province?" "It's okay to tell you this. The person who will take over my position as governor is Audrey Silves. She is from a branch of the royal family. Her branch is far away from the bloodline of His Majesty the King. Her professional level is a low-level gold knight, and her strength is comparable to mine. Because this lady served as a temple knight in the Church of Life for a period of time in her early years, her personality can only be said to hate evil. These are what I know. It is rare for a royal family to serve as a governor in a province that is not directly under the royal family. Wylin couldn't help but frowned. Would go back and tell Raimondo to restrain his power in the provincial capital. Governor Fisk saw this and said softly, "Sir Wylin, you don't have to worry. It's probably because they are going to go to war with the dwarves, so they sent a royal family member to serve as the governor of Cadlo province to ensure that this area can be directly affected by the royal family. That's the reason. I was worrying too much." Wylin smiled apologetically. "I want to take over all your industries, Governor." "Do you think it's feasible?" This happiness came too suddenly. So Fisk was a little out of control. "Why is it not possible?" Looking at the other party's astonished expression, Wylin asked with a smile. Fisk saw this and hurriedly explained, "No, I was just too surprised. I thought you could eat half of it, which was beyond my expectations. I didn't expect you to take it all." "Ha ha ha, don't worry too much, Governor. I have more money recently, and I am looking for some investment directions. I am making a fuss," Governor Fisk said to Wylin with an apologetic look on his face. A few months ago, the convoy that stretched for dozens of kilometers made Fisk think that Wylin could be said to be the richest group of people in Cardero province. Even the local noble leader of Cardero province, Viscount Moncas, might not be richer than Wylin. Naturally, he didn't have to worry about financial resources. There was no problem in taking over the industry in his hands. Wylin handed the valuation to Kyle. Fisk asked his son Kazak to connect with Kyle. As for the two of them, they naturally chatted. As they talked, they turned the topic to the Harks family. After the joint trial by the king and the Church of Life, the punishment for the Harks family was also handed down. Demoted to the Earl family, they could not be promoted within 300 years, and at the same time deprived of 80% of their territory, temporarily under the direct jurisdiction of the kingdom. However, everyone knew that these lands were most likely reserved for those heroes after the war. The Harks family has a marquisate of 180,000 square kilometers, 2 earls of 70,000 square kilometers, 5 viscounts of 20,000 square kilometers, and 16 baronies of 18,000 square kilometers, totaling about 290,000 square kilometers. After depriving 80% of the land area, the Harks family only has 58,000 square kilometers of land. Under the suppression of the X family, it is difficult to preserve itself, let alone rise again. Speaking of this, Governor Fisk became more and more respectful to Wylin, and his tone of speech became much more respectful. Their Dosk family only has an earldom of about 30,000 square kilometers, plus 1 viscount and 5 baronies, only 40,000 square kilometers, which is only 1/15 of the land area controlled by the X family, and the population is only 1/30. My lord, the calculation is complete. The governor's property is worth a total of 2.8,037,000 gold coins. Kyle handed the recorded list to Wylin. Taking the list from Kyle, it listed the value of all the properties in Fisk's hands. "Mr. Governor, let's complete this transaction today." Without waiting for Fisk to say anything, Wylin took out an iron box from the space ring and opened it in front of everyone. Inside, there were 3,000 gold notes with a face value of 1,000 gold coins neatly placed. Although it was not as shocking as the 3 million gold coins in front of him, these 3,000 gold notes still shocked Governor Fisk, and at the same time, he felt a little bitter in his heart. He had worked hard for so long, but he couldn't easily take out so much cash. He didn't expect the other party to take it out easily, which made him really realize what the gap was. Wylin took out 2 stacks in front of them, and then pushed the iron box in front of the governor and his son. "There are 2.8 million gold coins in here." Wylin took out 37 gold notes from a stack of gold notes and put them back on the table and continued to explain, "This is the change, 37,000 gold coins, so we are even now. Sir Wylin, from now on, these properties belong to you." Governor Fisk handed the wooden box containing various deeds to Wylin, completing the transaction. After completing the transaction, Wylin began to ask Raimondo to send people to take over these industries. At the same time, Wylan ordered Raimondo to integrate Governor Fisk's industries in the North City and the West City, but did not tell him the specific reason. The next thing was left to Kyle to handle, and he only needed to show up once in the last process. Shortly after returning to Kixing territory, Wylan received the news that the 4th and 5th battalions had been formed, and then he transferred the commander of the Kixing battalion, Cassius, from the underground world Stone City to focus on training the 6,000 troops of the 2 battalions. In mid-September, the use of multi-flame flowers and luminous wine allowed Kixing territory to have 35 more silver warriors and 12 silver knights, which made Wylan's power stronger. On October 1, 9729 of the glorious calendar, it was another special day. At night, Wylan did not stay in the study as usual, but came to the griffin's nest, stroking the feathers of the mutant griffin while waiting for the arrival of destiny. "You are really strong. Your offspring will definitely be good in the future." Wylan leaned on the mutant griffin and said happily. "Shaw." The mutant griffin expressed its inner joy to Wylan with its cry. The other 2 smaller mutant griffins wanted to come over, but their leader stopped them with a look. Wylan saw this scene and laughed. He waved to the other 2 mutant griffins and asked them to come forward. Seeing his master's behavior, the mutant griffin did not stop him. He closed his eyes and enjoyed Wylan's touch. "Tell me, what should your tribe be called in the future?" Surrounded by 3 griffins, Wylan felt extremely comfortable. Hearing this, the mutant griffin opened his eyes, wrote a noun Zufeng on the ground, and then wrote Zing behind it, and then pointed at himself with his claws. "You are really smart. You have already thought of the name of your clan, and even wrote it in the common language. You are indeed a genius of the Griffin clan." Wylan looked at it for a long time and finally understood the meaning of the awkward words on the ground. "Shashasha." After hearing this, the mutant griffin couldn't help but raise its head and pretend to be arrogant, which really made people happy. Wylan knocked on the mutant griffin's head and asked, "Can you take people flying now?" The mutant griffin nodded subconsciously, then shook its head, but looked at Wylan and nodded again. "Ha, it's not in vain to raise you. Just let me ride." Wylan looked at the actions of this little guy and felt a little moved. "Shashasha." This griffin can still distinguish between servants and master. In the mutant griffin's simple worldview, the pointed ears are servants and breeders, and the man in front of him is his master. His smart head understood it when he was just 3 months old. 3 months later, the war between the Cube Kingdom and the Half-Elf Kingdom was stopped under the mediation of the Holy Third Dawn Kingdom. 8 months later, the Ash Magic Kingdom declared war on the Holy Mountain Dwarf Kingdom on the grounds of the sovereignty of the Marseille Autonomous Principality. At the same time, the Moon Elf Kingdom announced that it would remain absolutely neutral and would not intervene in the war in any form or for any reason. "It's going to be chaotic." Wylan stroked the feathers of the mutant griffin and sighed. From this news, Wylan boldly guessed that the war between the Cube Kingdom and the Half-Elf Kingdom might have been provoked by the Holy Third Dawn Kingdom in order to put pressure on the Moon Elf Kingdom and force it to remain neutral. To prevent the Moon Elves from making trouble and provoking disputes behind the scenes after the Ash Magic Kingdom and the Holy Mountain Dwarf Kingdom went to war. You must know that there are several human countries under the Moon Elf Kingdom. Even if the Holy Third Dawn Kingdom messed up the Cube Kingdom and the Half-Elf Kingdom, there are still countermeasures. However, this is just Wylan's guess, and he doesn't know the specific reason. At least this news told Wylan that the eastern part of the Synapse subcontinent was going to be in chaos, and how many forces would be strengthened, and how many forces would perish as a result. Grow well and try to give birth to more than a dozen healthy mutant griffins in the future, so that your Snow Wind clan can grow stronger. Shashasha. The mutant griffin nodded in agreement. Before leaving, Wylan took out a bottle of luminous wine and poured 1/3 of it into its bowl. Smelling the wine, the mutant griffin couldn't wait to put its head into the bowl and lick it with its tongue. However, as the patriarch of the Snow Wind clan, it was not stingy, leaving about 1/3 of the wine and generously sharing it with its 2 wives. After leaving the griffin's nest, Wylan went to see the 2 wind wolves and 2 rock monitors. Like the mutant griffin, they were very kind to him. Especially the rock monitors Zayabai and Zayowa, whose strength has been upgraded to the middle silver level, whose intelligence has been significantly improved, and they are several times smarter than before. After petting his pets, Wylan returned to his room. After being tidied by the two maids Hilda and Sisina, my room was filled with fragrance all the time. With my mother's magic, I slept very well. Although it didn't matter if I didn't have to rest for 3 consecutive months as a golden knight, I still had to get enough sleep, otherwise there would be no point in living like this. Half a month later, it was the annual Star Praying Day again. It has been 7 years since the establishment of this festival in the 9722nd year of the glorious calendar, which means this is the 7th Star Praying Day. After 7 years of development, Kixing territory has gradually formed a culture, a unique culture. At this time, some small nobles and wealthy merchants in the surrounding area will come here to visit for 7 days. As the lord of this place, Wylin has spent less than half of the Kixing day. The rest of the time he is either busy outside or running around. According to Baird and others, several unique delicacies have been derived from the 7 days of Kixing Day. They will only be made during these 7 days. He must taste them carefully. As the Lord, the supreme master of Kixing territory, he can directly order people to do whatever he wants, but this will lose a lot of fun. In the morning, he changed into an inconspicuous outfit, took Kyle and 2 dressed-up maids, and took a carriage to Kixing City to participate in the 7th Kixing Day. On both sides of the road, some village civilians with a little extra money walked together and took their families to Kixing City to see the world. The crowded road blocked Wylin's carriage halfway. However, he was not in a hurry. The more crowded it was, the more prosperous the territory was. It was a symbol of honor. It was impossible for other territories to have such a scene. An hour later, we finally arrived outside the city. We parked the carriage at the parking lot built outside the city, took some silver and copper coins, and lined up to enter Kixing City. Walking on the street, there were many nobles wearing luxurious clothes. Although they looked arrogant, they still followed the rules. After all, if they angered the lord of this place, they would be in trouble. "How much is this?" Wylin squatted in front of a small stall and pointed at one of the toys carved out of wood. Although the craftsmanship was very simple, he could perfectly reproduce it in less than a minute with his own strength. "Sir, this knight wood carving only costs 6 copper coins." The plain-dressed vendor replied respectfully, "Kyle pay." Wylin immediately picked up the palm-sized knight wood carving and turned to Kyle and told him. Seeing this, Kyle took out a silver coin from his pocket and handed it to the vendor and got back 93 copper coins in a cloth bag. "Sir, leave it to us," Hilda said to Kyle. "Yes." Seeing the head maid say this, Kyle handed the money and cloth bag to her directly. "What do you think of this knight wood carving? Does it look like you?" Wylin put his arm around Kyle's shoulders and asked in a low voice. Looking at the unique knight wood carving, Kyle's mouth twitched, but he still nodded in agreement. "Hello." Wylin stopped teasing Kyle, and with the subtle control of his fighting spirit, he carved the knight wood carving again on the spot without any tools. After a while, a knight wood carving that looked like Kyle appeared in front of everyone. "Here, give it to you." "Thank you." Kyle took the knight wood carving and said in a low voice, "It's okay, just give me one later." Wylin said with a smile, looking forward to what Kyle would give him. It must be said that Kixing City is really prosperous at this moment. Who would have thought that 10 years ago, this place was still a barren land, surrounded by gray wilderness monster clans such as goblins and dog-headed men. From the east gate to the central square, this street is a kilometer long, with more than 2,000 stalls, most of which are small items sold by civilians in the surrounding villages and the city, with cheap ones costing 2 or 3 copper coins, and expensive ones costing 17 or 18 copper coins. From 10 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it took 7 hours for Wylin to finish shopping in the commercial street of the West District of Kixing City. After this short journey, the 4 people left the city from the east gate, came to the carriage parking point, and started to return to Xingyu Castle. In the carriage, Kyle took out 3 exquisite cloth bags from his body, 1 white and 2 white, and handed them to Wylin, Hilda and Zisina respectively. "Happy holidays." Hilda and Zisina accepted the gifts from Kyle and thanked him. Wylin played with the cloth bag in his hand, which had a sacred power. It must have come from Kyle, but he did not investigate further. "Almighty Kyle, go back and ask the chef to prepare dinner and call Eunice. Just the 5 of us will celebrate the Star Praying Day." "Yes." Kyle was a little confused about the title of his master, but he did not think about it. Hilda and Zisina lowered their heads when they heard it. It was unknown whether they were admiring the exquisite embroidery on the cloth bag or thinking about something else. On the way back to Xingyu Castle, Weilin took out the mutant chess maid last time. The four of them took turns to play. Whoever lost would be eliminated. They had a lot of fun. At night, a private banquet began. Hilda and Zisina, who were a little restrained at first, gradually let go and integrated into the banquet under Weilin's teasing. As for Eunice, perhaps because of her different race or for some other reason, she was very reserved. But she was still very happy inside, and her calm heart gradually became agitated. The dinner lasted for 2 hours and ended. Weilin was still not satisfied and returned to his room to rest in a drunken state. Not being drunk like before was also an improvement. At 9 o'clock the next morning, I woke up from the bed and felt unprecedented relaxation, without the uncomfortable feeling of hangover in the past. Not long after, Hilda and Cisna entered the room to wash and tidy up Weilin's room. Since these two maids took office, Weilin found himself becoming more and more lazy in personal affairs. Here, I'll give you two a day off today. Go to the city and have a good time. I guess you didn't do much yesterday when you accompanied me and Kyle. After Weilin got dressed, he took out 10 gold coins from the space ring and gave them to them. Thank you, master. Hilda and Cisna did not refuse and took the gold coins from Weilin's hand. Although they had thousands of gold coins, the money given by their masters had different meanings for them. In the afternoon, Weilin and Kyle went to the ice-cold area to visit Miss Anastasia. They took the ice carriage and arrived at the ice castle. Compared with the past, the ice castle gave people a sense of majesty. Madam, Weilin put his right hand on his chest, bowed slightly, saluted Anastasia on the throne. Seeing this, Kyle also bowed. Anastasia waved her hand and formed 2 ice chairs behind Weilin and Kyle, motioning them to sit down and talk. Madam, your momentum is getting stronger and stronger now. Weilin expressed his gratitude, then sat down, looked at Anastasia on the ice throne, and said with heartfelt emotion, Weilin, you are the same. When we first met, you were only level 3 and now you are level 6. Anastasia looked at the little guy in front of her and said with a smile, Level 3, level 6? Weilin was full of questions. Haha, I forgot. Level 3 is equivalent to your low-level silver. Level 6 is equivalent to low-level gold. This is the standard for division in our world. I see. Weilin did not go into it in detail. He said one sentence and skipped the matter. After so many years, I think you have reached your prime. Anastasia shook her head and said, It's not that easy. Physical injuries are easy to treat, but injuries to the soul are not so easy to deal with. At the legendary stage, if you don't want to cut off your future path, you can only rely on yourself to slowly heal this kind of injury. Relying on external objects to heal will leave obstacles for your future path. Weilin was very touched by this question. When he was promoted from the middle silver to the high silver, although he could break through normally, it was several times more painful, which was equivalent to paying off the debt for taking shortcuts before. I think reaching the legendary stage is similar. In recent years, there have been many unrests on the border, and you may need to take action. I will fulfill my promise, don't worry about it. Anastasia said gently, not angry at Weilin's words. This was her promise and she would fulfill it no matter what. Half an hour later, Weilin talked to Anastasia about many interesting things, which brought a lot of joy to the legend. After the Star Prayer Day, Weilin returned to his usual life. The 3 counties of the Star Prayer territory were managed by Baird, Orlando, and Andrew, and the development of the underground world was managed by Oder, so he didn't need to worry about it at all. In such leisure time, the 9,729th year of the glorious calendar ended and the 9,730th year of the glorious calendar began. In mid-January, Weilin was sitting in the study, reviewing the documents sent by Baird, and saw Kyle walking into the study with a very serious expression. My lord, Raimondo sent back news that the Gressley military town was attacked by dwarves, but the dwarves claimed that these were bandits roaming in the dwarf territory and had nothing to do with them. There are still 2 years before the armistice expires, and the 2 sides have begun to test each other. Weilin didn't expect the dwarves to test so fiercely, and they attacked the border military town as soon as they came. Let Orlando and Andrew arrange military patrols on the northern border of Kixing territory. I don't want the dwarf robbers to burn, kill, and loot in my territory. Yes, I will notify them. Kyle nodded seriously. In the next month, Most of the nobles in Cadlo province knew the news and summoned the army to arm the civilians to prevent the attacks of the dwarf robbers. As for escaping, no noble dared to have such thoughts. The examples of nobles beheaded and stripped of their titles in the capital were right in front of them, which instantly extinguished their thoughts. The last attack by the monsters in the Grey Wasteland, coupled with the review of the army in the past few years, not to mention other provinces, in the territory of Cadlo province, the size and combat effectiveness of the noble army have been significantly improved. At the end of February, 3 baronies were attacked. 1 baron died, and the other 2 barons were seriously injured. They were rescued by priests who came from the provincial capital. However, this group of dwarf robbers was not much better, losing at least a quarter of their manpower. The panic caused chaos in the province of Cadero. Taking this opportunity, the new governor of Cadero, Audrey Silves, summoned 9 viscounts in the province to discuss the establishment of a defense army. For the first invitation from the new governor, Wylan did not refuse and could not refuse. The next day he took people to the provincial capital. Although the dwarf robbery incidents occurred frequently, even the provincial capital of Cadero province was greatly affected. The most intuitive manifestation was that there were more than 3 times more patrol troops inside and outside the city, and the gate inspection was more strict to prevent some traders from mixing in. Through the noble passage, Wylan easily entered the provincial capital. He first went to the governor's mansion to report, and then went directly to the exclusive noble rest area in the East District to rest. As soon as he stepped into this place, Wylan ran into his 2 cousins, Uncle Alcott, Uncle Edgar. Wylan came to the 2 and saluted first. Very fast, so fast to the provincial capital, Alcott said with a smile. Hearing this, Edgar asked with concern, "Did you encounter those dwarves along the way?" "No, and with my strength no dwarf robbers dare to come up and die," Wylan said confidently. "Ha ha ha, that's true. With your strength those dwarf robbers are afraid of you. How dare they block your way?" Edgar thought about it for a moment, and it was indeed true. When he first met this kid, he was only a high-level bronze, and in a blink of an eye, he was more powerful than the 2 old guys. There was no need to worry about his safety. "Uncle, do you know the specific origin of this group of dwarf robbers? Are they from the military of the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, or from the army of dwarf nobles?" Wylan sat at the stone table and asked Alcott and Edgar. Compared to himself, these 2 have been in the Cadlo province for decades, and they must have more insights than himself. "In my opinion, it is most likely that this group of dwarf robbers came from the army of the dwarf nobles." Orcott took a sip of tea, looked at Wylan and Edgar, and said slowly, "The army of the dwarf kingdom is the same as the army of our kingdom. They have strict discipline and obey orders. In contrast, the noble army is mixed, and many armies lack discipline." From the attack of the 3 baronies at the end of February, it can be seen that calling this group of dwarves a mob is a bit derogatory. But they can fight back and forth with the baron's army, that's all. In addition, from the initial attack on the Gressley military town, it can be seen that this group of dwarf robbers are not strong, but very ambitious, which completely meets my idea of these arrogant dwarf nobles. After listening, Wylan nodded and agreed with the view of his uncle Orcott. This group of dwarf robbers is indeed ambitious. It is indeed arrogant to take action against the Gressley military town first. Besides that, there is another point of view that can support Alcott's idea. Edgar looked around and whispered to the 2. "Uncle, what point of view?" Wylan asked curiously. Seeing this, Edgar answered, "My wife's brother, my brother-in-law, Viscount Byron Carden, is the patriarch of the Carden family. Their family's territory is located in the northern part of the new province. According to the information he gave me, the kingdom has issued an order to him to send his troops into the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom to test and collect intelligence. The kingdom and the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom have the same idea. Using the kingdom's army to test the other side is no different from going to war, so both sides tacitly use the noble army. The strength is not strong and it can't pose any threat to important positions. It is not unacceptable to let some small nobles perish." After hearing this, Wylan combined his own thoughts and said to the 2. After hearing this, Alcott had a different idea and whispered to the 2. "Do you think it is possible that the governor summoned us to the provincial capital to discuss the establishment of a defense army? The real purpose is to let us send troops to conduct probing work." "That's very likely." Edgar understood the ins and outs, and it was indeed as Alcott said. After hearing this, Wylan also recognized his uncle's idea in his heart. The establishment of a defense army was just a surface. The real purpose was probably to test who made the Cadlo province located on the border, and all aspects were very suitable. My two uncles, I think no matter what the result is, we should advance and retreat together. This is the foundation of our survival. Alcott and Edgar nodded in agreement with their nephew's words. There are 9 viscounts in the province of Cardro, and their ex-family accounts for 1/3 of them, and they have a great say. If they are unwilling to send troops into the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, the governor can do nothing to them. 3 days later, meeting to form a defense army was held in the governor's mansion. In the meeting room, 9 viscounts looked at Audrey Silves, the governor of Cardro province. Unlike other governors, she did not wear gorgeous clothes, but was dressed very simply. "Please sit down." Audrey Silves had a serious expression on her face. Even if she was dressed simply, she could not cover up the momentum she exuded. This contrast made people more fascinated. However, the expressions of the viscounts present were all very serious, and people could not see the changes in their inner emotions. They all knew the personality and work style of the new governor from their own channels. If they showed a lustful look, they would be thrown out of the governor's mansion. Seeing everyone sit down, Audrey Silves turned around and nodded to the female knight beside her, asking her to turn on the magic instrument. Put a low-level magic crystal into the magic instrument, and a barrier lit up, covering the meeting room. "You are all the backbone of Cadero province. I will not say more. Half a month ago, I received an order from the military in the capital to lead Cadero province's exploration of Sika's province, which is adjacent to the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, according to the instructions given by His Majesty the King 3 months ago, the military cannot act on its own, so the exploration operation falls on the noble army." The 9 people heard this, and their expressions did not change, and of course there was no clear statement, so Governor Audrey Silves could not see what the 9 people were thinking. Wellen sat in the last seat on the left, opposite Uncle Edgar and next to Uncle Alcott. The 3 looked at each other and decided that they would never get involved in this exploration operation as discussed last night. For a while, the conference room was quiet, no one answered, and it was deadlocked. Audrey's eyes were unclear. She knew that if she didn't give out benefits, these nobles would not do these thankless things. This exploratory action is not a war. You will not get any military merit. You can get corresponding contribution points, which can be exchanged for any items in the military treasury and the kingdom treasury. As long as the contribution points are enough, you can get the top breathing method and exercise method. Several viscounts were very tempted by this temptation, but Wylan and the other 2 were not moved at all. Looking at the commotion below, Audrey Silves was not in a hurry and quietly waited for the first viscount to appear. "I am willing to participate in the exploratory action." A deep voice came, and everyone turned their heads to see that the first viscount who stood up was Viscount Moncas. As expected, he did not experience the temptation and stood up first. "Governor I, Moncas Lovick, am willing to send my troops to the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, the Sika's province, to carry out sabotage activities and collect intelligence." Well, Viscount Moncas is worthy of being the chairman of the Noble Council of the Cardro province. I admire his bravery. When Wylan heard this, he curled his lips. Viscount Moncas was originally the leader of the nobles in the Cardro province. There was no difference between saying this and not saying it. In the following time, 3 viscounts stood up and joined the trial operation. After waiting for a long time, seeing that no one else would participate in this operation, Audrey Silves announced the second item of the meeting, forming a defense army. 4 viscounts joined the trial operation, which was beyond Audrey's expectations. None of the 3 viscounts of the X family chose to join the trial operation, which disappointed Audrey, but she did not use the righteousness to kidnap the other party, which was very easy to offend people. The vindictive Duke of Moravia, even Audrey, respected and feared this duke. The purpose of the defense army is to eliminate the dwarf robbers and strengthen the security environment in various places within the province. According to my idea, with your territories as the core, plus the province and surrounding areas, integrate the surrounding baronial territories to form 10 regions, joint defense and control, and put an end to these dwarf robbers destroying everywhere. If you have any questions, you can raise them. Seeing Governor Audrey say this, Orcott stood up first and said, "Governor, may I ask if the troops in the military town on the northern border can be mobilized? They are under the command of the governor of the province of Serab. Only have the acting command power. In principle, I cannot give you the command power, but in case of emergency, you can ask them for help. I will issue an order with rescue as the first series, and I will make up for the subsequent various written orders." After hearing this, everyone had some good feelings for the governor in their hearts. At least she considered their interests. Then several more viscounts raised questions, all of which was solved by Audrey on the spot, winning many praises from the people present, and even Wylan looked at the governor with new eyes. After the meeting, including Wylan, everyone clarified their own defense jurisdiction. Kixing territory is on the southwestern border of Cadlo province. There are 5 barons under his command in the jurisdiction. The 5 baron territories added together are not as big as his own Kixing territory. Among them are his old acquaintances, Brandon, Violet, Cashley, and Barry, 4 barons, who have all fallen into his hands and contributed a lot of their own strength to the development of Kixing territory. Among them there is only one female baron named Belif, whom he has never seen. Not long after leaving the governor's mansion, Viscount Moncas came up. Seeing this, Alcott and Edgar left enough space for Wylan and Moncas, and did not disturb their conversation. "Viscount Wylan, I'm very sorry for stopping you rashly." Moncas bowed slightly and apologized to Wylan. Wylan was not angry in his heart and said with a smile, "Viscount Moncas, we are all nobles of the Cardro province. If you have difficulties, I am willing to help you if I can." "Thank you." Moncas thanked him and then continued, "I want to buy 300 bottles of ice blue magic potion from you. The price can be calculated according to..." Just calculated according to 8 gold coins. Wylan directly quoted a price without taking advantage of the fire. Moncas was very surprised to hear this and bowed and saluted. "Thank you for your help. I am willing to buy it at the price of 15 gold coins per bottle." "Alas, there is no need to do this. You are also for the kingdom. My selfish desire accounts for a large part of this. I say it's for the kingdom, but it's still for the treasure." Viscount Moncas did not pretend, and his true feelings were revealed. "Then let's trade at the price of 10 gold coins. The price is set. After I go back, I will arrange for someone to send you 300 bottles of ice blue potion as soon as possible." "Thank you." Viscount Moncas was also unambiguous. He immediately took out 3 gold notes with a face value of 1,000 gold coins and handed them to Wylan to complete the transaction. On the way back, Alcott, Edgar, and Varen rode in a carriage. Viscount Moncas is able to sit in the position of leader of the nobles of Cardero province as an ordinary viscount family. He is very capable, but his family's background is too poor, forcing him to make some risky moves. "Wylan, you are still young. This is just your starting point. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, you will take over the banner of the nobles of Cardro province and become the new leader. You can take advantage of this opportunity to gather some of your strength." "Noble." Wylan smiled and said, "Uncle, this matter is too early. I want to wait until the war between the kingdom and the dwarves is over to consider it. The nobles who survived at that time are the ones I want. Those who died in the war, naturally, he is outside the candidate list. What I want is a noble person who is motivated, not a useless snack who is content with the status quo." "I'm talking too much, but you still see some things very clearly." Alcott shook his head and said nothing more. Thanks to Wylan's material exchange, the strength of the two of them has increased rapidly. The most obvious thing is the size of the army and the combat effectiveness of the soldiers. Although all 3 of them were viscounts, Alcott and Edgar gradually took Varen as their leader. As long as it did not conflict with their core interests, they were willing to obey the orders of their nephew. 3 days later, except for the 4 viscounts who carried out the exploratory operation, the other 5 viscounts returned to their territories one after another and began to form a defense force. In order of priority, the location is far and near, starting with the 1st Army with the provincial capital of Cardero province as the core, and ending with the 10th Army with the Kixing territory as the core, covering the 170,000 square kilometers of Cardero province, divided into 10 defense zones. Returning to the Praying Star territory, Wylan was not in a hurry to summon the 5 barons in his area. After all, it would take some time for the orders from the provincial capital to reach the local level. 5 days later, 5 messengers set out from Xinyu Castle and headed to the eastern area, notifying the 5 barons in the area under the jurisdiction of the 10th Army of the Defense Force to hold a meeting at the Lord's Mansion of Kixing City on March 18, 9730 in the glorious calendar. Varen strengthened the territory's troops, and Varen ordered Baird to select and deploy militiamen to form the 6th Battalion of the Kixing leader. In June of this year, General Kai Xing had a standing army of 18,000 people in 6 battalions. The ratio of troops to civilians reached 6%. It was below 10% and was still under the minimum warning line. 3 days later, in the Lord's Mansion of Kixing City, 5 barons were sitting on stools in the conference room, waiting for the arrival of Viscount Kixing. Brandon, Violet, Leslie, and Barry maintained serious expressions on the surface, but they were very nervous on the inside. They were once enemies of Varen and did not know how to face each other. Who would have thought that in just 10 years, the other party would grow to this point? The only reason to blame is that the iron mine was too tempting back then, which made them commit such crimes. In an atmosphere of silence, the door was opened, and a handsome young man entered the conference room. Baroness Belev turned her head to look at Viscount Kixing. Her eyes fluctuated slightly, but she was quickly suppressed. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at him. Except for Miss Belev. This is not the first time for us to meet the other 4. Varen sat in the main seat with a smile on his face and a very gentle tone. After hearing each other's words, the 4 of them trembled in fear. Even the craziest Violet couldn't help but panic and pressed hard on her trembling legs with her hands. It's not like I will retaliate. What happened back then has come to an end, so let it come to an end. We are all nobles of the kingdom, and it is normal to do things within the established rules. This meeting is about the elimination of the dwarf robbers. I swear on my family's behalf that I will not retaliate. The 4 of them raised their heads and looked at Wylin, their anxious hearts calming down. As a nearby noble, Baroness Belev naturally knew what had happened. Her eyes full of admiration gradually turned into awe, and she did not dare to have other thoughts. Starting from Baron Brandon, please report the area and population of your territory, as well as the number of troops. Varen turned to look at this old acquaintance and said, Yes, Lord Varen. The barony of Cleveland covers 1,600 square kilometers, has a population of 25,000, 33 bronze knights, and 83 knights squire. According to the situation described by the 5 people, Wylin recorded it while thinking in his heart. Finally, let me talk about the situation of the Prayer Star territory. Wylin put down the pen in his hand, looked around, and said, The Prayer Star territory covers an area of 14,500 square kilometers, with a population of about 290,000, and a standing army of 115,000 people. Everyone was stunned when they heard this data. In the past, they only knew that the Kixing territory was very large, with many troops and powerful soldiers. However, they did not expect that the Kixing territory, as a Viscounty territory, had an area 4 times that of a regular Viscounty territory, and was only larger than the Cardrossing territory. The territory of Viscount Montcas, the leader of the province, is even less than 500 square kilometers. As for whether they have the confidence to develop Kixing leader, the 5 of them have no doubts. The prosperity of Kixing City has already told them the correct answer. Sir, we are willing to entrust everything to you, and I hope you can accept our surrender. The 5 people stood up, leaned down and saluted, and said in unison. Wylin was a little surprised, wondering if these 5 people were a little too decisive, but he also knew that this thought came from the bottom of his heart. He was in a chaotic situation and wanted to find someone he could rely on. For your request, I can only refuse this time and start the next proposal now. The 5 people were disappointed after hearing this. They were too weak, so it was normal for Wylin to look down on them. Ignoring the 5 people with different thoughts, Wylin said, The 10th Army of the Defense Army has 4 battalions. Kixing territory will provide 2 battalions of 6,000 troops. My requirements for you are not high. You need to fill the remaining 2 battalions of 6,000 troops for me. Doesn't matter whether you are a professional or not, but being strong is the basic requirement. This 12,000-man force will be used as a mobile force and live in the border area between Kixing territory and Cleveland territory. I will command it personally to facilitate rapid support for you. Do you have any objections? No objection. The 5 people agreed to the proposal without much hesitation. Okay, this meeting ends here. Send your troops here within a month. I need to reorganize and train for a period of time. I will follow your orders. Seeing this, Wylan nodded and signaled that they could leave. The 5 people stood up, saluted respectfully, and left the meeting room one by one. 3 days later, Wylan replaced the Kixing Battalion of the Underground World with the 4th Battalion, and together with the 5th Battalion, it was incorporated into the 10th Army of the Defense Force, occupying the 1st and 2nd Battalions. At the end of April, after Wylan's training, the 3rd and 4th Battalions of the 10th Army of the Defense Forces gained some combat effectiveness, but the main force in the battle was still their own Kixing Battalion and 5th Battalion. As for the troops supported by the 5 barons, it is equivalent to the existence of logistics troops and handymen. With the formation of defense forces in various places, the chaotic situation gradually stabilized, and the depressed trade routes gradually returned to life. In the Grey River Valley Plain, a 1,000-man dwarf force was entrenched in the camp of an ogre tribe. As for the previous ogres, they were not wiped out. Instead, they ran away with buckets before the dwarves arrived. The dwarf troops ignored this group of monster clans. Their purpose was to go to human territory, not to come here to wipe out the monster clans. The Lord's order allows us to test the human territory of the Praying Star territory. In the cave, a tall dwarf with a height of 1.4 meters looked a little solemn. He clutched the silver gravel hammer beside him and told the surrounding subordinates the orders of the people they were loyal to. "Sir, why did the Lord give such an order?" a dwarf officer asked doubtfully. As a soldier, he knew that he should not question it, but what was the difference between attacking the Kixing leader and committing suicide? A batch of goods belonging to Marquis Darog disappeared nearby, and only the Kai Xing leader around has the strength to do this. So the Lord asked us to investigate. This is an order, and we must carry it out. The dwarf general felt a little bitter in his heart, but he had to do it. It was an order from the people he was loyal to. He also knew that it was impossible for his master, Viscount Shichui, to issue such an order to send his troops to die. Therefore, it goes without saying that the instigator behind the scenes must be Marquis Darog, using his power to suppress others. Otherwise, his master would not have issued such an order. "Sir, I am willing to lead the veterans in the army to give an explanation to the superiors." An old dwarf officer stood up and asked the dwarf general. The expression on the dwarf general's face was very complicated, sometimes hesitant, sometimes painful, sometimes serious, and it was difficult to make a decision in his heart. "Father, I can only ask you. There are only positions in the army. You can call me Captain Sugar. How can you mess up the hierarchy?" The old dwarf officer glared at the dwarf general and scolded him. "Then please ask Captain Sugar." The dwarf general recovered his emotions and gave the order expressionlessly. "Subordinates take orders." Suji showed a satisfied smile and sat back down. The dwarf general looked at his father's face with mixed feelings in his heart, but he knew that using veterans whose lifespan was almost exhausted to attack the human territory of the Praying Star territory was the best choice. With his own strength, he can still slander the Kixing leader. That night, 200 veterans were gathered and placed under the command of the dwarf officer Suji. At the same time, the dwarf general took out half of the wine he carried and let the group of veterans who were dying to drink up. "My child, your 3 younger brothers all died in the war with the human kingdom. Now I am dying, but I hope you can survive. For the sake of our family, Viscount Shichui will not let you after you go to the battlefield and return to the Stone Hammer territory. Lord Viscount will definitely ask you to stay behind, so you must not refuse." "Father, I understand." The dwarf general nodded and said, "I've well and hope that the mountain dwarf god will protect you, my child." Early the next morning, 800 dwarf soldiers bid farewell to 200 dwarf veterans led by dwarf officer Suji. The 6 groups of dwarf robbers, who received the instructions from Marquis Darog, finally gathered together, about 500 troops, and prepared to launch a surprise attack from the northwest of the Kixing territory. On the other side, Wylan received information from the reconnaissance force patrolling the Grey Mang wasteland, and led 2 battalions of 6,000 troops toward Changlin County, West Wind County, northwest. This group of dwarf robbers joined forces and did not hide their traces. Instead, they felt like they were seeking death, which gave Varen a very strange feeling. 2 days later, outside Changlin County, in the Gray Mansion's wasteland, a dwarf troop slowly walked forward without any attempt to cover up their tracks. From the officers to the soldiers, there was a sense of fearlessness. At the intersection of the two hills, 3,000 people from the Kixing Battalion lined up in front. One part of the 5th Battalion served as the left wing and the other as the right wing, waiting for the arrival of the dwarf army. On the hill, Varen took Kyle and the escort to watch the battle. The commander of this engagement was Cassius, not Valen himself. 1,500 dwarf soldiers belonged to 6 different dwarf nobles. Although they formed a military formation, the cooperation between them was not strict. There were even confusions and confusion. Everyone, we have the same mission. There is no need to put up such a formation at this moment. The dwarf officer Suji pointed at the gradually chaotic military formation and said to the other 5 dwarf officers, "Suji, you are right. Our mission has been determined. There is really no need to fight a regular war." An old dwarf with a gray beard raised the hammer in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Attack." 6 dwarf officers issued orders at the same time and led their men to attack. Cassius squinted at the dwarf who was charging desperately towards the military formation, raised his right hand, and waved it down hard. 12 bed crossbows modified by high-level silver arcanists roared, and 24 spears flew out. In just a few seconds, the bodies of hundreds of dwarves were penetrated, including many silver-level dwarf officers who fell on the charging road. In 5 minutes, 12 crossbows fired 10 times, and 240 spears took away the lives of more than 400 dwarves. The remaining dwarf army was only 600 meters away from the front line. Cassius ordered the archer brigade to shoot arrows and the crossbow troops to retreat. 500 archers stood behind the shield soldiers, drew their bows and shot arrows, and in a very short time poured out 30 feather arrows in the quiver. Facing tens of thousands of feather arrows, another half of the dwarves fell to the ground and lost their lives. "Attack!" The soldiers in the front line obeyed the order. The melee soldiers of the 4 battalions began to move forward in an orderly manner and began to harvest the lives of the remaining dwarf soldiers with their spears and swords. "Kyle, go and capture a few alive. I want to know what the reason is." "Yes, my lord." Kyle bowed and saluted, patting the red phosphorus horse to let it run. The orderly army array faced the disorderly charge, and the dwarves often had to use the lives of 3 soldiers to fight a human. When Kale arrived at the battlefield, only about 300 of the 1,500 dwarfs were left. Whether it was the living dwarf soldiers or the dwarf warriors lying on the ground, they all had white hair, and there were almost no young people. Walking on the battlefield, Kyle captured 2 low-level silver dwarf warriors, tied up 5 dwarf warriors with missing arms and legs, held the rope with one hand, and patted the red phosphorus horse with the other hand to let them leave the battlefield. Half an hour later, there were still more than a dozen dwarf warriors on the battlefield. Blood dyed the land red, and most of the bodies around were his comrades' bodies. The number of humans killed by them was pitiful. The teachings of the dwarf mountain god told them that suicide is shameful, surrender is more shameful than suicide, and dying in battle is a glorious thing. Cassius had no mercy on these dwarves and directly ordered an attack to chop the remaining dwarf soldiers into meat paste. In 3 hours, this short battle ended, and the soldiers of the 5th Battalion stepped forward, cut off the dwarf's head, and pickled it with lime. The Viscount needs 30,000 military merits and 800 war merits to be promoted to Earl, which is not so easy to gather, and these dwarf heads cannot be wasted. Wylan got off his horse, took out the druid's book, and prepared to start the interrogation. "My lord, I have a way that is faster." Seeing this, Kyle stepped forward to dissuade him. "Then I'll leave it to you. I want to know why they attacked the Praying Star territory." Seeing this, Wylan put away the druid's book. "It is better to use less of the druid spells that blaspheme the soul." Kyle nodded, stepped forward, and cast the secret spell True Word. The 7 dwarves lost their hateful eyes and looked at Kyle blankly. "Why attack the Praying Star territory?" "The Lord's order." 5 dwarf warriors answered exactly the same. Only the 2 silver-level dwarf officers at the back gave different answers. Marquis Darag lost a batch of valuable goods. The Lord ordered an attack on the Praying Star territory to test it. Then Kyle waved his hand and asked the guards to drag the 5 dwarf warriors down and chop them, leaving only the two silver-level dwarf officers to continue questioning. Why don't you cover up your tracks? We all died, proving that Kixingaling is powerful and has become the most likely human force to rob Marquis Derag's goods. With the help of the Marquis, we will avenge ourselves. When Wylan heard this answer, his face darkened instantly. What a bunch of bastards. Where is your base? We left the base, and the army has begun to move. I don't know where it is. After asking a few more questions, the results were all unknown, and then he asked the guards to drag the two dwarves down and chop them. My lord, how do we deal with it now? Kyle turned his head and looked at Wylan with a dark face and asked. Wylan thought for a moment but didn't pay attention in his heart. These dwarves have died here, and the news may have spread. The most important point is that the goods of the dwarf Marquis Darag were indeed robbed by him, and this cannot be changed. It can only be said that these bastards found the real owner by chance. We'll take it one step at a time. With Miss Anastasia here, I'm not afraid of the other party coming to my door. Thinking of his patron saint, Wylan's heart calmed down instantly. The dwarf Marquis knew that there was a legend here. Would he bother him for a mere 6 million gold coins? After the battle outside Changlin County, there was no more fighting around Kixing territory. With Wylan in charge, the 5 barons in the 10th Army of the Defense Army lived as comfortably as possible, without worrying that the dwarves would attack their territory. In the southwest of the Ironforge Dwarf Kingdom, the dwarf Marquis Darag Ironforge sat on the Iron Throne with a sad face. He already knew what happened in Kixing territory, and he was 200% sure that the lord of this place must have robbed his goods, but he had no way to take revenge. Half a month ago, due to the king's order, he could not send troops, so he could only let one of his gold high-level hammer warriors go to Kixing territory to get the things back. I believe that with the ability of a high-level gold hammer warrior, it is not easy to take control of this human Viscount territory. As a result, this guy ran back halfway and told him that there was a suspected legendary existence in Kixing territory. There was no way, so Darag sent his most capable assistant, a mid-level soul assassin, to check, who knew that when he just approached Kixing territory, he felt an inexplicable pressure, similar to the legendary field, but he didn't know whether there was a legend in Kixing territory, but there must be a strong man he couldn't match. In the end, he gave up the idea of revenge. As the distant cousin of the current king, although the blood connection has been separated for more than 8 generations, it is still a branch of the royal family. When did he feel so aggrieved? Let me think about it. The last time the goods were lost, it seemed to be more than 10 years ago, and we still haven't found out who did it. However, we recovered our capital from the centaurs last time, and even made a lot of money. This time should we go to the centaurs to get back the lost things? As a man of action, Marquis Darag's mind was instantly opened. There were strong men in Kixing territory, and he didn't dare to go. The centaurs was still at his mercy. That afternoon, a 20,000-man dwarf army set out from Black Mountain territory and headed for the centaurs' habitat in the north. The human noble troops lurking in the Zegas province learned the news of the dwarf army's mobilization and retreated one after another, not daring to stay in the dwarf territory. Marquis Darag's unintentional move restored the peace of the past in the Zegas province, which attracted many dwarf nobles to sing praises. June was a peaceful month for the provinces of Cadlo and Serap in the kingdom of Ilia, and for the province of Zegas in the kingdom of Ironforged dwarfs. However, it was a bloody month for the centaur clans living in the northern part of the Ironforged dwarf mountain kingdom. In mid-June, in addition to Marquis Darag, 3 dwarf marquises and 8 dwarf earls joined the operation, bloodily hunting the centaur clans and looting a lot of wealth. According to incomplete statistics, more than 200,000 centaurs died in the bloody looting, which was half of the population of the centaur clans. The remaining centaur clans could only wield the butcher knife against the weaker ones and began to attack the territory of the Grey Goblins next door, capturing slaves and snatching the living territory. The initiator of all this was living a leisurely life, and sometimes he would go to observe Kyle's training of 40 Silver Wolf Knights. I can only say that Kyle is indeed almighty. This method of training Silver Wolf Knights has opened my eyes. July 1, 9730 of the glorious calendar, a day that was ordinary to others, very important to Wylan. Border explorations became more and more frequent, and many free people came from all over the Cadlo province to Kixing territory, speeding up the development of Xiphon County and Lancia County. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Wylan lay in bed, waiting for the arrival of this destiny. 6 months later, a small demon disaster will break out in Beishi City, Shishan Province, in the southwestern region of the dwarves. Small demonic scourge. Upon hearing the news, Wylan instantly became energetic. Put on his clothes and opened the door. Owner, Hilda and Cisna heard the noise and came out of their respective rooms. Their clothes were messy and they looked like they were in a hurry. You can rest tonight, I have some things to deal with. Wylan left a word and walked towards the stairs. Watching their master leave, Hilda and Cisna packed their clothes and headed to the kitchen. Open the study room, turn on the magic lamp next to it, and start looking for relevant books on the bookshelf. There's a room on the left side of the study, covering an area of 100 square meters, with 8 large bookshelves, storing 3,000 various formal books, most of which are precious historical books. Finally, after spending 20 minutes, Varen found the book, Volume 27 of Mitt's Travels. Judging from the name, the author of this book is an adventurer. However, this book is a travel diary written by a legendary adventurer, which records many magical and unknown things and appalling disasters. Mitt's Travels has a total of 108 volumes, recording various adventure stories in the 3,000 years of this legendary adventurer's life. Among them, Volumes 27 to 31 specifically record disasters related to demons, as well as descriptions of some demons' appearances and abilities. Now he only has 3 volumes of Mitt's Travels in his hands, namely Volume 7, Volume 27, and Volume 81. On December 12, 2783, in the glorious calendar, small demonic natural disaster broke out in the Borea province of the Kingdom of Busilia in the Brizit subcontinent. Tens of thousands of demons emerged from the gate of the abyss, but the highest strength was only souls. I'm afraid of high-level trash like this, but its pollution is really strong. Half of the more than 100,000 humans in the city have begun to turn into semi-demons. I have to speed up, otherwise the gate of the abyss will expand. Parts of the Brizit subcontinent, I am responsible for strangling the demons in the city. Obo, the legendary priest of the Church of the Dawn, and my brother Hexalit are responsible for closing the gate of the abyss. I have really worked hard and accomplished so much. While killing so many trash fish, I have to guard against some trash fish escaping by the way. 3 hours of killing fish crossed out. 3 hours of hard fighting, and successfully cleaning up more than 30,000 demons and more than 20,000 half-demon. I must ask Bobo for a reasonable reward for my hard work. Ha ha ha. This naive priest paid me 400 dawn stones, which is equivalent to 400 high-level magic crystals. I really wonder how such a naive Bobo grew into a legendary priest. Otherwise, great god of the morning, I mean no offense to you, I don't think of anything later. I found out why I had such outrageous experiences in the next 3 years, of course. I didn't know at that time that Bobo was actually. Forget it, it's better not to write it in. Seeing this ellipsis for the second time, Varen clenched his fists and turned to the next page. I have encountered 37 small demonic natural disasters in my life. According to my calculations, the abyss gate of a small demonic natural disaster will exist in the world for 3 days. If a steady stream of souls are devoured, the abyss gate will exist longer. Each small-scale demon disaster is different, but the number of demons is roughly between 20,000 and 50,000. There are about 30 soul-level demons, more than 3,000 gold-level demons, and the rest are all silver, kind of cannon fodder. After closing the 27th volume of Mitt's Travels, Varen found several more books about demons, but none of them were as detailed as what was recorded in this book. Coming to the rest area of the study and sitting on the soft sofa, Wylan began to think about this matter. Destiny guidance tells him this news, which means that this small demonic natural disaster may affect him. Just like what is described in the Travels of Mitt. There are crazy fighting demons, and there are also hidden demons. So the answer is self-evident, there must be demons flowing to Kai Xingling. Suddenly the study was opened, and Wylan turned his head sharply, staring at the 2 head maids with murderous eyes without reservation, making the other maids freeze in place with fear. "Come here," seeing the fearful expressions on the faces of his two headmaids. Wylin waved his hand and spoke softly. "Sit down and stay with me for a while." "Yes, master." Hilda and Cisna's voices were a little nervous, one on the left and the other on the right, sitting next to Varen. "Next time, if I ask you to rest, you will rest, do you understand?" Wylin tried his best to keep his voice gentle so as not to irritate Hilda and Cisna. The two of them had gone through rigorous training to become shadow guards. After a brief period of shock, their anxious hearts calmed down. "Master, we have disobeyed your orders, please punish us." Hilda and Cisna knelt on the floor and begged Varen. Seeing the two of them like this, Wylin had to know that if they were not punished, there might be some problems with their character. "Then I will be demoted to work as a sweeping maid for half a month and then resume my original position after half a month." "Yes, master." The two accepted the punishment willingly. After letting the two of them accompany him for a while, he sent them to rest. "I have a hunch that maybe if I leave this matter to Kyle, I won't have to worry about anything." Varen clutched his chest, subconsciously telling him that this was the best choice. "Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow." Before returning to the room to rest, Varen took the book Mitt's Travels in his hand and took it back to the room. The next morning, after Kyle finished training the Silver Wolf Knights, he was walking on the way to the study room when he saw Hilda and Cisna cleaning the castle in the clothes of ordinary maids, and there was a maid steward teaching them. "What's going on with you?" Kyle stopped and asked curiously. "Master Kyle, this is the master's punishment for us." Hilda saluted and said respectfully, "Well, then you guys work hard." Kyle said this, hiding the embarrassment on his face, and quickened his pace to the study room. "Master Cisna, this corner needs to be cleaned more carefully." The maid steward looked tired. She couldn't afford to offend these two head maids, so she had to serve them carefully. Cisna looked at this corner that she had neglected, and her face was slightly red. In the study, Kyle pushed the door open and was about to report to his master when he saw Wylin come to the door of the study. "Lock the door. Pull Kyle into the small room on the right side of the study, start the magic instrument, and form a barrier. Kyle, in 3 to 6 months, or maybe even after this time, there will be traces of demons. How do you think I should solve it?" "Master, please leave this matter to me and let me handle it." Seeing the sadness on Wylin's face, Kyle asked directly. "This matter is in your hands. Some forces in Kixing territory can be mobilized." Wylin did not ask the reason, but believed in Kyle unconditionally. If he asked the other party, he would tell him everything without any reservation, but Wylin did not do so. Starting in July, news of unrest gradually came from all over the country. There was peace around Kixing territory, and no dwarf robbers appeared. On July 15, Wylin received a letter from the Mountain Ridge territory asking for help. "My cousin is being treated as a soft persimmon." In less than half a month, the Mountain Ridge territory was attacked by dwarf robbers 3 times. The first 2 times lost part of the population, 5 villages were burned, and 600 serfs and civilians died in the hands of the dwarves. This time, the safety of the Mountain Ridge town and the castle was even more endangered. "Hilda, go and invite Kyle over." "Yes, master." Hilda, who was reinstated, was very polite. It seemed that she had learned a lot from the 15-day sweeping training. Wylin glanced at it for a few times and then retracted his gaze. "My cousin received my letter for help and brought most of his territory's troops to support me. Now it's time for me to repay him. This time, Wylin is going to lead the 3rd Battalion to support the Mountain Ridge territory. The straight-line distance between Kixing territory and Mountain Ridge territory is 200 kilometers, and the actual distance is about 400 kilometers. If the marching speed is accelerated, it can arrive in 16 hours. The higher the minimum strength of the soldiers in the army, the better the marching speed. If all members are at the bronze level, the distance of 400 kilometers can be shortened to 10 hours. On the other side, after receiving the news, Kyle ended the training of the Silver Wolf Knight and walked quickly to the study. When Kyle arrived at the study, Wylin did not waste any words and told the general story. "After I leave, let Baird take over the position of acting commander of the 10th Army of the Defense Army. However, he is usually very busy, and these matters will still fall on your head. You need to spare some time." "I understand." Wylin explained some important things to Kyle, and then sent a messenger to transfer the 3rd Battalion stationed in the Theo Fortress, and at the same time ordered the 2nd Battalion of the Castle Guard to prepare 3 days of dry food. In the evening, the well-equipped, fully armored, and high-spirited 3000 troops lined up outside the Star Moon Castle. Captain of the 3rd Battalion, Eden greets the Lord. A sturdy silver swordsman took 3 steps forward, took off his helmet, maintained respect, and saluted with his chest. "Let's go." As the order was issued, Eden began to form a team, followed the guards. Hurriedly followed. Due to the strict training in the army, even if the marching speed reaches 30 kilometers per hour now, he is not embarrassed or nervous. Eden looked back from time to time and found that there were no soldiers left behind. He was very satisfied that he had not lost face in front of the Lord. In addition, the 30 bronze knights who graduated from the Knight Academy and were assigned to the 3rd Battalion were temporarily merged into the Lord's Guard. Eden took good care of these good guys and hoped that they would be favored by the Lord and become a member of the Guard. With different experiences, Eden took good care of his subordinates, was particularly tolerant of geniuses, and used the resources in his hands to send them to a better place to realize their value. The entire 3rd Battalion had 3,000 people. The Lord ranked first in their hearts, and Eden ranked second in their hearts. At noon the next day, the army of 3,000 people arrived at the border of the Ridge Territory. Outside the Ridge Territory, Brian was waiting here with a dozen bronze knights. "Cousin." After not seeing each other for a few months, his cousin looked much more haggard. Even if he forced a smile on his face, he could see his inner melancholy and weakness. "Wellin, this time is really." Brian didn't know how to start for a while. "Cousin, you helped me back then, and now I'll help you." Wylan comforted his cousin and told him not to think too much. "Haha, I thought too much." Brian forced a smile and took Wylan to the Ridge town. The gray city wall, even if it was wiped clean, could not cover up the strong smell of blood. Perhaps the actual situation was a little different from what was described in the letter, and his cousin's losses were greater than expected. Passing through the wooden gate and entering the Ridge town, there were dilapidated scenes everywhere, and even many houses collapsed. Seeing this scene, Wylan frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Didn't Viscount Dolavy lead his troops to support?" O'Brien shook his head and said, "No. This time it seems to be a special operation against the 7th Army of the Defense Army. Viscount Dolavy's territory and my Mountain Ridge territory are given special attention. The 500 troops stationed in my Mountain Ridge territory plus 200 knight attendants suffered 1/3 casualties. If I hadn't learned from the last lesson and moved the population of the villages in the marginal areas to Mountain Ridge town, I'm afraid the losses would be even greater. The 5,000-man army of the 7th Army stationed in Cyprus territory was also attacked by dwarves and suffered heavy losses. I received specific information the day before yesterday. More than half of the 500-man army I sent to the 7th Army of the Defense Army were killed in battle, and the rest were all injured. The losses in the other 5 barren territories were also heavy, and 2 barons died in battle." After hearing Brian's explanation, Wylan didn't think much about it. "During this period, I will lead the 3rd Battalion to stay here. Cousin, you should handle the affairs of the territory first and appease the panic of the civilians. If you need any supplies, just tell me directly. I will have someone transfer them from Kixing territory. I will pay you back when I have money in the future." "Thank you," Brian said with some shame. In the military camp of Mountain Ridge town, Wylan took the documents he got from Adrian and read them carefully. It can only be said that the dwarves are indeed targeting the jurisdiction of the 7th Army. The reason is easy to analyze. The 7th Army ranks 3rd in comprehensive strength among the 10 defense zones divided by the Cardro province, but it is only the last. The kingdom can use treasures to lure these nobles to send troops into the dwarf territory to test, and the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom can also use this method. There's still a year, and I don't know how long this chaos will last. Closing the document, Wylan thought of the new land in the north of the kingdom. The 2 provinces snatched from the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom 40 years ago may be even more chaotic. According to the time, the 8-year war is about to end. The Brazilian camp should be disbanded at the end of October. By then, the situation will be much better with the Silver 16th Knights stationed in the Cardero province. After calculating the time, the kingdom's war against the Grey Wasteland has actually lasted for 8 years. The 8-year war has continuously drained the Grey Wasteland and also trained the kingdom's army and the noble army. After this war, I wonder how long the kingdom and the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom will fight. The last time it lasted for 6 years, how long will it be this time? No matter how long he fights, as long as he can gain military exploits, he will be satisfied. With Valen's tireless support, the Ridgeland gradually recovered from the turmoil, but the losses in population and troops can only be done slowly, and it will take time to make up for it. Alas, the losses this time are too great. I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in this war. On top of the city wall, Brian looked at the busy citizens with a lonely look on his face. Cousin, look at it. This war is probably more tragic than you can imagine. It's a good thing that you didn't participate. Wellen looked at Brian's expression and comforted him. Brian, who has a big heart, quickly recovered, nodded and said, Wellen, you are right. I should be like Uncle Alcott, immersed in development for more than 10 years, and after I have a certain foundation, thinking about other things. Pioneering and pioneering. Without the hard work of the first generation, how could the second and third generations work hard? I'm looking away now. If my generation can't be promoted to Viscount, then let my son or daughter do it. Suddenly, his cousin's mentality changed so quickly that Wylan had not yet reacted. Perhaps this severe injury made my cousin grow up a lot. Wylan, don't worry, I will return the things you gave me with your support to the Kixing leader within 10 years. With a sincere smile on his face, Brian opened his arms and hugged Wylan. Wylan reacted and hugged his cousin. Cousin, you owe me a lot of money. You can't pay it back if you don't work hard. Brian said firmly, I have 3 goals in the next 10 years: get married, pay off the money I owe you, and finally make the Ridgeline prosperous. With Adrian's help, I believe I will achieve this goal. Remember to call me when you get married. I will definitely drink your wedding wine. I see. On October 15th, the 16th Silver Knights returned to Cardero province from the Brazilian camp, gradually calming down the chaotic situation. At the end of December, 120,000 troops from the kingdom's 11th and 16th legions entered the province of Cardero, and the dwarf robbers disappeared. The turmoil that lasted for a year came to an end, and the National Defense Force completed its mission and announced its disbandment under the order of Governor Allied. On January 1, 9731 in the glorious calendar, a small demonic natural disaster broke out in White Rock City, Stone Mountain Province, in the western region of the dwarves. More than 50,000 demons came out of their cages, and more than 100,000 dwarves became half-demon. Only the dwarf mountain gods divine descending, combined with 3 dwarf legends and an army of 200,000 dwarves, could stop this disaster from affecting the entire western region. More than 300,000 dwarves died in this disaster. The population of Stone Mountain Province in the west of the Ironforge Dwarf Mountain Kingdom dropped by 30%. The losses were not unbearable. Thanks to the fate of the gods, this disaster was resolved within the Dwarf Kingdom, and no demons or half-demon escaped the fate of being purified. But the wars that should happen will still happen. The Kingdom of Ilia and the Kingdom of Bahio will not stop the pace of war just because the Ironforge Dwarf Mountain Kingdom suffered a natural disaster from demons. On March 15, 9731, in the glorious calendar, King Belgraf Silvus of the Kingdom of Ilia and Saint Anastasia of the Life God of the Kingdom of Ilia jointly signed the declaration of war. Call on the nobles of the kingdom and the priests of the Goddess of Life to actively participate in the war and contribute their own strength to this war. In Star Moon Castle, Varen looked at the declaration of war distributed from the kingdom to various nobles, and realized that the war machine of the Kingdom of Ilia was starting to operate. The war is coming. The development operations must be started simultaneously to facilitate the reception. The population after the war. 2 days later, a meeting was held in Star Moon Castle. In addition to Varen's 15 guardian knights, there were also 30 consuls, officers, or college teachers from the Praying Star territory. Before the meeting begins, everyone should take a look at this document from the royal capital. After hearing Varen's instructions, Kyle placed 50 copies of the declaration of war on the table and asked them to pass them around one by one. 5 minutes later, Varen announced that the meeting had officially begun. There are 3 topics for this meeting. The first topic is the troops participating in the war. Everyone held their breath and looked at Wylan with bright eyes, filled with anxiety and expectation. I will lead the army, with 3,000 people from the Star Prayer Battalion, 200 knights from the Fire Lion Knights, 200 knights from the Ice Bear Knights, and 40 Silver Wolf Knights, and then 3 brigades of 500 people from the 2nd Battalion. Organized into the Kixing camp and organized into the 7th Brigade, the 8th Brigade, and the 9th Brigade. 130 priests led by Reverend Lavia accompanied the army. During Orlando's expedition with the army, Duke, the consul of Changlin County, acted as the consul of Xiphon County and presided over government affairs. At the 13th seat on the left, Duke stood up and saluted. "I will follow your instructions, my lord. Orlando County is temporarily under Baird's jurisdiction." "Yes, lord." Baird accepted the order with a serious face. No one has any objection to the first issue. Immediately afterwards, Weiland started the second topic of the meeting, development matters. Starting from June this year, the third development of Kixing Ling will officially begin. Except for a few people who knew the inside story, others were in an uproar and did not understand why a new round of development was started before the existing territory was completed. However, they did not ask. The Lord had his reasons for doing so. As subordinates, although they had doubts in their hearts, it was not the time to question them. Weiland saw everyone's performance, but he did not explain the reason. He was the Lord, with supreme power and status in Kixing territory. There were some things that the people below did not need to understand. They just needed to follow the requirements. Those who were unqualified would be replaced directly. For the third development, Baird will be the general manager. Andrew will be the deputy general manager, and Adolf, Imogen, Orion. Greg and Dosius will assist. "Yes, my lord." The 8 people stood up and saluted, saying loudly, "This time the development direction is selected in the south of Orlando County and the southwest of Xiphon County. The development area is tentatively set at 10,000 square kilometers. On this basis, the development area can only be more, not less." Lin set a bottom line, then looked at the 5th seat on the right and issued an order. "Raimondo, starting from June, I will give you 2 million gold coins to purchase slaves as the cost of purchasing slaves. I don't think I should tell you in detail how to do it." Raimondo heard this and replied respectfully, "Please rest assured, my lord, I will do my best to maximize the benefits of this fund." "Well, sit down." The third issue is military expansion. Baird will be responsible for establishing the 7th and 8th battalions of the Kixing leader. Within 3 years. Yes. Baird stood up helplessly and took on the third task. Every time his master leaves, he will have a lot of things to do, and they are all important things that cannot be careless. However, whoever makes this person loyal to him will continue to work even if he dies. Afterwards, free discussions were held to refine the details of these 3 topics. Everyone present was a talented person, and in less than half an hour, the 3 simple issues proposed by Lin were fleshed out. Taking the 3 documents handed over by Kyle, Lin opened the second document about the third development event. It was clearly organized and covered everything from development to construction, with 33 items, large and small. After there were no problems, Weiland signed his name at the end of the document on the spot, indicating that the order officially came into effect. The other 2 documents were in perfect condition, and there was no need for Weiland to worry about them. He signed his name and gave them to Kyle, who asked him to hand them over to the person in charge. "This meeting ends here. Your efforts and contributions will not be forgotten or ignored. I will reward you for your merits and punish you for your mistakes." "Yes, Your Majesty." 45 people stood up and bowed to salute. In the next 2 months, Varen will spend most of his time training at the Star Prayer Camp and become familiar with the specific conditions of the Orlando and Hebrew Knights. At the military camp outside Star Moon Castle and on the training ground, Varen put on his armor and took Kyle with him to inspect the troops. Whether the Fire Lion image displayed by the Fire Lion Knights can be hidden, the power is still there. After hearing this, Orlando replied, "Lord, after going to the Grey River Valley Plains for trial, I spent 3 months solving this problem. On the battlefield, the most taboo thing is for something strange to happen. Doing so will become the primary target in the eyes of the enemy and will also cause you unnecessary trouble after the war. In the future, if the Knights form a war beast, no one else except me and Hebrew will be able to discover it unless we take the initiative to show up." Hearing Orlando's answer, Varen was very satisfied. He was worthy of being the talented boy he originally found. "We're about to break through." Varen put his hand on Orlando's shoulder, sensing its internal situation, and said with some surprise, Orlando saw this and nodded. Kyle, stay with Orlando during this period and wait for him to break through safely. After speaking, Varen looked at Orlando again with a serious face and warned, be careful when making a breakthrough. The heart is an important part second only to the brain. Be as cautious as possible. I will have someone send you some. No matter what, save your own life first. Yes, Lord, it was no different from before. Although I and my brother didn't always stay with the Lord, they still held a heavy weight in the Lord's heart. That afternoon, Varen checked that Hebrew's condition was similar to that of Orlando, so he was rushed to practice with his elder brother. When you break through gold, you are free. All right. Hebrew looked a little disappointed, but he had no intention of resisting the Lord who was like his father. I Kyle Orlando, plus the 4 Hebrew golden knights. Don't say how much contribution they made on the battlefield, but there is still no problem in surviving on the battlefield. Varen stroked the token that Miss Anastasia gave him, giving himself a great sense of security. This token can also block 2 legendary attacks. It was a pity that it was used in the defense battle of Lumen Mansion last time, but what happened has happened and cannot be undone. The Prayer Star leader is preparing for war, and the powerful nobles of Cardro province are also preparing for war. The provinces in the southern region of the Kingdom of Ilia are transporting troops to the northern border through teleportation arrays. At 8 o'clock in the evening on April 1, 9731, in the glorious calendar, the guidance of destiny arrived here. A golden mid-level red dragon heard about the prosperity and wealth of the Praying Star territory and prepared to plunder the Praying Star territory in 9 months. Well, the red dragon is coming to plunder the Prayer Star leader, and there is such a good thing. Varen decided in his heart that before leaving, he had to pay a good visit to Ms. Anastasia and ask her not to kill the dragon, but to capture it alive. The red dragon that came to my door was a real bargain. First, give the green and purple horse to the red dragon for breeding. Thinking of this, Wylan shook his head and said to himself, let's try the red phosphorus horse first. After all, the red phosphorus horse has a trace of red dragon blood. Forget it, let's bleed them first and let our 2 rock giant lizards bathe in the dragon's blood. Maybe they can evolve. Or, lying in bed, Wylan's mind was filled with thoughts about the 18 uses of red dragons, such as breeding, bloodletting, skinning dragons, and using them as mounts, etc., which kept him unable to sleep for a long time. At this moment, thousands of miles away, next to a volcano, a young red dragon suddenly felt a chill on his back and subconsciously tightened his wings. Few days later, Orlando broke through the silver high level and became a gold low-level fighter. That afternoon, Hebrew followed suit, breaking through gold. Ha, you have a lot of potential. When Kyle heard this, he looked a little embarrassed and turned his head. The 3 Varens didn't think there was anything wrong. The 2 brothers, Orlando and Hebrew, enjoyed the Lord's care very much. Here is the key. Go to the extraordinary library and choose your own suitable combat skills. There are still 2 months before the departure. Hurry up and try to learn a combat skill. My lord, I will not let you down. Orlando accepted the key and said firmly, me too. Wylan patted Hebrew on the shoulder and said seriously, don't be lazy or I will break your legs. Oh, Hebrew didn't care in his heart. Was he so worried? Afterwards, Wylan went to the ice-cold area and told Anastasia, the patron saint of Kixing territory, about the news that the red dragon was preparing to plunder. A red dragon, good research material. Although Anastasia's voice was low with Wylan's strength, he still heard the whisper of this legend. Wylan, don't worry, I won't kill your dragon. I'm just a little curious about how the dragons in your world are constructed. Anastasia looked at Wylan's appearance and explained with a smile. Well, it's not my dragon yet. Madam, you can study it however you want, as long as it can mate. Wylan didn't ask for much, as long as the red dragon didn't lose its ability to mate. As for odor, Wylan didn't plan to notify him, because he was afraid that the other party would be unable to bear it, and when he came back, he would only have a few bones left.